Can you please just give me something?
I see all this potential, and I see it squandered. God damn it, an entire generation pumping gas, waiting tables, slaves with white collars. Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes, working jobs we hate so we can buy shit we don't need. We're the middle children of history, man. No purpose or place. We have no Great War, no Great Depression. Our Great War is a spiritual war. Our Great Depression is our lives.
It's right here. You can play it for now.
But if you play it, then it's not gonna.
It's gonna download. It's gonna download slower.
Wait, what if it also has to download?
Your purpose is going to be developed off of the passion that you have for what you're doing, the excitement level, the reason that you get up in the morning, the reason that you go ahead and do what you got to do, the reason you don't quit and show people what your passion is. Don't let anybody modify the vision that God has given you. Let's go. Look, tell me the stuff that you're gonna do no matter what. And like your life depended on it. That's the stuff that you're passionate about. The stuff that gets you upset. The stuff that you can't stand, but you always drawn to it. That's your passion. That's what you need to do. Be doing what I gotta do whenever it's called upon. Step in and show your true power. Come on, push. Push all the way. Be able to sacrifice at any moment who you are now for who you will become later. You gonna fight, fight, fight. Got your back no matter what. And buckle up and get ready for this new year. When I get rested, I'm back up. I'm back up. I'm back up and into the situation because I have a mentality of don't quit. And I know you do too as well. Your mentality should be, I'm not gonna quit. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna fall away. I'm gonna show my true power. Because I'm pursuing this opportunity. And I'm looking for the resistance, because the resistance is gonna make me better. The resistance is gonna make me better and better and better. And every day I step to the plate, every rep, every time I get in here and lift a little bit more, I'm gonna push one more set. No pressure, no diamonds. Quit talking about it and start being about it.
Do you ever wake up and you say, I don't want to do it today?
I fight against that. You know, it's the big challenge. It's when
this
you're not
video is a
willing to do
step-by-step
something,
process on how to
but you
pair
have
your
to do
Razer
it.
Opus X to
This
a PC.
is the main point. This is
Set
why
your
I
Bluetooth
say
headset to
our
pairing
mind,
mode. While the
it's a
Razer
box of
Opus X is
surprises,
powered
and
off, press
you
and
have
hold
to
the power
challenge
button until
yourself
the status indicator starts
to be
blinking blue.
consistent.
Ensure
If you've
that
got discipline,
Bluetooth
you're
is
willing to do
enabled
it
on your
every single day of your
PC.
life.
Search for
And knowing
Bluetooth
that it's
or
gonna
other
take
device
so long
and
to
toggle
do it, you just
Bluetooth
get up and
on.
do it.
Click
Don't even think
Add
about
Bluetooth
motivation,
or
but it's
other
discipline
device.
over motivation.
Select
Motivation's a
Bluetooth.
small thing that can last 2 minutes or an hour. I guess it's a list of things that you must do for yourself to become what you want to be.
There's no fucking passion. There's no fucking motivation. There's no, oh my God, man, no. It's every day of your life just doing.
If you tell your friend tomorrow, 9 a.m., I'm going to meet you at the gym, you're going to be at the gym at 9 a.m. just because you don't want to let him down. But if you tell yourself tomorrow at 9 a.m., I'm going to be at the gym, you're not going to show up. You're going to be late. Why? Because it's you.
Don't tell yourself if you need to do something and then don't do it. Time to train at that time. Set a time to go to sleep at that time. Set a time to get up at that time.
If you say you're going to the gym 5 times a week, you go to the gym 5 times a week. If you say you read 75 minutes a day, you must read 75 minutes a day. Because every day that you miss, it will just weaken your mind.
The discipline is the most difficult thing, not only in sports, but in life.
You can't be motivated anymore.
Your PC will start scanning for nearby Bluetooth devices. Once found, select your Razer Opus X headset. Your PC will attempt to pair with the selected device.
And it doesn't matter whether it's there or not, discipline is infinitely more important. So no matter how you feel, get up and do what you're supposed to do. The more discipline you have in your life, the more freedom you will end up with. If you have self-discipline, if you have the discipline to save your money and work hard and invest your money properly, if you have the discipline to manage your time correctly and not waste a bunch of time, if you have the discipline to exercise and eat healthy, you will end up with freedom.
It's you against you. You against you. And if you misunderstand that, you have a real problem. The problem is you. And you don't want to fix it.
The fight and the battle every day is between me versus me. When I wake up in the morning and I wake up late, and I'm talking about if I'm supposed to wake up at 3 and I woke up at 4:30, I'm upset with myself. I hate myself that day. I'm disgusted by myself. You have to get to a point that when you do something in life that is out of your routine, you're actually disgusted by who you are. You feel like you have no place in this world anymore, which means the next day you're gonna get it done and you're gonna be right on time.
Do it, and do it, and do it, and do it. That's the hack.
Every morning when you get up, say over and over to yourself, do it now, do it now, do it now. I do it now, do it now. Whenever you have this tendency to procrastinate, program your subconscious mind with this automatic conditioned command, do it now, do it now, do it now. The key to overcoming procrastination is to develop a sense of urgency. Be the kind of person who gets things done quickly. Be the kind of person who launches fast on a task.
If you are able to get up every morning, have no passion, no drive, no motivation, no shit, and still get up with that kind of fire, you will be successful in life. I guarantee you that. Turn your feelings off when it comes down to you wanting to be better. What that means is when that alarm clock goes off, your feelings gotta go away if you want to achieve greatness. And greatness is only achieved when your feelings about that kind of shit, and let me say that kind of shit, so for those soft people who may be listening to this, don't put words in my mouth. I'm not talking about your fucking family and all that shit. I'm talking about the grind, the fucking grind. Your feelings have to go away.
Everybody says discipline is so important, but they never want to tell you why. I'll tell you why discipline is so important. It's the strongest form of self-love. It's ignoring something you want right now for something better later on. Discipline reveals the commitment you have to your dreams, especially on days where you don't want to. The future you is depending on the current you to keep the promises you made to yourself yesterday.
Let weaker people complain that the world isn't fair. You are the leader of your life. Choose the hard path. The path of responsibility, hard work, and sacrifice. The path of discipline, humility, and ownership that ultimately leads to freedom. Make discipline part of your daily life, and your daily life will get better.
When you wake up in the morning, you have a choice. You have a choice to get the fuck up. And if you get the fuck up, you got one W under your belt. Every fucking day I wake up, and I don't want to do some shit. I'm like, okay, man, do you want to be a bitch today? Do you want to feel like a little bitch? Do you want to walk around all day knowing that you could, but you didn't?
Discipline eats motivation for breakfast. You don't need motivation. It's great if it arrives. It's some extra fuel on the fire. But discipline is the thing that you need. What would you tomorrow want you today to do? You tomorrow would want you to keep that promise to yourself. And it's why discipline is so much more valuable. Doing the thing in spite of not wanting to do the thing is discipline. You don't need motivation to get yourself up to go and do a thing.
When you put that practice in, every day you lace them up. And I mean, Ron, it's just a metaphor for life. Pretty soon you win because you have put the practice in that you know this is the process. It's such a daunting task that all the voices are saying. But you still have the conviction that I know I can do this.
It's very hard when you go up against somebody that shows up every flipping day where you sit there and say, take a damn week off, let me catch up. Because hungry people, they're just more urgent than everybody else.
You know how many times people say things like, close your eyes, visualize with me. It's 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. What does your house look like? What does your car look like? Okay, that's great. But how about we do it in a different way? Close your eyes, go 20 years from now, and you don't do nothing. You stay the same as you are today. How many divorces you got? What happened to your family? How about the people that said you're gonna quit and they say, I told you. So every single time you have to appease to their opinion becoming factual because you gave up on your dreams. Say, that's the real exercise. And if you're okay with that, keep living life the way you're living.
You want to hold them accountable? Hold yourself accountable too. You always want to blame other people. You want to hold other people to the fire, but you're not holding yourself to the fire. And you need to get rid of them excuses, and you need to stop pointing fingers at people. And you need to start pointing fingers at yourself. What did you not do?
You look for excuses. Look for solutions. That's what winners do. Losers are always looking for the excuse. Where the winner looks for the solution, man. Why don't you put the energy into the dreams that can be? The reason why you're doing that, if you are, you're not working hard enough, you're not studying hard enough, you're not burning the midnight oil every night, which prevents you from staying awake in the midnight hours later in life wondering what it could have been.
You are not where you want to be, not because you need any more gifts. You need to discipline yourself.
It's a lifestyle. Instead of hitting that fucking snooze button in the fucking morning and not making your bed, not cleaning your house, you don't hit the snooze button. You get up. You don't want to go run, you go run. You don't want to go swim, you go swim. You don't want to make your bed, you make your bed. You don't want to clean your house, you clean your house. You don't want to study, you fucking study. That's how you start to callous your mind.
But you just gotta keep your eyes on the horizon. You can't get worked up on the daily ins and outs and struggles and external factors that beat on you in life. If you really want it, it takes work ethic, sacrifice, due diligence, sweat equity to get there. And you can get there, and you learn those lessons in the gym to transform yourself from A to B. Discipline is in the gym, right? You wake up at 5:30 in the morning, it's raining outside, you don't want to go to the gym, but you get up anyway and you go to the gym. And why? Because you believe in a higher cause. So you do that over and over again. Small steps lead to big steps, lead to the big picture of who you are and what you can be. Then all of a sudden, you look in the mirror, you're like, wow, look what I look like. But what have you really gained? You gained a mental toughness, confidence of who you are, that you can take that lesson learned in the gym and transcribe that into all theaters of life, whether that's your social life, your marriage life, corporate America, building up from mailroom to CEO. Valuable lessons that are the bedrock of someone's character that are developed in the gym.
You need to put yourself in uncomfortable situations and uncomfortable scenarios, okay? If you do easy things, you will have a hard life. If you do hard things, you will have an easy life. The more you stay uncomfortable as a man, the more success you will have. A lot of you motherfuckers don't have nothing to lose. You have to give yourself things to lose. You have to put yourself in uncomfortable scenarios. Yo, I have to do this. If I don't do this, yo, I'm gonna die. Simple as that. Tell yourself that, yo, if I don't get up and work out consistently, if I don't do the things I need to do for my business, if I don't do this, yo, it's either I do this or I die. Simple as that.
Now, we must all suffer one of two pains. The pain of discipline or the pain of regret. And I'm suggesting discipline. Mental discipline to refine ideas. Of course it's laborious, of course it's a push, but it's called small price to pay, so that you won't have the regret later on. Regret weighs tons. Discipline weighs ounces.
Everyone is jealous of what you've got. No one is jealous of how you got it. People see the trophies, but not the training ground.
Stone, thatch.
The fear of not achieving your goal, what we call self-limiting beliefs, hold you back more than anything else. And your self-limiting beliefs are not based on reality. That's why you have to constantly think, if I had no limitations, what goals would I set for myself?
Set your goals. The promise of the future is an awesome force to affect your life every day. Without a future well designed, we take hesitant steps. And all you have to have is hesitant steps for 6 years. You'll be timid, driven into a corner, not boldly willing to go and take your portion and take your share.
There's something tremendously powerful about learning how to derive pleasure from the effort process itself. That is, learning to enjoy the process of pursuing a goal for sake of that goal for yourself, rather than trying to pursue a goal simply to prove somebody else wrong. I'll just tell you right now that intrinsic motivation that is directly attached to the thing that you are doing en route to a goal, is the most powerful and sustainable source of motivation.
Objectives and key results, or OKRs, are a simple goal-setting system. And they work for organizations, they work for teams, they even work for individuals. The objectives are what you want to have accomplished. The key results are how I'm going to get that done. Objectives, key results, what and how. But here's the truth. Many of us are setting goals wrong, and most of us are not setting goals at all. A lot of organizations set objectives and meet them. They ship their sales, they introduce their new products, they make their numbers. But they lack a sense of purpose to inspire their teams. So how do you set these goals the right way? First, you must answer the question, why? Why? Because truly transformational teams combine their ambitions to their passion and to their purpose, and they develop a clear and compelling sense of why.
See, our problem is we think we have to know how it's going to happen. You don't have to know how it's going to happen. That's God's job. Our job is to know what's going to happen.
Right.
And it will be delivered. Seeking first His kingdom, all these things will be given to us. What things? Whatever things are necessary for the manifestation of the goal. If we can get that right, forget about this. You've got to be realistic. Right. See, our paradigm dictates our logic.
Right.
But think of this. Our paradigm produces our results, too. If I'm earning $50,000 a year, my paradigm has me earning $50 a year. For me to earn $50 a month, that's totally illogical. If I want to do better than I'm doing, I'm going to have to think in illogical terms because my logic is governed by my paradigm. Right. Anything beyond what my paradigm can see is crazy. It's illogical. If my goals are a little nuts, I'm not interested in them.
To identify the knowledge, information, and skills you will need to achieve your goal. Remember, to achieve a goal that you've never achieved before, you're going to have to learn things and do things you've never done before. You cannot achieve anything more than you're achieving today with the same level of knowledge and skill that you have today. If you could, you'd already have done it. So identify the skills that you'll have to develop to be in the top 10% of your field. Identify the most important skill and then identify the #1 skill. Now here's a great discovery. Your weakest key skill sets the height of your income and your success. Your weakest key skill And improving or bringing up that one weak skill or acquiring that one weak skill will enable you to make more progress than any other factor at the moment. You can make more progress by going to work on the one skill that is holding you back more than any other factor.
If you don't specify what you want, you won't get it. If you specify what you want and you want it, which means you're willing to make the sacrifices necessary to get it, then the probability that you'll get it expands immensely. Now, of course, it assumes that what you want is within the bounds of appropriate reason, let's say. But you could also dream big, and there's always the possibility that'll work out too. Then they write for 15 minutes. Okay, your life is the way you want it to be in 4 years. What does it look like? And then we have them do the opposite, which is, all right, take stock of yourself for a minute with all your weaknesses and inadequacies and bitternesses and resentments and sinful tendencies, let's say. Now imagine that you let all of that go. Which little corner of hell would you occupy in 3 to 5 years? Why don't you write about that? And everyone knows where they'd go if they let themselves. And so then you have something to avoid and you have something to strive for.
Your subconscious mind uses deadlines as forcing systems. They drive you consciously and unconsciously toward achieving your goal on schedule. Aeneas Nin once said that your subconscious can work against you because when you set a big goal, you're disrupting your subconscious. So your subconscious mind will tell you that it's not possible and will attempt to sabotage you. And you know the way your subconscious mind sabotages you? It tells you, you can't achieve this goal. You don't need to write it down. It's okay as long as you know what it is. Because of the fear of failure, what you do is you don't write the goal down, and that way you can't fail. Isn't that clever? And people say, well, if you don't expect anything good, you'll never be disappointed. And these people have no future. You write it down as if by writing it down, it was guaranteed to you. And in many cases, it will be if you write it down.
Understanding self-worth is the beginning of progress. Self-worth should be easy. If one of us can do it, all of us can do it. If anybody can think it, we all can think it. I can read, you can read. I can understand, you can understand. From where I came from, the few simple things I did and tried revolutionized my life in 5 years. There isn't anybody here that can't do it. Change from pennies to fortune. Change from nothing to something. Change from broke to rich. Anybody in this room can do it. If any of us can do it, we all can do it. That's the kind of value you should place on yourself. If Jim Rohn can understand it, I can understand it. If he can read, I can read. If he can find it, I can find it. If he can change, I can change. If he can get it done, I can get it done. That's the attitude about yourself.
A person's successful if they know where they are and they know where they're going and they're progressively moving in that direction. He said that success was the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. Anyone that has a goal and they're moving towards it, they're successful.
Sometimes we have to stand up inside ourselves. Sometimes we have to fight ourselves. Sometimes you have a dream and goal that you want to achieve, and you say, oh, I can't do that. You got to tell yourself to shut up. I can do it. Don't tell me I can't do that. Sometimes you got to talk to yourself. I can't do it. I'm Mamie's boy. Oh, I can do this. Oh, I will do it. I have got to do this. What you think about your dream? And I want you to increase your dream dramatically. And I said you have something special. I'm telling you what I know. You have greatness in you. You have the ability to do more than you can ever begin to imagine. I don't even know you, but I'm telling you what I know from my own experience. And greatness, ladies and gentlemen, greatness, it's a choice. It's not your destiny. Most people never discover their greatness. Most people, ladies and gentlemen, go to their graves living a life of mediocrity.
You have to know your why in order to achieve your goals. Knowing your why matters. And based on the research, it's because when you know why something matters to you, it helps you with self-regulation. It helps you prioritize doing the work over other things that are not as important but are easier to do. And this is essential. Because if you know that something matters, you'll come home after ski practice instead of taking a few extra runs with your friends, and you'll work on college applications because you know why it matters. You'll get out of bed a little bit earlier to chip away at your resume instead of sleeping in this weekend because you'll know why it matters.
I want you to be able to say something to yourself
that will enable you to maintain a level of integrity with yourself. That when you say this, even when you face tremendous setbacks, it will be a benchmark to keep you in the game, to keep you moving forward and experimenting and readjusting your strategy and your plan of action, continuously looking for ways to win. So what is that something? When you got an idea you want to move on, you might not have the money, you might not have the education, you might not have the support or the resources you need. What is that something that can keep us going, that will enable us to act on our dream? What's one of those keys that will begin to help us to discover the secrets to our dream? Here's what I want you to repeat after me, please, with power and conviction. Say, it's possible. That's all I want you to do when you look at your dream. Just say to yourself every day, it's possible. Just say that every day to yourself, it's possible. Because what does that do? See, it begins to change your belief system. It's a manifestation of what we believe, what's possible for us. Whatever you've done up to this point, all that it really is a duplication, it's a reproduction of what you believe subconsciously that you deserve and what's possible for your life.
There's this hunger that everyone has, and it's always neutered by family, by teachers, by culture. And I believe you wouldn't be put on this planet if you didn't have this hunger. You have to go through the suffering. You have to be hungry enough to deal with the pain and come out the other side with some scars, because scar tissue is infinitely more resilient than regular tissue. But again, it goes back to most people feel like, yeah, I think there's something great in me, but I don't want to explore it. I want to play it safe. I'm going to stay bubble wrapped. I don't want to risk it.
What the heck,
But we wouldn't be put on this planet if we didn't have this greater thing to accomplish. Whatever your purpose is, you've got to develop it. You got to develop it. But you wouldn't be put on this planet if you didn't have it. I'm convinced of that.
Risk must be taken, for the greatest hazard in life is to risk nothing. The person who risks nothing has nothing, does nothing is nothing. That person may avoid suffering, pain, and embarrassment, but that individual will not learn, love, change, feel, or grow. Only the person who takes risks is truly free.
We're built for struggle, us human beings. We're built to contend with the world. We're built to contend with reality. You want a challenge, and the best way that you can take on a challenge, because a challenge fortifies you. So you don't want to be secure, you want to be strong. And you get strong by taking on optimal challenges. And so you lay out your destiny in the world, and you take the slings and arrows of fate, and you make yourself stronger while you're doing so. And you might fail, and fortune might do you in, but it's your best bet.
There's always someone out there who's working harder than you. I'm haunted by that mother. Knowing that someone out there is willing to forgo personal desires and comforts, forgo sleep, forgo whatever it takes to be better, to be the best. In life, a lot of times, a lot of us have that person out there. There may not be a name or a face to him, but he exists. You make sure in life when they think about that person, you make sure they put a name and a face to it. You make sure the name and face is yours. You do the haunting. Get in somebody's head. Own space. And all times when you want to quit, because we're all human, you make sure you remember one thing. All those times, and hours, and days, you sacrifice to be the best.
I sacrifice everything what I have. I will sleep, train, eat, repeat, and that's it.
We're going to take this road. There's a huge sacrifice that people don't think about. You know, most people think, oh, I'm going to start a company, 2 months later it's going to be worth $1 billion, and I'm going to make a fortune. That is actually not what happens to 99% of people. 8 out of 10 fail. They have to do it 3 times. They spend a decade before they get their hit, or they work at one company for 15 years, and they finally get an exit. It's more like that, and the personal sacrifice is huge. There is no soccer game on Saturday. There's no Sunday dinner with the family. you're working. Because some guy in China or in India or some woman out there is kicking your ass.
The hardest things are usually the best. If it's easy, leave it to somebody else.
You want to be great? You need to sacrifice. The more painful the sacrifice, the greater you'll be.
What do you want to give up? What do you want to sacrifice?
To get anything of value, you have to sacrifice. Do you know that the harder thing to do and the right thing to do are usually the same thing? Nothing that has meaning is easy. Easy doesn't enter into grown-up life.
The only work that really matters is the work that no one sees. It shows you who you really are rather than who you say you are.
When a man does not stick to the things that he says he's going to do, like you got a business idea and then you launch it, and before you start making money and it starts getting traction, you just let it go, and idea fairy comes and you go on to the next thing. That's stupid, bro. You're creating a pattern and a habit. Each time you start something and you don't finish it, one, you're losing credibility with yourself. You're losing your own reputation. You lose reputation with yourself and others. People go, wow, that guy has a failure to launch every time. He starts something, he tells everyone he's got a new idea, he's about to make this change, he's about to lose weight, he's about to improve his marriage, he's about to stop drinking, he's about to start making money, he's about to impact the world, and then you stop. You stop before the thing happens. If something has the ability to be successful, but I just stop it and I don't stick with it because it's hard, because it's difficult, because the going got tough, all of life comes with its sets of adversities and setbacks and speed bumps. That is how life tests you to see if you are worthy of happiness, of success, of financial freedom, of abundance, of love.
Success, guys, is a very, very lonely road, man. Very few people are willing to endure pain, the sacrifice, and diligence to be successful. It's an uphill battle. And along that road, you're not going to see too many friends. You're going to see your shadow most often. You got to trust in the heart of hearts. Inside what you're doing, what you believe in is a worthy cause, a winnable fight. See, the thing is, for many people, they've tried the same path you're on, and they failed.
But really, what it's all about is just getting your shit together and moving. Just go do something. Just doing it. Just doing it makes you do more. Like, do more hard shit makes you do more hard shit. Yeah. Understanding that you want it bad, so you're willing to put in the work and do things you don't want to do. It's what makes you have the confidence that you know how to push through, and the mentality that I'm the type of dude to get shit done. That's what I feel like is missing from a lot of people that are getting into motivational this, motivational that. They ain't doing shit. You gotta go do something. That's the number one thing, right? It's fucking action. Take action.
You initiate the action aggressively. You go. Because the idea isn't going to execute itself. And the book isn't going to write itself. And the weights out in the gym, they're not going to move themselves. You have to do it, and you have to do it now. And that means you got to stop thinking about it and stop dreaming about it and stop researching every aspect of it and reading all about it and debating the pros and cons of it. Just start doing it. Take that first step and make it happen.
No longer do I want to take the easy path. I'll always take the hardest path, and it becomes the best path.
Life is not meant to be hung in there. Life is meant to be experienced. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Life is meant to be challenged. Life is meant to have suffering and adversity, but all of life should not be suffering and adversity. There is joy and fulfillment and significance in life, and if you don't have it, if you're just hanging in there, what the f*** are you doing, man?
You have decided to settle, and you're so comfortable in your skin.
No.
You know better.
We're not getting close to that, TV.
But you're not doing better. You know better, but you're not doing better. That's some scary shit.
If you stay in bed, if you stay on the couch, if you stay in your comfort zone, if you only do what is easy, your life will be hard. But if you do what is hard, if you get up, if you grind, if you are relentless, if you work as hard as possible, when other people are slacking off, your life will be easy.
The man who never fell has no glory. The man who fell and got back up, that's where his glory is. The man who fell 20 times and got up 21 times, That man has even greater glory. That man has more courage, way more courage than the guy who was so strong from birth that he never failed. There's no glory in that. Our glory comes from our faults. Accomplishing what we accomplish in spite of our faults. And without the faults, there is no glory, because there's no victory.
The journey you're embarking on is not an easy path. It's not for the ill-hearted or the weak-natured. It's for the strong people. And before you embark on this journey, mentally, you have to prepare yourself for it, knowing it's going to get worse before it gets better. When you embark this journey, you must know that it's going to go down before it comes up. But when it comes up, it's going to go so much higher than you've ever been. Sacrificing today for tomorrow's betterment.
If you know you, if you love women, then deny yourself that. You know what I mean? That's what success in general is all about, sacrifice. From my experience of any little success I may have had, is be willing to sacrifice, you know. Unfortunately, sometimes you can't have fun accomplishing your goals. And when sometimes people don't have the determination, the will, and the steadfastness, the tenacity, they give in under the slightest struggle.
Your shit could be on another level. You know better, but you're deciding to not do better. You are a lazy, unprofessional, mean attitude having, and yet when things are not happening good for you, when things are not coming your way, when things are not happening as fast as you want them to happen, you blame everybody else and you completely disown everything that you're doing to contribute to your career not going to another level. You know better, but you don't want to do better.
Let's have a dream which isn't under control, where something is going to happen to me that I don't know what it's going to be. And you would dig that and come out of that and say, wow, that was a close shave, wasn't it? And then you would get more and more adventurous, and you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. And finally, you would dream where you are now. You would dream the dream of living the life that you are actually living today. That would be within the infinite multiplicity of choices you would have, of playing that you weren't God. Because the whole nature of the Godhead, according to this idea, is to play that he's not. The first thing he says to himself is, man, get lost, because he gives himself away. The nature of love is self-abandonment, not clinging to oneself, throwing yourself out, as in, for example, in basketball, you're always getting rid of the ball. You say to the other fellow, have a ball, and that keeps things moving. That's the nature of life. So in this idea then, everybody is fundamentally the ultimate reality, not God in a politically kingly sense, but God in the sense of being the self, the deep down basic whatever there is. And you're all that, only you're pretending you're not.
Like, there's a lot of dream killers out there, from people to fear, doubt, and uncertainty, to the system that's designed to keep you in line as a good little employee, working just enough to make money, but in debt just enough to not be able to break out of those shackles. And then, of course, the tactical avoidance. Like, I want to do something, I want to do something big, I want to do something grand, I want to be leave a legacy, I want to be remembered, I want to write a book. But I need to do more research. I need to fact find. I need to gather more information, because until I gather that information, I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it. So a day goes by, a week goes by, a month goes by, a year goes by, 5 years go by, 10 years go by. And you're like, well, the timing's not right, the economy's not right, we don't have the right president in place, and my finances aren't right. You think you're doing something towards your life's mission, but in reality, you're not. And oftentimes, what you're really doing is slowly murdering your dreams. This is the only run we get at life. There's a lot of dream killers out there. Some come with the best of intentions. Others, by design, are designed to kill your dreams and to suffocate your ambition. You know what you're meant to do. You know what you desire to do. You know what your purpose and your meaning is going to be in life. Like you can sense it. You can feel the gnawing of greatness in you, right? And you know that you have to elevate to the 2.0 version to get there, but there is risk involved, that you have to fear, you have to face the fear and doubt and uncertainty, and you have to go against some of the things that the people that you love and respect say.
With each step we take toward our dreams, we embark on a journey of self-discovery. We learn not just about our capabilities, but about our resilience. We face challenges and obstacles, but rather than being deterred, we learn to navigate through them, to use them as stepping stones rather than stumbling blocks. So we stand here at the precipice of our future, gazing out at the horizon of possibilities. Let us remember the power of dreams. Power of dreams. They are the whispers of our heart, guiding us toward our destiny. They call to us, urging us to pursue them with relentless determination, to hold them close even when the world conspires to pull them away.
You know, man, your dreams have to be bigger than all your fears. If you get, see, that's why you have to have big dreams, because your dreams have to be bigger than all your fears and all your consequences. What makes people go back is you dream too small. See, your problem in life ain't if you aim too high and you miss it. Your problem in life is if you aim too low and you hit it. That's, you messed up now. So when you aim to the moon and you miss, you still amongst the stars. So it kind of keeps you motivated a lot longer, man, to help you push through. Because everybody's gonna have to have a push through moment. Because everybody has a turn back moment. The key to making it is you can never turn back.
There are always those who will tell us that our dreams are too big, our aspirations too large. They urge us to be realistic, to accept the world as it is rather than daring to envision it as it could be. To this, I say, it is the very act of chasing our dreams that defines the essence of human ambition. It is what has propelled society forward, from the discovery of fire to the invention of the wheel, from the creation of the printing press to the exploration of space. Every monumental achievement began as a dream in the mind of someone who refused to accept the status quo, who believed in the possibility of the impossible.
I say chase your dreams, man. Do that thing, man, that keeps you up at night. That thing that bothers you, man, that makes you trip. You can't quit thinking about it. You always, that thing, man, that you wake up in the middle of the night, you got a new idea. That's what you got to chase. Because anything else, it's gonna disappoint you. You're gonna forever be sad, man. If you don't chase that dream, you're gonna forever be miserable, man.
You've got to begin to think about the things you want to materialize in your life on a regular basis and think about it repetitiously. Literally, the things that we obsess about become the things that we possess in our lives. Most people, those variable 9% of their thoughts is the new thing they're worried about, the new fear they have, the new response to an email they have to make, and they never dictate the terms. Remember this, your mind is a weapon. And you got to begin to use it and pick that weapon up and control it. Most people are out of control with their mind. They don't point it at something. They let the world point it and they misfire all the time. So today, I want you to pick up that weapon that is your mind and begin to point it at the things you want, knowing that it's a magnet that draws to you the things in your life that you would most like to have or that you would most not like to have. And that's where most people make the mistakes in their life.
Part of life is about getting hurt, about failing and getting back up and dealing with adversity and setbacks and realizing that what you thought was a short path is actually going to be the long path to success, and you're going to have to take that journey if you really want it, right? So understand that people can be a massive dream killer. What else can be a massive dream killer? Well, fear and doubt. If you have any kind of fear or doubt or uncertainty, then you are going to find yourself playing it safe. And I don't know anyone who's played it safe that lives a meaningful life and has the kind of life where you're like, man, I want to be like them.
Everybody has dreams. And as much as you want to be able to listen a little bit, because somebody's going to give you a gem, but nobody knows but you. You can't get advice on what you should do with your life, right? Nobody knows what you are. Like even sometimes you don't really even know what you are. You got to take your shot. And it's like, as much as you want people to agree and you want the people around you to be supporting your dreams and all, it's not going to be like that all the time. You got to do it alone. And people will help you, and when you get the ball rolling, people will jump on. But if you don't believe, nobody else is going to believe.
When you're obsessed with what you want, you begin to hear those conversations. When you're not obsessed, you miss them. Or you'll see something that you wouldn't see. You'll see the prospect. You'll see the situation. You'll see the opportunity. It's literally reveals you. It's almost like the Matrix. It changes our world. This is the power of what we think about. It's the most misunderstood thing in the world. It's literally taking control of your thoughts and pointing it at your life and your goals and your dreams as a weapon to magnetize towards you what you want. So my challenge to you is, number one, get control and be aware of the thoughts that don't serve you and eliminate them by replacement with the thoughts that do serve you. These thoughts are the things that you want in your life. We do that by repetitious thinking, and we do that by programming them in our phone, having some sort of vision board up in our lives. You can put your goals on your mirror in your bathroom, but you've always heard these things before, but you've never understood why they work, so most people don't do it. It works because it reprograms that filter in your mind to begin to find those things in your life. If you don't take control of them and you think you're just going to work your way into it, you will work yet another year, another month, another decade, and that life's going to look an awful lot the same, because we become what we think about, and if we don't alter those 9%, our life ends up looking exactly the same.
If a person would sit down and let their body relax, totally relax, and then start to visualize in their mind, see themselves the way they want to see themselves. Now understand that that's a picture in your mind, and then take that picture and describe it, write it out in the present tense. I am so happy now that I see myself, and write it out. Start to read it and read it and read it every day. Carry it around and keep reading it. The one point that all the great teachers all down through history have all agreed on, they've been in complete unanimous agreement on it, we become what we think about. Now, it may be fantasy at first, it might even appear to us as being a lie, but if you read it often enough, you'll start to believe it. And when William James said, believe and your belief will create the fact, you will see the person's personality change.
I've been a crybaby. Yeah, that's crying right now.
The more discipline you have in your life, the more freedom you will end up with. So if you lack the discipline to exercise and eat healthy, you will end up being a slave to disease. If you lack the discipline to work hard, save your money, you will end up a slave to finances. If you lack the discipline to manage your time correctly, you will end up with no free time. If you have self-discipline, if you have the discipline to save your money and work hard and invest your money properly, if you have the discipline to manage your time correctly and not waste a bunch of time, if you have the discipline to exercise and eat healthy, you will end up with freedom. I know it's counterintuitive, it's contrarian, but I've seen this over and over and over again. If you want freedom in your life, you have to have discipline.
Did it?
And I have been finding myself more motivated, even when I do not feel like doing something, to do it. That my brain can feel a certain way, but it's not going to choose how I behave all the time. I just can't let it do it anymore. I'm going to have setbacks, I know. But if I'm feeling bad, that doesn't mean I'm doing bad. That doesn't mean I am bad. That doesn't mean that I can't still take some action.
Many times in my life, I've felt like I could slip the wrong way, and I see it. I see the dark hole, and I go, fuck that, and just go the other way. The problem is when people fall into that dark hole, they think that defines them. But it doesn't. It doesn't define you. It's just you right now. You could be totally different tomorrow. You got that day, you woke up, you put your shoes on, you went for a run, you worked out your driveway, you got a good day in. That's sometimes all you need to do and decide, this is what I do from now on. I have good days.
Self-discipline is everything. And if you don't have it, I don't look at you right, because I know you're capable of more. It's not discipline so much for me. It's all on you. Where you're going to fail, and you're going to be in your head, you're going to be saying, I'm not good enough. And it's how you get through that. It's how you get through that on a daily basis, when that thing is saying, man, I'm 43, I've done so much. You start to become civilized. The refrigerator gets full. You start making money, and you start, I'm not getting cold anymore, I'm retired. You start to believe this shit. And that's just my mentality. You may have more, but you never can arrive. You want to be uncommon amongst uncommon people, period.
Zach, don't worry about it no more.
You must hope and believe in yourself if you ever want to see what that hope can turn into, what that belief can turn into. By doing this every day, repetitively, those are the measures that lead to the big moments of success that everyone sees in life. No one sees the struggle in here. No one sees the hardship, the early mornings you get up. No one sees any of that. They just see if your hand's raised or not. And if it is, oh, what a great guy. Oh, I wish I could be that guy. I wish I could be that guy. But they're not clapping, wishing they could be you at 5 in the morning when you get out of bed, when it's pissing rain outside, to come and train for that hand to be raised. They don't want to be that guy. They just want the glory. And that's the differential of a champion.
Zach.
You know, in adversity, guys, is where you find character.
Your feelings don't matter. That's the deal. You may feel like doing something, maybe you don't feel like doing something. Doesn't matter. Get out there and do what you're supposed to do, whether you feel like it or not. It's so often the easy path. The easy path that calls to us to be weak for that moment, to break down for that moment, to give in to the desire and the short-term gratification. But the discipline will not allow that. The discipline calls for strength and fortitude and will. It won't accept weakness. It won't tolerate another breakdown. The discipline can seem like it's your worst enemy, but the reality is, discipline is your best friend. It will take care of you like nothing else can. And will put you on that path to freedom.
You gotta be the master of your mind. You gotta exercise mind control.
I'm the general, I'm the soldier. I am going to obey orders without question.
And people say, like, what do you tell yourself? I'm telling myself anything, I'm not allowed to talk. Immediate obedience to the orders. That's what we're doing with ourselves.
And that's where most people f*** up. They lose the small battles, the death by 1,000 cuts. They miss a workout, and then another. They clock out earlier at work. They stop pushing themselves to learn in class. And before you know it, 5 years have gone by, and they're more and more miserable and hate their lives.
You just can't do what you in love with, what you interested in. Sometimes you have to do what you don't want to do so you can live like you want to live.
Zach.
Master self-discipline. Become the person that, regardless of how you feel, you can consistently go through the motions. Be the person that you can count on. When you say that you're going to dedicate the next 30 days to building your business, or getting in shape, or growing your social media following, do it. Do it because you said that you would, because it is what will get you closer to obtaining legacy. Operate like a finely tuned, highly efficient machine, continuously making improvements through trial and error. Do this until the day comes that you can operate optimally without even having to think about it, without any effort, because you are just that good, that finely tuned. When you reach this level of performance, the rate at which you improve skyrockets exponentially, and you will be soaring past the achievements that you once believed to be impossible. But you have to get over this first hump. Think of this as life or death, because this is the difference between you continuing to be stuck in the cycle versus actually living the life that you dream of.
How much faster would you achieve your goals if it was just you and your goal? Not you and your goal and Netflix and video games and social media and friends you don't like and movies and shows and all these distractions that are splitting your attention in a million different directions. You can blame your lack of accomplishment on your friends, on your family, on this, on that, but the reality is, if it was just you and your goal and no other noise, no other distractions, I guarantee you would have nothing better to do than achieve your goal. So look around at your life and identify the things that take your attention away from the person you want to be and the things you want to accomplish, and remove that shit. Because if your goals are as important to you as you say they are, why would you voluntarily make it harder to achieve them?
When that alarm clock goes off at 4 or 5 in the morning, your mind says no. You just say, this is what we do. It's what we do now. Because to get to where you want to go, the amount of pain involved, the amount of mental pain, of how many times you're gonna have to do something that you don't want to do to get to where you want to go. There's gonna be more times you do something that you don't want to do than you are gonna want to do it. That's your new norm. And then once you do this over and over and over again, it becomes like breathing. I don't want to live this lifestyle, but to get to the other side of this, I have to.
Think about this. How many people on this planet are willing to wake up every single day and go to the gym and put themselves through consistent and constant adversity without immediate results? I'd say probably less than 5% of people are willing to do that. See, the truth is, when you take up running or you take up going to the gym and working out, if you go in the mornings, you're not going to see results immediately. And so what working out and what fitness does is it teaches you delayed gratification.
Anterior mid-cingulate cortex, when people do something they don't want to do, like add 3 hours of exercise per day or per week, or when people who are trying to diet and lose weight resist eating something, this brain area gets bigger. Now here's what's especially interesting about this brain area to me. In many ways, scientists are starting to think of the anterior mid-cingulate cortex not just as one of the seats of willpower, but perhaps actually the seat of the will to live.
See, now we're talking. What was very uncomfortable was running. What was very uncomfortable was being on a diet. What was very uncomfortable was trying to face things that I didn't want to face. And I also realized when I was really big, I had no growth. On all those bad days and all those days you don't want to do shit, you have to be your own motivator, your own coach, your own trainer, your own everything. So I realized for me to find growth, I had to face all these different things that made me very, very uncomfortable. I wanted to start callousing my mind. I wanted to start becoming a better person. And how you become a better person, how you gain mental toughness, how you become the person you want to be, is constantly facing the things that you don't want to face.
If somebody wants to get more mentally strong, do some hard things. Wake up early in the morning, go do a workout. Do things that you have to push mentally through. And if you do those things and you continue to do those things, you'll get mentally stronger. The scary thing is, when you give up, when you don't push, when you stay in bed, when you eat the donut, you're getting mentally weaker. So develop the muscle, develop that brain power to push through when things kind of suck.
Let's talk about something we've all faced but rarely confront head on: self-doubt. It's that quiet, persistent voice telling you you're not enough, or that the goal is too big, too audacious. But what if I told you that voice? It's not your true self. It's an outdated belief, a mental limit that doesn't belong to you. Think about this. Every time you doubt yourself, you're setting a ceiling on what you can achieve. And here's the truth: there is no ceiling. The only limits are the ones you impose on yourself. I want you to understand deep in your core that the power to break free of those limits is already inside you. Self-doubt is just fear, and fear is simply an illusion. It might feel real, but it's only as powerful as you allow it to be.
In life, you will encounter individuals who will tell you that you can't do something. They will point to your circumstances, your background, or even your limitations, real or imagined, as reasons for why your dreams cannot be realized. But you must make a critical decision. Will you let their words shape your reality? Or will you rise above their doubts and pursue the destiny that lies before you? Understand this: your potential is not defined by the opinions of others. It is defined by what you believe about yourself. When others tell you that you can't, what they are really telling you is that they cannot. They are projecting their own limitations onto you based on their own fears, failures, or limitations. But their limitations are not yours. The power of belief is the foundation upon which everything else in life is built. What you believe about yourself, your abilities, and your potential shapes how you approach the world and the challenges you face. Your belief system is not just a passive feeling or a fleeting thought. It is an active force that governs your actions, your decisions, and the outcomes you experience. The Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. This is a powerful truth that underscores the importance of belief. It means that the way you perceive yourself and the world around you is what ultimately defines your reality. Your belief becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you believe you can achieve something, your actions will align with that belief and success will follow. Conversely, if you believe that something is beyond your reach or that you're not capable, you will unconsciously limit yourself and the doors of opportunity will close. Belief shapes not only the way you act, but also the way you react to the world. When you have a strong belief in yourself, you will face setbacks, failures, and even criticism with resilience. You will see obstacles as stepping stones rather than barriers. Your belief allows you to push through challenges because you understand that no temporary setback can define your future. The person who believes in their own ability will look at failure not as an end, but as an opportunity to grow, learn, and refine their approach. On the other hand, a person who lacks belief will view failure as confirmation of their limitations, retreating from challenges and resigning themselves to mediocrity.
People have a lot of guilt. You know, there's a line of social psychology that claims that most people feel that they're better than other people. And like, I just don't buy that. That isn't what I've seen in my life. Like, I rarely meet someone who says, hey, you know, I'm doing everything I possibly can. I'm a hell of a guy, and I can't see how I could possibly improve, you know? You meet someone like that, you think they're narcissistic, right? And you're right. But most people don't feel that way. They feel like they could do a hell of a lot better than they are, and they're quite acutely aware of their faults, and they don't feel that they're what they should be. And you see, what happens in the story of Adam and Eve as well is that when people become self-conscious, at least that's how it looks to me, they get thrown out of paradise, and then they're in history. And history is a place where there's pain in childbirth, and where you're dominated by your mate, and where you have to toil like mad, like no other animal, because you're aware of the future. You have to work and sacrifice the joys of the present for the future constantly, and you know you're going to die, and you have all that weight on you. And to me, again, that's just, how can anything be more true than that? That's just, as far as I can tell, that's just how it is. Unless you're naive beyond comprehension, there's something about your life that is echoed in that representation.
The power of belief goes hand in hand with the understanding that self-doubt is a form of self-sabotage. Doubt stems from not trusting your own abilities and questioning whether you are worthy of success or happiness. This mental state is a dangerous place to be, because it prevents you from acting with confidence. When doubt creeps in, it clouds your judgment and makes you hesitate in moments that require boldness.
What time?
A person who lacks belief will constantly second-guess their choices and their abilities, even when they are capable of succeeding. Self-doubt breeds fear, and fear paralyzes potential. Therefore, cultivating a strong belief in yourself is essential to overcoming the fear that accompanies risk-taking.
You see, there are choices in life, and we're looking. I want to ask you, what are you looking for? Well, if I can just get drunk, why not, man? I'm only live once. Well, if that's the way you believe, great. But for me, I'm a greedy man. I don't want to live for 90 years. I want to live for billions of years. And I know that every day my choices will affect this life, other people's life, and my eternal life. You got to come to the truth of knowing who you are and why you're here. William Barclay, he said, the greatest 2 days in anyone's life: the day you were born and the day you knew why.
You just do the work and you get there. The human mind, the human body, the human psyche is so pliable. You can literally become anyone and anything. Multiply that over time and experience, and don't quit even when it sucks. But I share this because the doubt of 1,000 people on me is less dangerous than if I had self-doubt. Like, my one self-doubt in myself is more dangerous than 1,000 people doubting my ability to build that franchise, Fit Body Boot Camp, and ultimately, you know, have a big exit. And so the conversation, the most important conversation you could ever have is that conversation that takes place between your ears, right, with yourself. Like, you could sit here, and I know you never would, but if you're like, Bedros, you're gonna fail at your next big business, and then you're gonna fail at the one. Cool, thanks, Nick, appreciate your opinion, man. And then I could see the guy at my hotel, let's say he says the same thing. By the time I get home tomorrow, 1,000 people told me I'm gonna fail, and I'm never gonna succeed. None of that will impact me. But the moment I allow any one of those seeds to take root in my mind, and I go, maybe Nick's right, it's over. then I will now find evidence to erode my future.
The problem with self-doubt is that it pulls you into a loop of focusing on everything you think you're lacking. It's like putting a magnifying glass over your insecurities, your fears, the areas where you feel you fall short. But what if, instead of focusing on the gaps, you shift your focus onto the strengths you already have, the wins you've already achieved? Imagine how powerful that would be. Every single person has accomplishments, no matter how small they may seem. These successes are proof that you've pushed through, that you've created results, that you've made things happen in the face of challenges. By focusing on these strengths and achievements, you're essentially training yourself to see who you truly are capable, resilient, and resourceful. And the more you start to focus on these victories, the more your mind shifts from doubt to confidence. Think of it this way, energy flows where focus goes. If you're constantly focusing on what's missing, you'll only see what's missing. But when you start celebrating what you've already done, your confidence grows and your belief in your abilities becomes unshakable. This isn't about ignoring areas where you can improve, it's about building a foundation of strength and resilience that lets you approach those areas from a place of power, not lack. When you choose to focus on your strengths, you're no longer playing the game of doubt, you're playing the game of potential. You're seeing yourself for what you can be, not just what you currently are. And that shift, that's where transformation begins. Self-doubt has a way of amplifying every negative thought, making it seem like the truth. But the reality is, these thoughts are often just stories we tell ourselves. When we start reframing them, challenging the negative, we create new possibilities. If every time a limiting thought shows up, you question and ask yourself, is this really true? Or what if the opposite were true? You begin to see how much power you have over your mind. Think about it, most of the time, self-doubt is just a knee-jerk reaction, a habitual way of thinking that you've picked up somewhere along the line, but it doesn't mean it's real, and it doesn't mean it has to stay. When you start to reframe those doubts, you're taking control. You're saying, I choose not to accept that limiting belief. Instead of, I can't do this, you might reframe it as, this is a challenge, and I'm going to find a way through it.
You are God's creation, okay? God gave you all the tools, all the gifts, all of the capabilities that you could possibly ever need in order to do what it is you are meant to do here on this earth. Now, the reason that we experience self-doubt is because we exist within the spiritual war between good and evil. What you are after is fulfillment and purpose, and good will give you that. But you have to endure the struggle of today. Evil, on the other hand, will offer you instant gratification. And that's enticing, that's tempting, that's where we get temptation, because it offers us a sense of relief from that discomfort, from that hardship, from that doubt, from that uncertainty. But in the long run, it's a detriment to us. And if we consistently choose evil, if we consistently choose to lead and fall into that temptation over and over and over again, we're going to stray farther and farther away from our purpose of fulfilling our full potential. So that's where self-doubt comes from. Evil understands your weakness. It knows where to hit you and where you hurt the most. So if self-confidence or belief in that you will succeed in whatever it is you were after is a weakness for you, and that's a chink in your armor, evil is going to do anything and everything that it can within its power to keep hitting that spot.
You have to fight a war against yourself. Now, it's not easy to look in the mirror and to change your own life. It's hard as hell. You have to take responsibility. You have to learn new things. You have to feel uncomfortable. Good, because discomfort is how we grow. That's how we become strong. If you run away from discomfort and resistance your whole life, you will always be weak.
Personal evolution only happens when there's pressure. The only way you grow is if there's pressure. There's got to be stress.
You have to hit rock bottom. That's the way up. Yeah, rock bottom is beautiful. The struggle of coming back is beautiful. That struggle. It's hard. It doesn't appear like it's beautiful while you're going through it, but it's just you're being tested. And without a test, there's no testimony.
You must go through those ends. Hit rock bottom.
Your worst hour of despair becomes your best as you get back up. You learn from that. And you continue to put one foot in front of the other. Because what you're going for is what you believe.
Most people, their associations are to avoid anything that's uncomfortable. But when you look at comfort and you look at success and progress and the feelings of accomplishment and of getting past certain hurdles in terms of like how you feel about life, a lot of those are connected to discomfort. Like discomfort is your friend. It really is. Like discomfort and not being happy and content with certain situations in life or certain feelings in life, they're massive motivators, and they're amazing at facilitating change.
Ready.
I've been there. I've been there in business. I've been there in my life. And don't think for a minute that there wasn't a time when Chris and I looked around at our empty store and looked around at our bank account and said, man, this is never going to work. You guys have to understand that what you're going through here is normal. I've hit rock bottom. And let me tell you guys something. I can't explain it, but I've experienced it, and I can tell you that it's true. There's something really, really, really good about hitting rock bottom.
Your mind and your character are no different than your body and your muscles. If you want to grow as a person, you really have to make friends with pain. Embrace the discomfort, enjoy the struggle.
A life without pain is a life without challenge, and a life without challenge is a life without growth. So not only do I embrace the challenge, embrace the pain associated with challenge and growth, but I even look forward to it in many regards. Some people think I'm strange, but sometimes I even ask for it. Send me a challenge, God, that you think should rid the world of pain. I invoke, please, give me some challenges here, because I need to be tested. I need to be stronger. I need to grow in my resolve with whatever weakness is in my character.
It can be good for your business, and it is absolutely 100% good for you. There's an upside to hitting rock bottom. Defeat may be victory in disguise. The lowest ebb is the turn of the tide. When you feel dead in the water, that's good. When you feel like you're at the bottom, that's good. It means the next step is to wake the fuck up, rise the fuck up, and dominate in everything that you do. And the reason most people fucking win so big when they come back from rock bottom, the reason that when you watch TV, you hear these stories of people who made something, lost it all, went to the bottom, and then came back up even stronger is because the journey of getting to the place, that journey is what creates the tools, the mindset, the skill, the determination, the perseverance to win the long battle of success.
Pain is a beautiful thing. Challenge is what life is about. A life without challenge, a life without pain is a life without growth. And where there is no growth, there is stale, stagnant energy. And that's where most people live. Because most people's lives are designed around treading a path that is void of challenge. The minute they recognize challenge or pain, they move the other way. This is a primal instinct and normal and natural, but a weak perspective. Your aliveness is found in your pain. Embrace it, love it, and grow from it.
Wow! Let's go back.
Life is life. It's tough sometimes. It gets tough every day, but we got to make it. No matter what it is, no matter what you're going through. Don't be so complacent with yourself. Don't get so relaxed with yourself. Don't be so comfortable with yourself. Be uncomfortable. Get yourself in a situation where you feel a little bit about a challenge. You're feeling something about being challenged. You're understanding that challenges are good for you. Challenges are going to make you better, going to make you stronger, going to push you through any adversity that you may face in life. Because these things are intended for all of us to endure. But a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people don't know how to go through it. A lot of people don't know how to weather the storm. But you, my friend, can do it. You have to do it. You must do it. Just think about that for a moment. It can get worse every day for you. It can get much, much worse tomorrow for you. It doesn't matter, but as long as there's breath in your body, as long as you're breathing, as long as you're moving, you're grooving. And that's important. So don't get so relaxed. Don't get so complacent. Don't suffer in a way where you feel like the suffering that you're going through, that it means it's over for you. Sometimes we got to go through something to get something more out of life.
When you're trying to avoid the pain, when you're trying to avoid the struggle, when you're trying to avoid the hard things in life, you are actively choosing to be average. You are actively choosing to be mediocre. And you are actively choosing to move further away from what you want in life. Because that hardship and that pain and that struggle and that frustration, they give you the skills that will forge you into a motherfucking champion. The easy route never pays well. The only route in life that pays well is the hard route. The struggle, the pain, the frustration, and the overcoming of those things. And not only do they pay, they fulfill you as well. Because it shows the people around you. It shows your kids, it shows your brothers, your sisters, your friends, your community, what is possible. And there's nobility in that.
You have two paths in front of you right now. One of them is going to be the harder one. It's going to be downright painful. You will have to force your brain to think in new ways. The other path is easy, much easier. You don't have to change anything. Everything in your life that you aren't happy about can be someone else's fault. But the end of that road isn't pretty. You will end up broken, searching for ways to numb your pain and your misery.
When things are going tough, when the war is at my back door, when there is a threat that's imminent, that's when it's showtime.
The bottom line is, you've got to become uncomfortable. You need challenge. But that challenge comes in the form of throwing yourself off a cliff and then learning how to fly on the way down, or pointing to the stars and aiming to reach that shit, and hopefully you land on the moon.
When things are going bad, there's going to be some good that will come from it. Don't get all bummed out, don't get startled, don't get frustrated. Take that issue, take that problem and turn it into something good. Go forward.
You keep standing. No matter how rough the sea, you keep standing. No matter what, you don't give up. You keep standing, no matter what.
Who are you on those days you don't want to do things? It's easy to conquer when it's good weather. You got good sleep, work's going good, the family's good. But who are you on those days when all hell's broke loose? Your body's f***ed up, you're sore, you're depressed. Who are you on those days when shit's all f***ed up? That's the great divide. Those people who get up on those days when everything's f***ed up and still grind, that's the separator right there.
Life is about losing. As we get older, we lose our hair, we lose our teeth, we lose our mothers, our fathers, our sisters, and but it's the ones who overcome, they're lost in life and could shun away adversity and always willing to fight it. Every particular moment in life are the ones that are able to transcend and be able to spread the word to other people who's in that same particular genre as they are.
If you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time, your peace, and your sleep for it, if all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, and if you gladly sweat for it and fret for it and plan for it and lose all your terror of the opposition for it, and if you simply go after that thing that you want with all of your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope and confidence, and stern pertinacity, if neither cold poverty, famish or gulf, sickness or pain or body and brain can keep you away from the thing that you want, if dogged and grim, you besiege and beset it, with the help of God you'll get it.
The first way to get focus is to find purpose. The way to find purpose is you must identify what it is that you have to be purposeful in. When you are struggling with what to do, who you are, what's your next move, you are in an identity crisis. You are struggling with just who you are. See, you have not discovered who you are. You have to discover who you are in order to move you forward. If no one ever gave you the directions, when you get up and you get up in the morning, you go get in the car, you have a destination in mind. If you go outside with no destination, what do? You wander around. You cannot get in your car without a destination. Where do you drive? So you are in an identity crisis. So you have to find your purpose. If you are in this situation, the solution is the first thing. You have to do the thing that God gave you. You just have to identify your gift. That's the first thing. Until you do that, you can forget it. You'll never find your purpose. You'll never know your mission. You'll never know the reason. So I think we're in an identity crisis. I think you have to identify who you are and what your real gift is and pursue the gift.
Finding your purpose is one of the most powerful journeys you can undertake. Every person, no matter where they start, has the potential to uncover a deep, fulfilling sense of purpose. But it's not always easy. Our lives are filled with distractions, expectations, and pressures that make it hard to tune into our true calling. Yet, finding your purpose is not about following a set path laid out for you by others. It's about discovering what truly lights you up from within.
You can't be anything you want, but you can be everything you are. And what I mean by that is you have a genius, a potential, a power inside of you that you don't know yet. Why? Because you're inexperienced. It's not that you're unqualified, it's you're inexperienced. So people are saying, I'm stuck. I don't know where my life's going. I don't know what my purpose is. So you're perceiving yourself to be unqualified or underqualified. Actually, you're just inexperienced. You just haven't done enough things to let the magnet of your life tell you what it's attracted to.
We're born and nobody gives us like a direction. Our parents might be a little bit, our college, teachers, etc., mentors, but generally we're on our own. And it's a very, very difficult process. You wake up in the morning and you don't really know what you can do. You could choose 12 different paths. It can be very confusing and very overwhelming. When you find that sense of purpose, when you find what I call your life's task, everything has a direction. Everything has a purpose. Your energy is concentrated. It's not like you're just going down a single narrow pathway. It's not like life becomes boring and it's just about discipline and solving problems. It's actually the most exciting thing that can ever happen to you because you never have that lost feeling. You wake up in the morning and you go, yeah, this is what I need to accomplish. People come at you with all kinds of distractions and boring and irritating things. You're able to cut it out. It's just the most marvelous piece of internal radar that you can have.
There's this idea in Jungian psychology called the circumambulation. And Jung had this idea that you had a potential future self, which would be in potential everything that you could be. And that it manifests itself moment to moment in your present life by making you interested in things. And the things that you're interested in are the things that would guide you along the path that would lead you to maximal development. You might notice, for example, that there are themes in your life. You know, when you go back across your experiences, you see you kind of have your typical experience that sort of repeats itself. And there might be variation on it, like a musical theme, but it's like you're circling yourself and getting closer to yourself as you move across time. That's the circumambulation.
Often the advice I give to people today is fast forward where you are, look at yourself in 10, 15, 20 years time, and ask yourself the question, is that where I want to be? If you're in a company, look at the person who's 20 years ahead of you and ask yourself, is that where I want to be? If you're in a startup, look at where other startups have got to in similar roles and go, is that where I want to be? And if the answer is no, then you need to find a new path. So for me, the first step is just opening yourself up to new experiences and new role models. Because most of us can't see ourselves in people, so then we try and fit ourselves into the boxes that we do see.
So here's one of the key questions of the evening. Starting tomorrow, what are you going to do that'll make a change in your life's direction? Good question. What are you going to do starting tomorrow that'll make a difference? Now see, if you don't do something starting tomorrow that'll make a difference, guess what? It's gonna be the same. And see, that way you can guess what the next 5 years are gonna be like. Look at the last 5. Because the next 5 are gonna be like the last 5 unless you, major key, tomorrow, change it all. Or change a little, or change something, or don't change. It's choice time. You can do whatever you want. But it's nice to know any day you wish you can change your whole life.
Your purpose is unique to you. It's the thing that makes you come alive. It's the energy you feel when you're doing something that feels right. Something that connects you to a higher meaning. But so many of us go through life without recognizing that feeling because we're too busy running on autopilot. We live based on what others expect, what society tells us is important, or what we think success looks like. But imagine for a moment that you could live every day with a clear sense of purpose. Imagine waking up with excitement, driven by a cause that moves you forward with passion and clarity. What would that feel like? The power of purpose is in the drive it gives us, the focus it brings into our lives, and the meaning it provides in every challenge we face. Purpose isn't just about passion, it's about service. It's about how what you do can positively impact the lives of others. Whether you're helping someone directly, creating something that will outlast you, or simply inspiring those around you to live their best lives, purpose is rooted in the difference you make. It's not about the accolades or the recognition, it's about knowing that what you do matters. But purpose doesn't just fall into your lap. It requires intentional effort, self-reflection, and a willingness to step outside of your comfort zone. It requires that you're honest with yourself, that you take the time to ask the hard questions, and that you have the courage to go after what feels right, not just what feels safe.
It's not easy, and I understand that. There's no like instant formula because we're all about instant formulas. It's difficult, and I want you to know that, so it's not like Robert can give me the answer in 3 minutes. No, I can't. But there's a process involved. It's not, a mystery. You can't follow a very singular process.
So we live in this perception of ourselves. Hence, my identity is made by what my parents think I should be. My identity is made up by what my college or university thinks I should achieve. While you're living in that bubble and that echo chamber, getting to what you really want to do is impossible. Because maybe that just doesn't fit. And I think so many people feel that way today, that they don't fit into the current education system. They don't fit with the 3 or 4 or 5 careers that you're taught exist. So that process of self-excavation and actualization first requires being exposed. You can't be what you can't see. If I never saw a monk, I would never have wanted to be a monk. If I never meet a billionaire, I wouldn't want to be one. Because I wouldn't know what that feels like. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know what it takes. And I think that's the biggest challenge of our society, that we're not exposed. So that's the first step, being exposed to unique experiences and role models.
And so you can take these tentative steps on your pathway to destiny, and you can assume that you're going to do it badly. And that's really useful because you don't have to beat yourself up. It's pretty easy to do it badly. But the thing is, it's way better to do it badly than not to do it at all.
You were born, you are a phenomenon, you are unique. Your DNA has never occurred in the history of the universe, going back billions of years. It will never occur in the future. Your life experiences with your parents and everything that you experience in your early years going on up is unique, it's yours. You're one of a kind, right? So that is your source of power. To waste that is just the worst thing you can do in your life. And what the power is finding that uniqueness. What makes you you, and how you can mine that, and how you can go deep into it and use that to create a career path.
When you protect your purpose protects you. A purpose is like a rare gem, and you have to protect it. People will tell you that gem is worthless. They'll tell you that that gem is not going to make it. They'll tell you that that gem, that jewel, has no value. And that's why you have to protect your own purpose, because the world is going to constantly try and pull you away from it.
Benjamin Disraeli once said, "Nothing can resist a human will that will stake even its existence on the extent of its purpose." Shortly put, I'll do it or die. See, that's powerful. That could be the day that turns your life around. The world has a strange way of stepping aside when somebody says, I'll do it or die. The man says, I will climb the mountain. They've told me it's too high, it's too far, it's too rocky, it's too difficult, it's never been done before, but it's my mountain, I will climb it. Pretty soon you'll see me waving from the top. Or dead on the side, because I ain't coming back.
Step number 1 in goal setting is desire. And the more intense the desire, the more burning the desire, the more you want something, the more likely it is that you will accomplish it. Burning desire is the starting point of all great accomplishment. Why is that so important? Well, burning desire is the desire that drives you ahead over all the difficulties, disappointments, temporary failures, obstacles, because if your goal is worthy of you, you're going to fall on your face over and over and over again. You're going to make mistakes. It's going to cost you money. It's going to cost you time. It's going to cost you anxiety. As a matter of fact, if you're not laying in bed at night staring at the ceiling with your heart pounding at least 3 nights a week, you're probably not trying hard enough. So, burning desire is the starting point of all great goal attainment.
For me, there was no passion, no drive, no nothing. But I had this fire that I'm going to be somebody. And it has to be there because on all those bad days and all those days you don't want to do shit, you have to be your own motivator, your own coach, your own trainer, your own everything. So to do that, you have to come into work, and work is, whatever your work may be, ready to go. And what that means is you may have failed miserably yesterday, but you come to work like, people are like, man, you just lost everything. How the hell are you just fucking damn motivated? Because this is what it takes.
First of all, this is what it takes. Are you prepared to do this? Are you going to do this? Yes or no? You're going to let yourself down? You're going to be a pussy? You're going to be weak? Push yourself to that maximum and see how far you can go and how far your mind can go into the pain. And
obsession's going to be talent every time. You got all the talent in the world, but are you obsessed? Is it all you ever think about?
Most people aren't obsessed with their goals because they don't believe they're worthy of them. It's easy to dream about what you want, but in between where you are and what you want, there's a tremendous amount of stuff you got to change and do. And if you have a lot of trauma in your background, or you were raised by somebody who beat the shit out of you, or told you were a piece of shit, or if you've had to deal with microaggressions or racist, discriminatory, systematic crap your entire life, you have been given the message over and over and over, even though it's not true, that you don't deserve it.
It takes more than skills to be great. That's what people don't understand. You can be the most skillful person on earth, still don't make the NBA. The NBA is not about skills. It takes way more to be. Consistency. LeBron James, 20 years in the league. Obsession. Kobe, obsession. Steph. KD, like, man, it's not just skills, man. People think it's not just skills.
I wasn't talented. I wasn't talented in bodybuilding. I didn't have any genetics. I wasn't talented in business. But the thing is, I had this attitude that I can do it. There's nothing I can't do. That if you want something bad enough, you can't let anybody tell you you can't do something. I'll repeat that. If you want something bad enough, you can't let anybody tell you can't do something, not even yourself. A lot of days I'm like, oh, you can't do this, Tom. I would have arguments with myself. I could do it. Do anything successfully in life, you've got to want it as bad as you want to breathe. And if you want it that bad, if you're willing to give it that much, you get a big piece of what you want.
He asked me a question about, he wants to be really good at tennis. But what happens is after I play tennis for a while, I want to go play video games. You obviously don't fucking want it bad enough. Because a person that you want to, I became obsessed. I became obsessed with being the baddest motherfucker that God ever created. Am I that? I don't care. I believe it. And I was trying to tell him, once you become obsessed with something, obsessed, it's okay to be unbalanced for a while. It's okay. Don't be all this stuff people say, you got to be balanced. To be the best in the world at what you do. It's not about being a Navy SEAL, people. The best at what you do, you have to be unbalanced to find every bit of fucking energy and strength that you have to pull it off. Then you get balanced once you become great.
Oh, how many do I have to do? How many do you have to fucking do? As many as it's gonna take to transform that fat ass you're fucking carrying around. Why do you have to ask such a stupid question? How many do you have to do? How bad do you want to change is the fucking correct question. If I do 5, will that do it? Or if I do 10, we'll get there faster. What do you want to do in life, guys?
You're not putting in the work. You have to do more. You gotta stop telling yourself that you're doing enough. In life, it's never enough until you feel this overwhelming feeling of shit, man. I'm outworking the crowd. I'm outworking everybody. I'm doing more. It's not until then. Once you get there, that's when you fucking know you've done enough.
There's a difference between who you are and what you are. And what I am when I step on that court is, I become that. I am that killer snake.
Whatever you do, you've got to be a little bit gone to it. You're not all there. You've got to be almost insane to your craft. Not a lot of people can understand that. That's why I don't know about nothing else. I do not pay attention to nothing else.
I became the most obsessed person on the planet Earth.
If you want it bad enough, you find a way. If you don't want it bad enough, you find an excuse. Last I looked, the person that finishes the race with their hand held isn't about the, how big they are, how tough they are, their potential. It's their perseverance. Meaning it's not about the dog that's in the fight. It's the fight within the dog. Well, yeah, it's a shitty situation. I gotta go to work because I gotta pay the bills and support my family. But you know, it doesn't mean I have to shortcut my success in what I'm doing. I'll find a way to work this out.
And when you get to the point where all you want to do is be successful as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. And I'm here to tell you, number one, that most of you say you want to be successful, but you don't want it bad. You just kind of want it. The most important thing is this: to be able at any moment to sacrifice what you are for what you will become.
What are you gonna do? How bad do you want it? There's 2 options. To continue forward, pushing upward. And if you do, that dream is given birth, and forever you will live in the reality of it. If you stop, quit, throw in the towel, I promise you there's no distance you can travel far enough to ever find that dream again. For it is dead, and in its death, it's replaced by regret. Right now, it's your choice.
You will not grind me. I'll get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and do videos. I'll do a video at 3 o'clock. I'll do a video at 2 o'clock. I'm putting out so much doggone content, they can't keep up. They smarter than me. They better than me. I admit, I got a GED. I ain't the smartest person in the world. I do this for my kids. My daddy wasn't there. I do this for my family. You can't stop me. The reason why some of you could be stopped is you're doing it for yourself. And guess what happens when you get tired? When you grinding hurts. Grinding is a sacrifice. When you're grinding and your body tell you you hurt, when you're doing it for you, you stop.
In any fight, it's the guy who's willing to die who's gonna win that itch.
And you're not in here to get an achievement. You're in here to pay your fucking dues, so later in life, you never wonder what if. We're putting the work in now, so we never wonder what if. Not run by the clock. Our competition's asleep right now. We're getting ahead of that competition.
If you are someone who's ambitious, and this is me just talking specifically to you, you have to get used to being alone. I'm saying this because I used to think that there was something wrong with me, when in reality, I just didn't understand what the nature of being exceptional meant. To be exceptional means that you are the exception. It means that you are not normal. And so it's normal for normal people to find you abnormal if you do things that are not normal. I had plenty of friends who were like, I want to be an NFL player. I want to be a really rich tech entrepreneur. I want to be a touring musician. right? And they had these goals, but I'm like, dude, I see you just playing Fortnite 4 hours a day and you practice guitar once a week. Like, do you really want that? Or do you just like saying it because it makes you feel good? Realizing that I thought most people actually made no sense. They say they had these goals, but they took no action. And they called me work obsessed and they would tell me I should take time off. And they're like, hey, you're not as cool anymore. You're not hanging out with the boys. Like, why aren't you participating in the fantasy league? Why aren't you watching football on Sunday with us?
Because I will have normal, everyday people picking me apart. Oh, his life is miserable. Who wants to live like that? It's crazy how it's almost like he's sick, he's psychotic. The most frustrating thing in the world for me is when normal people judge a man like myself on what it really takes to extract greatness from nothing. It takes every bit of who you are if you choose that route.
So listen to me, there are those of you saying, I want to be a millionaire. I want to be the best at this company, right? But your value system says you believe in sleep more than you believe in grinding.
Oh, no.
95% of people have an operating system in their mind where they operate out of history and memory. 5% of humans operate out of vision and imagination. So the reason we're so much happier, I believe, when we're children is we have no history and memory. So we operate out of imagination and dreams and vision. But at some age, some people it's 5 years old, some it's 8, some it's 18, some it's 28, they create a history. And that history then becomes the operating system. So even if they take on a new behavior or tactic, they're operating out of a pattern of thought and belief that's historic and memory based. And so the number one thing I would say is begin to operate out of your imagination again, out of your vision again. Create from that place. If you create from that place, now you're not tied to the result in that moment. You're giving yourself space to imagine and create something new in your life.
It's dangerous to dwell on past mistakes, because people sort of define themselves by the worst moments that they've ever had. And if that's the case, like some people are stuck in high school. You know, they're stuck in failures that they had like when they were first getting jobs, and they always think that they're a loser, and they don't like the feeling of failure, so they keep low expectations so that they never have to feel that. You gotta get through it. You gotta get through bad feelings. You gotta get through failure. It's very important. And you get through it by just picking yourself back up and moving forward and going.
You know, I've had my fair share of hurts and disappointments in life. I've been betrayed, let down, taken advantage of. I've made mistakes that have hurt the people I love. And let me tell you, carrying around all that resentment, bitterness, and guilt, it's a heavy load to bear. It weighs you down, saps your energy, and keeps you stuck in the past. But the moment I learned to let go, to forgive, to finally say enough is enough, that's when my life started to truly transform.
In order for something new to come, something old must go.
Look, man, if you got something that's been bothering you in your life, get past it. See, if God wakes you up in the morning, it's a sign from God that he ain't through with you yet. That's why he wakes you up. When he's done with you, you won't wake up no more. But as long as he got something for you, he keeps waking you up. Why don't you wake up to go see what that is? He done got you past whatever it was. Whatever it was that's been on you, he done really brought you through it. Because he keeps waking, you're done. Don't lay there wallowing in your past, man. Your past is back there.
Life doesn't happen to you, it happens for you.
If you lose, cry for a day. If you win, celebrate for a day. And what we do is when we lose, we cry for a month. And when we win, we just move on. Which means that our negative experiences hold us back and weigh us down more than our positive experiences. So we're actually allowing, because we don't immerse ourselves in winning and growth, we only submerge ourselves in negative experiences.
You can't drive your car looking in the rearview mirror. You can't. If you keep looking in the rearview mirror, you're gonna keep crashing your car. Because all the rearview mirror does is allows you to see what you've passed and to prevent what you've passed from coming up on you again. That's all the rearview mirror is for. The windshield is your future. It's where you're going. It's where you're headed.
Remember this, it's not the events of our life that define us, it's the meaning we attach to the event. And when you learn to control meaning in your life, you control your life to some extent, far greater than you do if you don't have that.
There are just some things that we won't understand in this life. There are some times where you're going to wish that you could rewind and do things all over again. There are times where you just wish you could forget memories, and you try to drown those memories in alcohol or different pleasures, and maybe get distracted by the goals and ambitions of your life and try to put the past behind and move forward. We're all human beings. Please don't get me wrong, I don't wake up every morning with a smile on my face. The first thing I want you to take away from today is this: you will have good days and you'll have bad days. But you will always learn something more or something new, and you will learn more overall on bad days than good days. You will learn more about yourself, you'll learn more about relationships, you'll learn about life and principles, and it'll build your character. If you're a person who wants, let's say, improve on your character of patience, let's say, don't complain when you're waiting in a line. You ain't going to grow in patience until you're put in a place to wait. You know how it is. If you didn't go what you've gone through, you wouldn't be who you are today. And I'm not belittling your pain, and don't worry, I've seen pain in my life, and I've seen not only in my life, but people's lives.
A kid that's never broken their bones, definitely afraid of breaking the bone. But if you're a kid and you're rough and tumble, you broke multiple bones and they healed, you don't have any fear of it. There's so many kids that have been raised to be safe and secure every moment. Anything that's insecure or unsafe, they don't want to be a part of, including language. And what it does is make you incredibly weak and fearful. And that's why there's so many people that are abundant that are angry all the time. Because they're angry because they're not growing. So don't get me wrong. I know some people are not a good influence. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying you're more than somebody's influence unless you obsess about it every moment and make them wrong so you can make yourself feel superior morally, psychologically, or spiritually. That's bullshit. Stop the pattern. We've all done it. Catch yourself. Because if you want joy, happiness, and freedom and an extraordinary life, it will not come from blame. Never. There's no pride that comes from blame. Because I wouldn't assemble the story that my past equals my future. The past only equals your future if you live there. If you're using a rear view mirror to guide yourself, you're gonna crash. So what you've been through is horrific. What you've been through is unjust. I'm on your side. But if you hang on to it, you have no future, and you have no one to blame but yourself.
Now, fear is going to be a player in your life, but you get to decide how much. You can spend your whole life imagining ghosts, worrying about the pathway to the future, but all there will ever be is what's happening here, and the decisions we make in this moment, which are based in either love or fear. So many of us choose our path out of fear disguised as practicality. What we really want seems impossibly out of reach and ridiculous to expect, so we never dare to ask the universe for it. I'm saying I'm the proof that you can ask the universe for it.
Don't judge the moment, because what we do is we try to label moments as good or bad. And when you label a moment as bad, it now does not have the opportunity to become good.
Or aware of yourself. This is the answer of finding out what is it actually that has make you lose the way. Maybe even you never even realized what is the way. And so therefore the initial point is to take a step back.
When we begin to think of our life that way, the power of right now and having one more moment and one more minute is so beautiful. It's so blessed, it's so big, it's so amazing. Why would we spend that minute in history? Why would we spend that minute in the past when we could be fully present in creating the future?
I developed this belief that life is calling not to give me something, life is calling for me to deliver things, for me to bring something to life. And I felt the joy that came from not getting but giving. And I got hooked on that core pattern, and then the pattern of learning so I'd have something to give.
You are the vanguard of knowledge and consciousness. A new wave in a vast ocean of possibilities.
You're agile. You're ready to take on the world. You have the mental clarity, the emotional resilience, and the positive mindset to tackle any challenge that comes your way. Now let me tell you, my friends, that kind of freedom, that kind of empowerment, it's priceless. It's the key to unlocking your true greatness, to stepping into the highest version of yourself. Because when you're no longer burdened by the past, when you've made peace with the hurts and disappointments you've experienced, you can fully focus on the present and the future. You can channel all of that energy, all of that drive, into actualizing your dreams and becoming the person you were meant to be.
I'll get around to being happy. I'll get around to making my masterpiece of my life. I'll get around to my dreams. I'm gonna get around to fixing this relationship that's broken. I'm gonna get around to feeling those emotions. And then it's another day, and they keep it in the distance until there are no more days. And I don't care if you're 18 years old listening to this, 28 or 48. We don't know if we have one more day, or 100 more days, or 1,000 more days. But we know this, there'll eventually be a time where we don't have any more days. And so why would we spend the ones that are coming looking at the past?
Think about it, man. When you're no longer burdened by the past, when you've made peace with the hurts and disappointments you've experienced, you have so much more energy, so much more focus to pour into the things that truly matter to you. You can devote yourself fully to building the meaningful connections, pursuing the ambitious goals, and living the life of your dreams. And you know, that's not just good for you. It's good for the people around you too. You're showing your friends, your family, your colleagues that it's possible to let go, to move on, to create a life of abundance and joy, even in the face of adversity. And that, my friends, is a powerful, transformative thing. The truth is, too many of us are focused on the wrong thing. We spend so much time worrying about what other people are doing, where they're going, and how they're succeeding, that we forget the one person we need to focus on, ourselves. It's easy to get distracted by other people's lives. Social media, for example, gives us a front row seat to everyone else's accomplishments, their vacations, their successes. And we find ourselves caught in that comparison trap, wondering why we're not there yet, or why we don't have what they have. But here's the thing, when you focus on others, you lose sight of what really matters, your own growth. The most successful people, the happiest people, the ones who are making a real difference, are not the ones who spend their lives looking at what others are doing. They are the ones who put all their energy into becoming the best version of themselves. That's where you need to start, by focusing on yourself. Imagine a race, a competition, and you're running alongside others. It's easy to get distracted by the runner next to you, how fast they're going, how smooth their stride is, what they're wearing, or how they look. But here's the truth, you can't win that race if you're focused on someone else. You win by concentrating on your own path, your own pace, and your own progress. It's the same with life. If you're constantly measuring yourself against someone else, you'll lose sight of the steps you need to take to get where you want to go. Now, think about this, who is going to determine your success? Is it the person next to you? No, it's you. You are the only person who can decide how hard you work, how far you push yourself, and how much you grow. When you stop worrying about what others are doing and start focusing on what you can do, everything changes. You shift from a mindset of comparison to one of creation, creating your own path, your own success, your own life. You don't need anyone's approval. You don't need to be validated by someone else's achievements. You don't need to fit into someone else's definition of success. The only person who needs to believe in your potential is you. And the only way you'll unlock that potential is by looking inward and saying, I'm going to focus on what I can control, on becoming the best version of myself.
You can't leave your personal development to randomness. And what most people do, they leave their personal growth to randomness, and so they're always in the land of mediocrity. You have to have that morning routine and that evening routine of evaluating where you are and where you want to go, and asking the hard questions of what is it about me that's not moving forward? What is it about me that I need to accept, love, care for, take care of, do a better job with? How do I treat other people so I can get ahead faster? What do I need to focus on? If you don't do that on a daily basis, you're going through the motions. And even if you're successful, imagine how much more successful you would be if you were way more intentional and you actually tracked your habits.
What's the purpose of life? You give it a purpose. You give something life. If I concentrate and I want to train myself in one specific area, I stay with that area for some time until I have fully taken all the essences that this teaching is transmitting to me. I do not mix up one day this teaching, second day this teaching. On the first day I learn from that person, a week after I learn from that person, 3 days after I'm not in the mood to do anything. So no, you stay with one thing and then you let time do the work. You just do the repetition, use the same tea over and over again.
Now, if you understand this principle is terribly important. You can be the most talented, the smartest, the best educated person with the most valuable contacts and all the advantages in life, but if you are not focused, it doesn't do you any good at all. If you do not have clear, specific goals for your life, you are doomed forever to work for people who do. And that seems to be the case. And yet only 5% of people have goals. So the key starting point with regard to clarity is to know where it is you're going and what it is you want to be and what it is you want to have and what it is you want to do.
See, the devil has one mission.
What is he doing?
One mission only, is to rob you of your destiny. That's the devil's only job. If he can get you to give up, you have been robbed of your destiny. If he gets you to never follow your dream, chase your dream, he robs you of your destiny. If he causes you to think that this is all my life is, he has caused you to rob you of your destiny. You just have to understand that Satan has one job, to rob you of your destiny. When you have thoughts that are negative, that's not God. That's Satan. He's doing everything he can to keep you from being who God made you to be.
Yeah.
You got to get focused.
No, she wants to hug me.
You got to understand that this hard time that you're going through, everything you're going through is preparing you for what you've asked God for. Everything you ever thought you would not make it through, you got past it. Now, if you're currently going through something right now, guess what? You're going to get past that too.
It can be pretty easy to focus on the battle that's right in front of your face, and when you're doing that, sometimes you can
go finish
lose
your
track
thing and go
of the long-term goal.
Go and I'll go.
But I want to have that long-term goal so embedded in my mind that I never lose sight of it, ever. And those little tasks and projects and short-term goals that you tackle, they need to lead toward that strategic victory. Winning the long war.
This is my intention of why I'm doing something. You do your work, put some intention behind it. You are speaking to a person, be clear about your intention. Why are you speaking to the person? You are texting something, be clear about what is your intention. Why are you typing it? And stop doing stuff in this
Please
world
go outside.
that doesn't mean anything to you, and
nothing.
that has no intention.
Because
the whole point about why do I need this intention? Because only intention mobilizes energy. And why do we need mobilized energy? Because only mobilized energy is creating something. What do I mean? If you continue doing stuff without intention, the result is going to be the same. You create nothing.
Your life doesn't end up in an accident. Your life is a series of actions that you initiate or don't initiate. And that your thoughts are going to control that roadmap. And so, how are you using your mind today to either make yourself feel great or not? Enter the world with no intention, go through the motions to hopefully get by or survive, or I am going to get clear in this morning about what I want, what I'm going after, who I'm going to be, how I'm going to serve, and whether or not I'm going to be excellent and extraordinary or not. And the problem is most people never make that conscious decision. So I was learning early on, make the conscious decision about who you want to be each day. Stay congruent with that.
Understanding your why is the cornerstone of focusing on yourself. It is the internal compass that guides your decisions, fuels your passion, and keeps you grounded in the face of uncertainty. In a world that constantly pulls us in multiple directions, demanding our attention and adherence to external expectations, defining your purpose offers clarity and direction. It allows you to focus not on what you do or how you do it, but on why you do it in the first place.
Concentration. I think that the ability to focus and concentration are the two keys to success in life. That the ability to focus clearly and know exactly what it is you want to accomplish, and the ability to concentrate single-mindedly on accomplishing that one thing without diversion or distraction are the keys to success. It's the number one key to effectiveness, is to be able to sit down and look at your work and use the 80-20 rule. Say to yourself, which is the 20% of the number of things that I have to do that account for 80% of the value of my work? And always work on the top 20%. You see, in life, there's never enough time to do everything, but there's always enough time to do the important things. Instead of doing what is fun and easy, which is what most people do, you know what they do? They make a list of everything they have to do, and then they start at the bottom of the list and they work on the irrelevant things. At the end of the day, they haven't got anything done.
Close the door.
Successful people, peak performers, concentrate on the top items. And remember, anything other than working on the top items on your list is a waste of your time. And time management is not just time management is life management. You can do anything you want with your life if you'll manage your time properly. We all have the same 24 hours a day, and the ability to concentrate, to discipline yourself, to use willpower and perseverance to concentrate on one thing at a time is a quality of all success.
Where will you be in your business and your life in 36 months? Not because you hope, because you decide. Everyone in this room knows how to create. You're not a manager of your life, you're a creator of your life, or you wouldn't be in this room. How do you create your life? You get hungry for something, don't you? Who has done something in your life that once seemed difficult or impossible, and now it's part of your life? Who's got something in your life in this area? Say I. How did you do it? You created it. You decided there's something you wanted so bad that you unleashed all your desire. You became obsessed with it. If there's something you once envisioned and now it's real, it's because you didn't just envision it, you brought so much emotion to it that now it's in your life. It was once a dream, it was once a goal, and now it's in your life. Wherever focus goes, energy flows.
Nothing great has ever been accomplished without the ability to concentrate single-mindedly on one thing at a time. You can have anything in the world that you want if you can decide what it is that you want.
Oh, that was...
If you wrote a book right now about your life and you gave it to someone, would it change their life for the better? If not, yeah, get to work.
What would you do if there were no limitations? Because there are none, all right? You have to be willing to start at square one. You have to be willing to start, with no skills. You have to be willing to look stupid in front of your friends and family and to start something new. But if you're willing to do that, there are no limitations. If you're willing to decide I want to do this and you're willing to go down the path and not quit, and you have the basic intelligence to not make the same mistake over and over and over again, there's really no limits to what you can do.
We all have something. You just got to find it and use it as fuel. You don't have to have a horrific childhood to want to be successful, but we have to find something in ourselves that is stronger than people letting us down. It's stronger than imposter syndrome. It's stronger than fear. It's something that's so powerful that when you don't feel like doing it, you do. You need a bigger purpose. The most successful people I know have the biggest purpose. They have the biggest passion behind it. So we have to, even if we have to trick ourselves, we have to find a purpose and a passion and a why bigger than the crap that's going to get in our way, bigger than the people who doubt you, bigger than when you fail, bigger than self-doubt, bigger than all the pieces, because all of those things are going to happen. All of those things are going to happen, and still we have to say, it's on me, no one's coming to save me, I need such a big purpose that I get back up and move forward.
For you to constantly win, when this voice over here, the real you, go, you're nobody. You've always been nobody. And it's true. People don't hear that. That's a true voice. And then you had to create another voice over here that is saying you're better than that other voice. And you're in the freezing cold water that both voices don't want to be in. But you win. And it goes from the water to the studying, to the running, to losing weight, to how you eat, to how you function as a man. Every day of your life, you're winning these battles.
The best way to contend with problems, with issues, with adversity is action, is by taking action. The more you sit and the more you wait and the more time you spend with that adversity, with the upper hand inside your head, the worse it's gonna get.
We all have a recording playing in our mind. And some people don't realize the recording is wrong because they grew up with people that didn't teach them the right things. So it's I'm not attractive, I'm not talented, I can't do what they did, you know, and I'm not worthy. Those things. Until you change that recording, you'll never reach your destiny.
Have to have an unbreakable mindset that no matter what life does to me, no matter what this person does to me, no matter how bad these people betray me, no matter how bad people want to see me fall, I am unbreakable. There's nothing you can do to break me. I will do whatever it takes to win.
What we have found is that the most successful people have come to that conclusion as well, that self-discipline is the master key to success. For you to write down your goals and make a plan and set priorities and start with your most important task takes tremendous self-discipline. If you haven't done it up to now, it's so hard. But everything is hard before it's easy. And everything at the beginning is difficult, but later it becomes easy and automatic. You have to force yourself to discipline yourself at the beginning, but after that, it becomes easier, and you actually feel happy.
The only thing that you can do is win so big that all of them constantly compare themselves to you, and then you'll forget they exist. Success is the only revenge. He's like, it's not the best revenge. He's like, it's the only one. There's no other revenge, because everything else is petty. Everything else does show that you were thinking about these people all day long, which means they win by default.
Believing in yourself is more a hypothesis than anything else. If you haven't done anything before, if you haven't succeeded at anything before, you have no right to believe in yourself. So what you have to do is you have to run the experiment. Can I actually do this? Go try, go figure it out. What you'll find is that if you put the work in and you actually give it everything you have and you are resourceful and you try to learn from every experience and you show up day after day and you try to get better every single day, you're gonna find that you probably can. And that's where you start to build the belief. It's not this thing that you can just read the right thing or watch the right thing or listen to the right thing and you're like, I believe in myself. You have to get the evidence from reality that you have the right to believe in yourself, which you're not going to get unless you go do something.
Creating a life you love won't always feel good. You'll feel unsure, anxious, and confused sometimes. You'll doubt yourself, get tired of working hard, and become impatient with the timing of your results. Regardless of the temporary thoughts and emotions of your journey, the path you're taking is meant for you. It won't always be easy, but trust your intuition, because I promise you, it's worth it.
The universe goes, okay, you want to be someone more than you are now, then I have to push you past those limits. And it's going to be more uncomfortable than you want it to be. It's going to feel like it's more than you can handle because I'm expanding you, and I need you to become expanded for you to receive the things that I want to give you. I believe that pretty much every person that is really asking for something big, for something extraordinary, they have to go through that test.
You're out running on the track, working out, and you start talking to yourself saying, man, my knee is really sore right now. Maybe I'm doing too much, right? That sort of stuff. Like, that stuff's dangerous. And that's, you just gotta say, you know what? I'm not negotiating with myself. I signed that contract with myself, I'm doing it. You know, throughout that process, you'll start talking to yourself like, man, I think I need to, maybe if we, nope.
When we realize that our destination is certain and that the dreams that were placed inside of us are going to happen, that is when we can find peace and joy in the present moment and the journey now.
What are you creating today? What are you doing today to move the needle forward? You have everything that you need to succeed. It's already within you. The discipline, the confidence, the courage, the compassion, the grace. It's all in you. The information you need is going to be from your own process. You understand? Your own failures. Getting into action and seeing what happens is all you need.
You have to have the courage to go after what it is that you truly want to do. That's the thing that separates people, because people work hard all day long. They're working hard, but they're working hard, and at the same time, they're believing that it's not possible for them. What do you have faith in? Do you really believe you can do that? Are you willing to sacrifice to get that? Or are you just going to keep this job that you hate because you're afraid?
You're not being tempted to give up because it's hard for you and because it's not meant for you. But you're being tempted to give up because life is weeding out all the people who don't really want it. You are being tested to see if you're the one who's meant for this vision. To see if you're the one who can not only attain it, but keep it, nurture it, and teach others to go get it. Those are the ones who are gonna get it.
If you're ambitious and you have a desire and you're willing to dedicate 1,000 days, I will tell you that your life in 2.5, 3 years will look dramatically different. Can you wake up every day for 1,000 days and do the work? Well, what's the work? You know what the work is. The work is keeping the commitments you make to yourself, working on your body, working on your self-esteem, working on your spirituality, working on your mind, working on the skill sets that makes you more valuable to your team.
Keep showing up for yourself. Keep taking steps towards your goals and stretching your view on what's possible for you. There's usually no switch that flips that gets you to where you want to be. But the compounding of your habits over time is what really moves the needle. So be intentional with your time. Although they might seem insignificant right now, the small actions and decisions you make today will shape the trajectory of your life. Stay the course.
The brutal fact about success is this: it makes you complacent. It makes you arrogant. God, it makes you closed-minded. It causes you to build a fence around your success and say, boy, I don't want to lose this. And so you get I got to hold on to it mindset. You see, the objective of your life and the objective of business is to improve every day. What part of improve do we not understand? And what part of every day do we not understand? We are constantly improving. Use your success as a stepping stone, not a pedestal.
If you want to be anything special and last for a long time, it comes with discipline, 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 discipline. Like really understanding the word of discipline and sticking to it. Set a goal, be disciplined to that goal.
If you have a mindset and a mentality of what you cannot have, you never will. If you are able to adjust it, no matter where you came from, no matter what your people said to you, no matter how bad it was, none of that matters. If you can get your mind around a dream, a goal, a possibility, it will become your life.
I think a lot of you don't have the courage to forgive yourself. You feel like you have a life now and you're basing it off of your past. You have your family that probably tells you, hey, I remember when you did this. I remember when you made this mistake. And you're a prisoner of your own mind. So you have to have the courage to say, hey, I forgive myself. I deserve it. I have my why. Fight for what you believe.
There's a moment when every boy realizes no one's coming to save him. And that's when he becomes a man. And some boys never get there and stay children forever.
This is kind of part of being a man. It's like, you kind of got to f*** it all up a little bit.
I think so.
I think part of learning is dying. I think part of learning is you got to die a little bit. Because what is learning? Learning is me giving up on my old shit, my old ideas. Those ideas have to die for me to be open to some new shit. And so me learning how to be a better man, I had to die a little bit.
You're a man. You are a man. Stand up and be a man. Make the hard decisions, make the sacrifices, make the unpopular decisions, and become comfortable in your own skin. And if you are not a person that you are comfortable being alone with, that is the one person in this universe that you have full power, full right, and full responsibility to change.
Lazy people do a little work and think they should be winning, but winners work as hard as possible and still worry if you're being lazy.
There's nobody coming. There's nobody coming to save you. There's nobody coming to help you. A knight in shining armor isn't going to ride in and save you. You are the only one that's going to be able to save you. And all this time, you point your finger and you say, I can't do that because I was born here. Or I can't do that because I have this issue. Or I can't do that because they made fun of me. And you know what's going to happen? Nothing. You're going to get more of the same. You're going to get laughed at more. You're going to be ashamed more. You're going to be frustrated more. And you're going to really regret at the end of your life that you put off taking responsibility for yourself and building yourself into what could be. And when we look around at the world and we look at all the problems and we look at all the chaos, we have to take responsibility for ourselves for creating it. You're not living the best life that you want to live. You're not the person you want to be. You're not the person the 8-year-old you wanted to be. And I bet you're not even taking steps to become that person, are you? And that's what's wrong with the world. That's what's wrong with this country. We have a bunch of people that want to point fingers and defer responsibility off to anything and everything except the one thing that can change their entire lives. And that's looking in the mirror and saying, F you, man. You did this to me. You made me this way, and I'm going to fix it. And I'm going to fix it by controlling all the things I can control. I'm going to control what I eat. I'm going to control what I drink. I'm going to control how I move. I'm going to control the information I put in my brain. I'm going to control how I treat people and who I surround myself with. And if you control those things, you are now in the driver's seat to create what it is you've always known that you were here to create. Because you always do know what you're here to create. It's that little version of yourself that hides deep inside your heart that you are so afraid to even talk about because you're afraid the people around you are gonna laugh. Well, guess what, motherfucker? They're gonna laugh, and they're gonna laugh more if you don't do anything.
We're gonna have successes, we're gonna have failures. We're gonna have good nights, we're gonna have bad nights. We're gonna have good relationships, we're gonna have bad relationships. We're gonna have good ideas and bad ideas. We're gonna make money, we're gonna lose money. All these things are gonna happen.
You have a project that's due at work that you don't feel like working on right now. Doesn't matter that you don't feel like working on it right now. You impose discipline on the situation and you do what you're supposed to do. You have a exercise, you need to work out this morning, you haven't worked out yet, you wake up in the morning, you need to go work out, you don't feel like working out, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you don't feel like working out, it doesn't matter. It's not part of the calculation. Discipline overrides that. Discipline trumps your feelings. And that is what you need to apply as a person, as a normal human being, no matter what you're doing in your life. You need to let discipline be your guide, not how you feel. That's what we need to do. And if you do that, you're gonna end up with freedom. You're gonna end up with freedom across the board. Discipline equals freedom. That's what I have been saying for a long time. It is 100% factually true. If you allow your feelings to dictate what you do, you will end up being a slave to your feelings at a minimum. But if you utilize discipline in your life, you will end up with the ultimate freedom in everything that you do.
Through discipline, through self-discipline, through repetition, through tons of repetition of the same thing that you don't want to do. And that's the key thing. Through repetition of things you don't want to do, you develop mental, like an armor for your mind. You start to armor your mind because your mind's like, okay, we suffer every day. It's what we do. We do stuff that sucks every day. So then when the suck stuff comes, you're ready for it.
And that's how I started coming up. You know, I just started being very uncomfortable. Now it's like just a way of life.
If you lack the discipline to exercise and eat healthy, you will end up being a slave to disease. If you lack the discipline to work hard, save your money, you will end up a slave to finances. If you lack the discipline to manage your time correctly, you will end up with no free time. If you have self-discipline, if you have the discipline to save your money and work hard and invest your money properly, if you have the discipline to manage your time correctly and not waste a bunch of time, if you have the discipline to exercise and eat healthy, you will end up with freedom. And I know it's a counterintuitive, it's contrarian. Damn. But I've seen this over and over and over again. If you want freedom in your life, you have to have discipline. Go do some push-ups. Go spend $12 at the hardware store and hang up a pull-up bar in your room and start doing pull-ups. And if you can't do one pull-up, hang on that bar. And you're gonna start to get a little bit stronger. You're gonna start to get a little bit healthier. You're gonna start to get more focused. You're gonna start to become more resilient. And you're gonna start to be able to do a pull-up, and you're gonna start to eat healthy all the time. And you're gonna start to understand the world better. And you're gonna start to progress in every aspect of your life. And you'll see that if you have that kind of discipline right now, you're gonna end up with freedom. And if you don't have that kind of discipline, and you keep eating those Doritos, and you don't work hard, and you don't exercise, and you don't apply yourself, you're gonna end up shackled. You're gonna end up shackled by a boss that you don't like, doing a job that you don't like to do, with sicknesses and diseases that you don't want, relying on people that you can't even count on, alone. And you don't have to. But if you have discipline, you will attain freedom.
The dumb shit that I've done or the bad mistakes that I've made, they've taught me. You know, you learn. Like, that's why failure is so important. Like, failing and fucking up and making mistakes, it's very important. That's how you learn. That's how the bad feeling that you get from something that you shouldn't have done or wish you didn't do or wish you did better. Like, especially failing at something where you half-assed it and you just feel like a fucking loser. Like, that just teaches you. It teaches you to get your shit together.
Nothing changes if nothing changes, man. I just want to remind you, because I've spent a lot of time in my life sitting around wanting things to change and not being able to make them change and not thinking I could. And I wish somebody had told me that earlier sometimes, that in order for something to change, there needs to be change.
If you've always done what you've always done, you're going to continue to get what you've always gotten. You know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, thinking a different result. And I think a lot of people do that. I remember growing up, right, in high school, you get those, right, in high school you always have those people that you think are going to be like successful, then you got some that are like losers and stuff like that. And the one thing I noticed with the kids that, you know, whether they were in a lower level, lower IQ class, or they just weren't, you know, they didn't really have aspirations like that, they would say, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, but then you would see what they're actually doing, and they're doing the same thing they've always done. They're still smoking weed, they're still playing video games all the time. They keep saying, I'm going to change, I'm going to make a change, but they never actually make a change. So, I mean, obviously you want to start small. It could be with just like cutting out one bad habit and then slowly building from there. But the reality is you're going to have to give up and stop doing the things you're currently doing if you want to change from what you're doing. Yeah. And I don't think enough people understand and appreciate that you must actually take real, hard, tangible steps towards changing if you want to actually get the change that you want.
I don't like it. My body hurts. I'm hurting. How do we get through this? And it's a lab. It's my mental lab. And so when I come home, I'm not forgetting it. And the second, like every day I get done running, or every day I get through working, or every day I get through studying, whatever it is that brings me to that place of knowledge, I come home and that book was mostly written on a scratch piece of paper in hand. So I come home from running and I write everything out. I write everything out, all those things. And as I'm running, I'm talking about it. So all these things that pop in my head as I continue to run, I'm going through it. I'm starting to layer it down. I'm starting to break it down into, okay, that happened. Okay, now let's layer this. because that's just not how it happened. It just didn't happen that way. What led up to this? And so it becomes me by myself in school. I'm literally going to school right now and I'm learning. So when I come home, I write it out. And then I'm able to write out and I'm able to think about it and say, okay, oh, this is good shit. This will help me later on. And then it becomes what it is now.
Be a dangerous man. Now, being dangerous is not being a threat. They're two different things, all right? And it's not about going out and lifting weights and getting a bunch of tattoos and wearing leather jackets and walking around with your chest and shoulders up, hulking around saying, I'm dangerous. That's very rarely is that a dangerous man.
You're gonna get criticized no matter what you do. If you go hard, people are gonna criticize you. If you stay a lazy piece of shit, people are gonna criticize you. So you gotta realize that it's up to you to decide what it is you truly want. And it's up to you to accept what pain you are willing to accept. Because if you struggle and you flounder and you refuse to take responsibility for yourself and become that version that you know you're supposed to become, you will be miserable. 100%. You will have every single regret a human being could ever fucking have in their entire lives. And the flip side is this. You could put in the work. You could put in the time. You could say, I am not going to settle. I am going to become exactly who I'm meant to become, because I know that it's not just going to serve me, it's going to serve my family. It's going to serve my community. It's going to serve my city, my state, and my country. And it's going to create an immeasurable ripple effect of people who know that they can do it too. And guess what? That's going to be hard. But at the end of the day, even if you come up short, even if you don't become exactly what it is you want to become, you will have created so much good in this world that you will not have regrets when you die.
Be the guy who embraces the ugly, the miserable. Be the guy who embraces hard work, the grind. Don't be afraid of being hurt. Don't be afraid of sacrificing some blood.
The human brain evolved under immense amounts of pressure, okay? That's how the brain works. And I almost like to think of it in terms of barometric pressure. So in your brain, when you're feeling that barometric pressure, it's like, I gotta get this done or I'm gonna fail and this project won't happen and people will laugh at me. You work like a fiend. Energy, your whole body responds, right? Your blood gets moving. You accomplish things that would normally take you months. You do it in days because you feel that pressure. You take away that pressure and you don't know what to do. And I've got like 3 years, I could do this or that. Another, you just wander around, you're lost. You have no energy, you have no focus. You know, you're maybe playing video games, maybe you're watching porn, you're kind of distracting yourself in the moment. But it's, but your energy is just being dissipated in like 20 different directions. So your brain needs pressure. It needs constant pressure. And stress and pressure is not a bad thing. We have this thing where we feel like stress is bad. It's bad for you. Bad. You know, you need to relax, man. You need to chill. Stress will kill you. No, being bored will kill you. Not having anything to do will kill you is much more dangerous than stress. I'd rather die under the stress than be bored and have nothing to do. Okay? So feeling that pressure, it makes your eyes pop open, it makes your brain focus, it makes you alert, it makes you want to live, it makes everything seem exciting to you, because you've got to get things done.
I've never regretted working harder, ever, not once. And some people are like, on your deathbed, you're gonna, like, no, because I lived every moment of my day doing what I wanted to do.
Don't follow what most people do, because you don't want the results that most people get. The average person is obese, likely to be divorced, and has less than 1K in the bank. It feels safe to do what everyone else is doing, but it's actually a terrible decision.
It's like the best way to guarantee to not have the life that you want is to do what everyone else is doing.
If you want to be exceptional, you're going to be different from everyone else. That's what makes you exceptional. You can't fit in and also be exceptional. Both have discomfort. When you fit in, you have internal conflict because you're not being 100% you. When you're exceptional, you have external conflict because everyone sees you as different. Pick one. When your friends start to say, you've changed, remember it's because they don't know how to say, you've grown.
You don't have to feel good about it, you just have to keep going. The feeling will pass, but you will remain. You are greater than your feelings. Going to bed late and waking up early to work for a few days won't kill you. You're not going to burn out, you're doing what it takes. If you're one of those people that push work-life balance, just remember, the people who like working a lot don't care. I've never regretted trying harder at anything ever. Hard times last long, but an epic story feels like a lifetime. It just takes work, shitloads and shitloads of work. Every time I try and dress it up or cut a corner, I get brutally reminded the work just needs doing. The work doesn't care who you are, it just cares that it gets done.
Most people's definition of work is a negative one, which is why they abhor it, which is also why they misunderstand so many people who quote, I'll say quote here, are successful or ahead of them or whatever, is that both people, one person says the word work and the other person hears the word pain. And so the first step to like becoming more successful is understanding the language that the people who are successful are using. They're actually defining the word differently. And so whatever that thing is that you actually enjoy doing, where you lose track of time when you're in it, even if it's challenging, but usually it is challenging, right? Like it's not easy because then it's boring. The people who are, quote, addicted to work make it easy to be addicted to work because they do things worth doing. And I think a lot of it is coming down to making sure that you take the few precious seconds that we have to do the few things that are worth doing for the rest of your life.
Every fucking day I wake up and I don't want to do some shit. I'm like, okay, man, do you want to be a bitch today? Do you want to feel like a little bit? Do you want to walk around all day knowing that you could, but you didn't? So it's perform without purpose. You have to learn how to get up and do shit when you ain't got no fucking 5K, no 10K, nothing. Nothing exists. Your life fucking sucks. You're in the fucking dungeon. But guess what, I'm still going to get it. Because when that time comes, because the time is going to come, when that purpose is there, you'll be ready. This ain't you, bro. This ain't you. You weren't born like this.
You won't die. And if you do die, you won't care because you'll be dead. Best case, you win. Worst case, it won't matter.
There's no luck in this game, man. It may be a little bit of luck, but the luck happens after you bust your ass and you put yourself in that lucky situation. Luck doesn't happen. You put yourself in that situation where luck might fucking happen. And that's what people don't know.
If you believe it, if you really believe that you could be something, if you have that little voice in your head saying, hey, you got talent, you could do this, then follow that voice.
Fuck your motivation. Fuck your motivation. You need discipline because motivation's not there every day. I'm missing motivation most days.
Wow,
Some
really?
days, yeah, sometimes I got motivation. Sometimes I'm like, fuck yeah, today I felt good. I can't wait to get to the gym. But a lot of days, like, gotta get to the gym. And then once I get going, then I feel great.
Yeah.
And I feel great when it's over. But it's that beginning part that's hard because your body wants to stay comfortable. Your body will trick you. Like, man, today you should take the day off, Theo. You don't feel good. Theo, what did you get, like 6 hours sleep last night? That's not enough.
It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak. Most people don't want to go to that extra mile. Most people don't want to find that extra because it sucks. It's miserable. It's lonely.
It's easy to give up. You know,
Hell
it's
yeah.
easy. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. I'm done. I ain't going. I ain't gonna keep going.
Yeah,
I don't feel like going to work. I'm done.
Yeah, man.
It's easy. It's very easy. But what's hard is going, yo, yesterday I got nothing from working as hard as I could. Nothing happened from that. I'm gonna do the same thing again today, but I'm gonna try to go harder. That's the hardest thing in the world. To get up every day and give 100% and be in the same position that you were each day, but mentally know that you're trying and trying and trying. That's a real grind.
How bad do you want this? If it's as bad as you want to live or breathe or sleep, whatever the hell it may be, I can work with you. But a lot of people, most people don't want it that badly, which is why they always ask the question, man, how did you get to where you are? You know how to do it. You know exactly how to be you or how to be me. You don't want to do it.
Like, I want to see what you do when you're tired. Let me see how you push yourself. Come on, man. Get up. Get up again tomorrow. Get up again tomorrow. Get up again tomorrow. The next day. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Keep going. How long can you maintain a positive attitude?
There's no hacks, bro. It's you against you. You against you. And if you misunderstand that, you have a real problem. You wake up, right to work. Immediately your mind is in action. No one wants to do that. No one. And I don't blame them. But don't be mad when you're laying there in your fucking bed and you're in the fucking hospital and you're 70, 80, 90 years old and you're thinking, man, I feel like I didn't fucking do something. Because you did. You didn't do it. You didn't do shit. You may have lived a great life, man, but you're always gonna feel empty inside. I don't feel empty.
The life you want is on the other side of a few hard conversations, and you're living a life you hate because you're too afraid to have them.
I think about that a lot.
Hard times create hard men. Hard men create soft times. Soft times create soft men. Soft men create hard times. We are now around soft men and hard times.
There's a moment when every boy realizes no one's coming to save him. And that's when he becomes a man. And some boys never get there and stay children forever.
You should be a monster. He said you should be a monster, you should be ruthlessly ambitious, and then learn how to control it. And it's that old expression, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
Look at how good you are in anything. Nothing without discipline, because you give up under the slightest struggle without discipline.
100%.
Told me discipline is doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it.
Doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it. That is a great quote.
I'm gonna have setbacks, I know. But if I'm feeling bad, that doesn't mean I'm doing bad. That doesn't mean I am bad. That doesn't mean that I can't still take some action. Because yeah, nothing changes and nothing changes, man.
It's time to get back to work. Stop hearing yourself talk. Get off the podcast. Don't be on social media too much. Cut out all the fucking noise. Get back to the fucking mental lab.
I'd say one of the strongest mental frames that has gotten me through my hardest times is thinking this will be the story that I will one day tell. And that means the harder it is, the bigger the dragon, the more epic the story, and by consequence, the more epic the hero.
The fear is never reaching your potential.
That's it.
That always falling short, always quitting before you're done, always procrastinating, always not doing the right thing. And then one day you're an old man.
Yep.
And you look back and go, God, I could have been great.
Yep.
I could have been great.
It's time to stay focused. It's time to decide, fuck clubs, fuck partying, fuck trying to fit in and socialize, rub elbows with everybody so people can stop calling you weird. Why are you so antisocial? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you staying on the basketball court so much? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you out there practicing in the hot sun when ain't nobody else out there? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you not clubbing like every time I text you and invite you to go do something fun and cool, you always studying? Because I'm trying to get it. Let me tell you something, homie. These women ain't going nowhere. These clubs, these parties, all this shit ain't going nowhere. The more weird you are is a reflection of how committed you are to focusing on your shit, molding and shaping and developing your ideas and your craft so that when it's time for you to make your rounds, you gonna fly.
People only root for people who don't need it. Like the amount of times when I was on my lonely path where I was too different from the friends that I had, but not successful enough to be friends with the people that I wanted to be friends with. That's when you want people to root for you. That's when you want people to support you. Once you've already won, people are like, he's amazing, he's so good. But like, that's the time when you need it the least. And so you always have to be the person who roots for you before everyone else does. And it's usually a single clap in the auditorium for a very long period of time. It is a slow clap that's just you rooting for you. And that visual, I think, is one that you can kind of take because it is... People struggle to do things alone. And the path of the exceptional person is one of an exception, which means that you are not with other people. And rather than fighting that or bemoaning it, see it as an indicator that you're on the right path. Because if everyone else were cheering you on, then it means you're not in the right place, because it means you're just like everyone else, and that's not where you want to be.
Life isn't fair at all. At all. So what are you going to do about it? I knew that no one was coming back to help me. No one's going to miracle me to be somebody special. So mentality is the only thing that gets us through life. I was an underdog. We are all underdogs in life. Even the baddest person in the world should think that way. So you should always have I've never arrived mentality. And the can't hurt me mentality is no matter where you come from, the sewer or wherever you think you're from. When I got out of the sewer, I got to the road and looked around and said, can't hurt me. Nothing should be able to hurt you. If you believe that, it starts to become true.
Be the guy who embraces the ugly, the miserable. Be the guy who embraces hard work, the grind. Don't be afraid of being hurt. Don't be afraid of sacrificing some blood.
You know, there comes a day, man. Everyone's gonna have this day. There comes a day where being average, being mediocre is just sickening to you. It's just sickening. It makes you want to throw up. Because you've seen people with far less talent than you. As you're growing up with them, their childhood buddies, whatever else, they didn't have what you had. Yet now they're fucking to become something that you haven't. There comes that day. It's either when you're young, you know, and it strikes you on the baseball field because you're sick of striking out, or it's when you get fired from your 5th job, you know, and your wife and kids are on your ass because you don't know how to support them anymore. There comes a fucking day where push comes to shove. Where being mediocre, being like average and shit just fucking burns and sucks so much. You can't deal with it one more day, and you get off your fucking ass. And you create something that's always been there. It's always been inside of you trying to come out. But you've never wanted to unwrap it because there's too much fucking pain and commitment.
I'm a big fan of power follows the blame finger. So like wherever you point the blame finger is where the power follows. And so it's like if you point it at the government has the power. If you point it at your spouse and say like it's their fault that I'm not in shape, it's their fault, they never let me do anything, it's like, well, you're giving them all the power. And so it's like until you're like it's my fault, it also becomes my responsibility. What is?
What if it's not your fault?
It doesn't matter. And? Like, I can't run marathons because I lost my leg at birth. And? Either you can just never try, or you put the metal thing on, and you do it anyways.
You knew it was there, but you never wanted to embark on it. Until something fucking hits. You get fired or somebody else gets success, remind you of what you could have been. And then the fucking spark is born. And no matter what happens, I'm never gonna be in this boat again. And you get up and you go, even if it gets knocked down, you just keep going, you're a wild man. And life has never been so sweet. That can happen at an early age, it can happen at a later age. It's gonna happen to somebody no matter what, it's gonna happen to you. And when it does happen to you, thank your lucky stars that finally you're alive. It's time to unwrap the potential you can be. Superior, man. It's within you. It's within every single one of us. And the people that have risen to that level were no different than any one of us. It's just they believed it and they're willing to work their fucking ass off to get it.
Greatness is not meant for a few chosen people. It's meant for those who persistently pursue their dreams every day and make that choice when they wake up. So, just a mentality, really.
You're lazy, you know exactly what to do. Exactly what to do. Because even me, in my state of, I can't read and write, I knew exactly what to do. It just sucks doing it. It sucks to do it. Because no matter how much you improve, no matter how much you change who you are, it's not permanent. You'll just wake up and say, oh my God, man, you're David Goggins. You break records, you do this, you do that. People want to know, how are you able to just be so hard? 'Cause I never turned the fucking thing off. Because once it turns off, I go right back to the David Goggins that is. And that's the guy that I'm constantly fighting every day. And it's a choice. And that choice makes you misunderstood. It makes you crazy.
Sun don't stop for nobody, man. Sun don't fucking stop. Sun gonna be up in the morning regardless. That sun is gonna be up in the morning regardless of how I fucking feel and how depressed I am. The sun is gonna fucking shine in the morning. And at nighttime, the moon gonna be there. And you gonna look up, these days gonna keep going by. So do you let the days go by and look up and you done wasted a year doing what? Or do you just pick it up? All right, well, gotta figure it out, made some mistakes, life goes on. Let me figure out life from this point. I'm a life goes on type of guy.
Those I can't catch a break guys,
yeah,
get them the fuck away from me. I can't be around those guys. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't buy it. Because everybody has bad breaks.
Yeah.
I've had a shit ton of bad breaks. But you know what I did? I stayed up.
Yeah.
And I thought through it. And I figured out what the fuck I did wrong. And then I went back. It's like I fucked up everything I've ever done 100 times. There's no other way to do it. And I've had a bunch of shitty breaks. Everybody has. But you got to realize when you have those shitty breaks what that is. It's an opportunity for you to reassess, reboot, get better, figure out another way, find another way through. It's just little challenges. And the people that look at those challenges and go, why do I always have these challenges? They're cancer. Those people are dangerous to be around. They will rob you of your enthusiasm. They don't give you any fuel. They're the opposite of fuel.
Yeah.
Do you actually want to do this or not? Because if you actually want to do it, what's going to stop you? Nothing. And if you don't really want to do it, what's going to stop you? Just about anything that comes up. Just about any obstacle that gets in your way becomes an excuse. It becomes a reason. It becomes a rationale for not proceeding down that path.
What are you going to do? How bad do you want it? There's two options. To continue forward, pushing upward. And if you do, that dream is given birth, and forever you will live in the reality of it. If you stop, quit, throw in the towel, I promise you there's no distance you can travel far enough to ever find that dream again. For it is dead. And in its death, it's replaced by regret. Right now, it's your choice.
And my personal question to you is, why not you? We all ask why we should work this hard, why take that many classes, why go to school that many years, why take the notes, why read the books, why work that hard, why put yourself through the push-ups and the disciplines, why? Good question, why? Best answer to why, I think, is the second question. Why not? Why not see how many books you can read, how many classes you can take, how many skills you can develop? Why not see how valuable you can become to the marketplace and to your friends and to your family? Why not see what you can make of yourself? Why not see how far you can go, how much you can see, how much you can earn, how much you can share? Why not? That's the heritage all of us have, to see what we can make out of our lives now that we've been given this extraordinary opportunity.
I failed. Why do we force? So that we can learn to pick ourselves up.
Yo, we all are great. We all should think that we're great. There's no reason for you to not think that you're great. If you don't think you're great, ask yourself why. Why don't you think the highest of yourself? When you do, people have no choice but to follow suit.
Because delusion is only delusional when you don't accomplish the goal of making your delusions a reality. And impossible is nothing to somebody that tries. Everything that someone said was impossible has happened.
You got a choice. You got talent. You got a chance, and I want to hear about your environment, what your mama didn't give you, and the white man won't give you no shot. You got a chance. Use it while you're still alive. You don't know what death is. Make a decision.
Hey, yo, Mr. McCall. Why me?
Why not you?
But why me?
Let's find out together.
When you're suffering, you give up on the very things that you wanted the most. When I was going through pararescue, I wanted to be a pararescueman so bad, but that water haunted me. So when the suffering got too much, my dream died.
No one can save you but you. You have to put the mind into what you want to put the mind into. If you believe in something, you can achieve it.
If everybody who's like at the bottom and feels like they have nothing going for them, reframe that as I have nothing going for me, which also means that I have nothing to lose by taking action, it makes you a much more dangerous person. And I think that was the flip that I've had repeatedly shown to me in my life that allowed me to take the step that I was afraid to take.
They say the true hell is when the person that you are meets the person you could have been.
Everything you do, you may have some support, you may not, but it's on you. You have to make the decision whether you want to be a badass or whether you just want to be mediocre and everything's okay. But being a badass hurts.
It is not our abilities that show what we truly are. It is our choices.
A lot of people sit back and they dream about being a SEAL, or dream about being an astronaut, and all it is a motherfucking dream. They don't put the work behind the dream. That dream has become their master. When you become the master of your dream is when you say, I want to go be a Navy SEAL, and you say, okay, I'm gonna lose 106 pounds in less than 3 months. The dream was the one thing I thought about, and the dream was now gone. Now, what comes in, the dream goes away, and the laundry list of details and tasks come up. Gotta do this, gotta do this, gotta do this, gotta do this. That's when you become the master of your dream.
You walk out of this room, you owe yourself. I didn't get here making excuses. So what my father wasn't in my life? The truth of the matter is, he ain't never come into my life. So what, I'm gonna wait for the rest of my life for my man to come? He ain't coming. I live in America, I'm an African-American male. They don't treat us the same. It's something called racism. I ain't gonna cry about it. But I'm not gonna cry about it. I'm still gonna be a millionaire. I'm still gonna be one of the top motivational speakers in the world. But I'm still gonna be successful. I'm still gonna get to where they are. Why? Because I owe it to myself. And can't nobody stop me but me. And you need to get rid of them excuses, and you need to stop pointing fingers at people. And you need to start pointing fingers at yourself. What did you not do?
What about talent? Talent? I don't believe in talent. Well, some people, they have talent. It's good. It helps when you have talent. As long as you have a lot of determination and willpower, that's all you need. And you have to have the will to win.
If you want to be great, you have to be willing to prepare, and prepare. And when a cat has talent, they think they can just walk out there and do what they do with their talent until they meet a cat that's prepared.
You be that warrior in that garden. And you stand strong. You be a strong man. You be a good man. And you just let the world rage around you.
5 or 6 years, I went every single day without missing a single day. I never got sick. I was in the water on Christmas, birthday, holidays, everything. It didn't matter.
The sky is the limit. I believe that whatever I put my mind to, and if I was willing to make sacrifices and I was dedicated, that I could achieve absolutely anything.
There was probably 100 days where I didn't want to do anything. I wanted to stay in the pool or stay in my bed and not get out. But those were the days where you have to. You have to get up and do something, because I think that's really what separates the good from the great.
In any walk of life, the greats do things when they don't always want to.
That's what separates good from great.
I need to say something. Listen to me. I hope every one of you behind the screens or in this arena can feel this level of happiness just one time in your life. I hope all of you can feel how happy I am just one time in your life. But guess what? You will never feel this level of happiness if you don't go for something in your own life. When they knock you down, when they try to put their foot on your neck, if you stay down, you will never ever feel this level of happiness as you rise.
Once you change one thing, your mindset, you can attack everything.
A lot of people say they want to be great, but they're not willing to make the sacrifices necessary to achieve greatness. They have other concerns. Whether important or not, they spread themselves out. And that's totally fine. After all, greatness is not for everybody. What I'm saying is, greatness isn't easy to achieve.
It requires a lot of time and a lot of sacrifices. It requires a lot of tough choices. It requires your loved ones to sacrifice. So you have to have an understanding circle of family and friends. People don't always understand just how much effort from how many people goes into one person chasing a dream to be great. It's an obsession. Respect to those who do achieve greatness, and respect to those who are chasing that elusive feeling.
I've learned over time is that almost all like truly exceptional and mentally strong people have been through hell. It's very few that put themselves through hell when life is great. It's just not usually the case.
I don't believe in talent. I'm here because I worked hard my whole life. Without that work, no one in this room would know who I am except my family. So to all the kids around the world watching, paying attention, and aspiring to be like one of us or even on the stage someday, put the work in and watch the magical ride you go on.
Why do you do it? Why? Why get up? Why keep fighting? You must be able to see it, Mr. Anderson. You must know it by now. You can't win. It's pointless to keep fighting.
No way.
Why, Mr. Anderson? Why? Why do you persist?
Come on. Come on, man.
Because I choose to.
I got a life too. Don't you think I had dreams and hopes? What about my life? What about me?
I was hoping that circumstances outside would change. And then here's what I found out. It isn't going to change. So then my question was, if it isn't going to change, how will my life ever change? When you change, everything will change for you. When you get better, everything will get better for you. And that's where I picked up that phrase, for things to change, you've got to change. You don't have to change circumstances out there. All you've got to do is look within and see if you can change yourself for the better. And as you change, things will start to change for you.
Is I know that there's really no one out there grinding like me. If I know about you, I'll make sure that I up my game. That's what the mentality is all about. My whole thing is a mentality thing. Like I told you the last time I was on the show, I viewed myself as the weakest person on the planet Earth. My goal in life was to, in my mind, believe I'm the hardest man alive. And that's why the whole thing is can't hurt me. That's what it's about. It's about whatever you think you are, you have to make that dream a reality. But that's where the hard part is.
Someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. And he taught me three things. He said, if you want to become successful in life, young man, he said, number one, you got to change your mindset. He said, you don't get in life what you want, you get in life what you are.
This is when I realized that the human mind, once everything gets connected, once the mind knows you're not going to quit something, it's going to try to find more. It's going to try to give you more. Once it realizes you're not going to take the path of least resistance, you're going to stay here until it's done. My mind and my body and my spirit became one for the first time ever. For the first time ever, it became one. And I went to a level that I never thought was humanly possible for myself or anybody else.
Well, if regrets are inevitable, if they're going to happen no matter what, an easy way to look at the decision is, rather than which do I want to do, which regret could I live with?
My name is Kobe Bryant. I'm 17 years old. I wasn't invited to parties or friendly gatherings on the weekend. So on Fridays and Saturdays, I would go to my rec room with my basketball and basically dribble myself to sleep. And I think that was the best thing that could have ever happened to me, because during those lonely hours in the rec room, I discovered the hunger, the motivation, and the desire to be the best possible basketball player that I could be.
When your mind knows it's not going to quit, your body will adapt to whatever is in front of it. I ended up running 20 more miles. I did 101 miles in 19 hours and 6 minutes. And that one day changed, 19 hours
It wasn't SEAL training, it wasn't Ranger School, it wasn't Delta Force, it wasn't any of that crap I went through. It was this 19 hours and 6 minutes that forever changed my life to know that we as human beings are capable of anything. And we don't need any special kind of parents or tools to get there. So I end you with this. Don't stop when you're tired, stop when you're done. Thank you very much.
Never, ever give up. Don't give up. Don't allow it to happen. If there's a concrete wall in front of you, go through it, go over it, go around it, but get to the other side of that wall.
And how you get to that point in life, what I figured out, it's so noisy right now. This world is so noisy. We all walk around with these phones, computers. The world is so fast.
Damn.
We're not able to think. The most powerful weapon in the world, we walk around with it. It's our mind, it's our brain. You have to be able to go into a very dark place in your mind and figure who you are. Go back to what you want to do, what's your purpose. We can't figure our purpose out or why we're here or why we're even born or whatever, because it's so loud in our mind. We don't have any quiet time with ourselves to sit back and say, what do I really want? There's so many different dialogues in our head that we can't think. So my biggest thing is you have to be alone in a very dark place in your mind to think about what is important to you.
Right now, the biggest advice that anybody could give you, 85 to 90% of life is just showing up. Show up. If you show up, there's a chance something could happen.
If you can teach people to stand up in the face of the things they're afraid of, they get stronger. And you don't know what the upper limits to that are, because you might ask yourself, like, if for 10 years, if you didn't avoid doing what you knew you needed to do, by your own definitions, right, within the value structure that you've created, to the degree that you've done that, what would you be like? Well, you know, there are remarkable people who come into the world from time to time, and there are people who do find out over decades-long periods what they could be like if they were who they were, if they spoke their being forward. And they get stronger and stronger and stronger, and we don't know the limits to that. We do not know the limits to that. And so you could say, well, in part, perhaps the reason that you're suffering unbearably can be left at your feet, because you're not everything you could be, and you know it.
If you can be in a bad mood for no reason, you might as well be in a good mood for no reason. If it's not going to change your life, it shouldn't change your mood. If the cost is peace of mind, don't buy it.
Yeah, if you can be in a bad mood for no reason, then you can be in a good mood for no reason. Which means that if you can do something that's amazing and still have a shit day, it means you can do something that sucks and have a good day. Which means the entire excuse around, I don't want to do all these hard things because as a proxy it makes my mood sad, is ridiculous, because it means that we are ultimately in control of how we want to perceive the work that we do. And so I think that is ultimately the most freeing thing that you can do in terms of how you can equip yourself to get through those harder periods.
We will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield. We will never give in, we will never give up, and we will never back down. We will never, ever surrender.
You know, if you want to do something and you want it that bad, you'll make sacrifices. And, you know, growing up for me as a kid, I made a lot of sacrifices that I didn't seem that they were a big deal, and I don't think of them as being a big deal right now. You know, there were Saturdays or Fridays where, you know, I'd give up going to a dance or hanging out with my friends because I had workout the next day. But those things that I gave up, you know, were things that I wanted to help me get to my goal. And there were times where I've been put in uncomfortable situations, but I've used my mental power, my mental strength to push through it. You know, some of the best athletes, or the greatest athletes in the world, do things when they're uncomfortable. You know, everybody can compete when they're feeling good, happy, excited, rested, but it's the best people who can overcome when they're tired, sore, not in a great mind, you know, not in the best mindset. And I think mental power that the greatest athletes have can push all the pain aside. But, you know, I said to myself, I'm going to do this and no one's going to stop me. And I think that's the biggest thing.
is how strong you can be mentally. I think that really shows who the person is. So I think that's one thing that separates the good from the greatest.
You were born to do something great with your life in big ways and small ways. Just like that person who helped my dad, they thought that was a small thing. It may not be on Instagram, it may not get 20 million likes or views, but you were born to do something great. I'm gonna say that to you again. You were born to do something great with your life. You are not average and ordinary. And the third thing is this: there's a power to doing one more. And if you'll do one more, your one decision, one relationship, one meeting, one encounter, one thought, one podcast interview, one book, away from a completely different life. You don't lack vision, you lack depth perception. You think you're further than you are, and you keep keeping it in that distance because you think it's so far away.
Did you read this quote?
I have not yet.
This is the quote that I've lived my whole life out, because you might as well be dead. Seriously, if you always put limits on what you can do, physical or anything else, it'll spread over into the rest of your life. There are no limits, there are only plateaus. A man must constantly exceed his level. You want to get up every day and try to be better than you were yesterday in business and life and everything.
Oftentimes, if it doesn't go our way, we don't see it as a blessing, right? If something happens, an experience, if it doesn't go the way we want it to go, oftentimes we don't consider that to be a blessing. But some of the greatest blessings in our lives are things that didn't turn out or work out the way that we wanted it to. And so if we can put our perspective and our perception in such a place that when it doesn't go our way, because we know what to do when it goes our way, but when it doesn't go our way, not only what is the lesson in it, like what's the blessing in it?
The way I look at it within myself, why not? Why can't I be the MVP of the league? Why can't I be the best player in the league? I don't see why. Why can't I do that?
But the game is to be better. How do I be better than what I was? Because if I do that, for me, I just beat me.
Yeah.
This ain't about nobody else. I don't give a fuck about nobody else. I just beat me. If I can keep beating myself, if I can keep doing that, then that means that I'm in a battle with the only person that fucking makes sense. I'm in a battle with the only person that I really want to beat, and that's me.
You visualize where you want to be and what you want to accomplish, and you kind of get lost in the process of day-to-day, grinding it out and working, pulling on ours if you have to. It's just about not losing vision and not losing sight of what you're trying to accomplish, no matter what hurdles you have to go through. So I think that kind of relates to whatever you're doing, whatever major you've chosen or what you're interested in. So for me in basketball, and it's about visualizing, whether you write it down, put it on the wall, do something, what your goals are, and get lost in the process of day-to-day grind, day-to-day getting better every single day. Asking questions, aligning yourself with people that have been through it before, that are experienced, and leaning on that advice, and just trying to outwork the next person, and that's the biggest thing.
Great, and that's one of the principles.
Don't complain. Don't murmur. Don't talk negative. That's average people talk normal. Average people talk problems. The greats talk solutions. Average people use their time to whine and complain. Average people say it's their boss' fault, it's their mother's fault, it's their average people. I used to be average. I used to say, when is my daddy coming to get me? When is my biological father gonna come in my life? And when I would talk like that, I ended up getting kicked out of school. And while I talk like that, I ended up being homeless. And while I talk like that, I was broke. And then one day I woke up and said, Eric, nobody's coming to save you.
The truth is, whatever game you play in life, sometimes you're going to lose. A point, a match, a season, a job. It's a roller coaster with many ups and downs. And it's natural when you're down to doubt yourself and to feel sorry for yourself. You want to become a master at overcoming hard moments. That is, to me, the sign of a champion. The best in the world are not the best because they win every point. It's because they know they'll lose again and again and have learned how to deal with it. You accept it, cry it out if you need to, and then force a smile.
Just taking one step further, it's blessed in this environment right here to figure out who you are. That some elevate, some plateau, some don't get better. Find your niche, but believe in what you got. Push yourself and challenge yourself.
What do you want to give up? What are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to forgo? Because a lot of people, like this guy came in one time, I was a trainer, and he goes, man, I can stop doing anything but my frappuccinos. I go, fucking leave. Because I'm looking for that person like me. People, it's hard for people to understand how I lost 106 pounds in less than 3 months. I sat down at the table and I said to myself, what are you willing to give up? Everything. And when people come to me with that kind of mindset, I can work with you. When you are willing to strip yourself down to nothing and give everything, that's who I want to work with. Because now I can mold you into exactly who you want to be.
You think you got so much time, man. Like you think you got so much time. You know what I'm saying? Just in life. I woke up knowing that, man, can change pretty quick. Like you could wake up on top of the world, you can go to sleep and wake up and the world could be on top of your ass and you could have no control over it, right? Like that's just how life works. And so we think as if we have time, like.
The will to not lose is more important than the will to win.
Yes.
Right? Yep. You know the cold thing about life, Hope, and I tell teams this all the time, I tell my children this, when a winner and a loser first show up, they both got the exact same goal. Like when a winner and a loser show up, both of them want the victory.
Yep.
But somewhere along the process, when adversity, opposition, change, uncertainty is present, somebody focuses on the outcome and somebody focuses on the systems and the processes that drive the outcome.
The world is there for the taking for anyone who can learn from their mistakes, do what they say they were going to do, and stick with it, even if it's not sexy. What used to make a man acceptable now makes you extraordinary. The bar for winning has never been so low.
But somebody looks at, hey man, this is going to drive victory. Let's stay true, let's stay calm, let's stay together, let's stay positive, keep our perspective in order, and we'll get to where we're trying to go. Yep. Somebody else in the midst of the adversity, opposition, change, challenge, man, it's his fault. Man, it's her fault. Man, if we would have did this, we'll be here. And it takes your focus off the goal, out of tight. It takes your focus off of what's important and what you're trying to accomplish, right? And so stay locked in and stay focused, man.
Yep.
Figure out how to get around it, through it, above it, climb over it. So those limits, I'm always, that's what I said, I taught myself how to fail. I'm always skirting on that like limit of like, okay, I'm there. Okay, I failed, but I was right there. What did I miss? What the fuck did I miss? Oh, that's what I fucking missed. And then it happens.
Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, and maybe not the next month. But only one thing is true. I will be champion one day, I promise. I promise.
You can accept that the work that you have done has created the outcome that you've created. But you do not need to accept that the outcome that you've created is the end-all be-all and the last outcome that you need to have. And so for me, like, the only version of acceptance that I have is that I accept that the version of myself that I want to be is so far from who I am, that I have this massive discrepancy that I have to overcome. And then just breaking that down one step at a time and thinking, I don't deserve to be that man, but I can still do the things that can create it. And that also means that I have to go through the circumstances that would create that man, which means that if I have unbelievable big dreams and big goals, then I have to go through hard times. It's like hate, the hard times are a requisite for success. And so if you're going through hard times right now, it means that you're on the path to success, and it's not that you're on the wrong path, it's the feeling of being on the right path.
One of the most important things, never, ever quit. Never quit. Well, I've watched some of the most incredible, brilliant students, and they didn't make it like other people made it because they didn't have that drive. They didn't have that never give up ability. I don't know if it's an ability or if you have it, just you can't quit.
Maybe I can be that. And after becoming this guy, that is the biggest thing I can ever do in my life, is I became that guy. That I once looked at all these guys, now look at myself like, God, who the fuck can do that? I can. But what it takes is a discipline that no one can ever even, they don't understand it.
Is that your success is like a spotlight shining down on their missed opportunities. Success, many will love you for it. The majority will hate you because your success makes them feel insufficient in their current endeavor, reminds them of where they could have done it but they came up short and how they didn't revisit it, where they went at it and failed, and failure is what stood. They never revisited it again.
After a certain point, you gotta prioritize accordingly. When you get to a certain point where the decisions that can be made are a little more controlled and you have the ability to maneuver differently because of the success that you've obtained, make those adjustments. I didn't make those adjustments. I was still hustle.
Feelings has nothing to do with it. This is my dream. This is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to do the things that I don't feel like doing. I'm going to do the things I don't want to do. I'm going to do the things that don't come easy to me, that do not come natural to me. I'm going to get up and do it. You can't live your life on feelings. You're going to have feelings, okay, but you cannot let your feelings dictate what you are or are not going to do.
The truth comes out. And my truth is powerful as f***. It's real. It's tangible. I feel it. It comes out of my brain as I speak about it. I'm reliving every single dark moment of my life to be here.
I think most people have the potential to be exceptional because most people are peculiar in their own way. They just stifle that because they want to be accepted by most people, but in so doing, never accomplish what they want to do because they conform.
We see you as a real confident guy. You'll take every last shot. You'll go out and you'll take 50 shots. What doubts do you have about yourself internally?
You know, there'll be times where you succeed and there are times that you fail. So wasting your time doubting whether you're going to be successful or not is pointless. It is. You just put one foot in front of the other. You control what you can't control. And then you see what the outcome is. Right? If you win, great. You're going to have to wake up the next day and do the journey over again. If you lose, it sucks. But you're going to have to wake up the next day and do the journey all over again anyway. Right? So it's really pointless to sit here and debate or have doubt or this, that, and the other. You train as hard as you can, and you step out there and you let it flow.
Why not you? With good self-esteem. Why not you starting to change and setting goals? Why not you starting to make progress toward financial independence? If I can do it, you can do it. If we can read, you can read. If we can change, you can change. If we can figure it out, you can figure it out. If we can turn it around, you can turn it around. There isn't anything you can't accomplish. That's what those testimonials would say. And so I want to say it to you personally. Why not you? You've got your life ahead of you. You've got the future. You can do it. If anybody can do it, you can do it. If one of us can do it, hey, we all can do it.
It says, I know this transformation is painful. You're not falling apart. You're falling into something different with a new capacity to be beautiful. I always think, man, in terms of capacity, you could take a cat that's talented, skillful, gifted, with the wrong perspective, take an individual that's not as talented, not as gifted, not as skillful, with the correct perspective, and the cat with the correct perspective and less talent will annihilate the cat with the high talent level and the wrong perspective every day of the week, because their perspective about what they're doing is different.
Yeah, that potential. When you see somebody doing something and it makes you feel like, oh, I can do that. I could be that guy.
You know, greatness is not meant for a few chosen people. It's meant for those who persistently pursue their dreams every day and make that choice when they wake up. So just a mentality, really. Aspirations come from people that do amazing things, but they're really ordinary people just waking up every day doing it, doing the little things that other people aren't doing. So,
I mean, I could be something that wasn't blown over by the first 4-foot wave. You grow in proportion to the weight you take on voluntarily. And it's also true that we have no idea what the upper limit to that is. People can do remarkable things, and there are inevitably people who took on remarkable burdens. And because they did that, Their development was forced by necessity. They were forced by necessity to grow beyond what they were. And who knows what the limit to that is?
You know, the best way to predict the future is to create it.
This is probably one of the heaviest hammer blows, I think, for today, this next one. You've already achieved goals you said would make you happy. You've already achieved goals you said would make you happy. How can you presume that your happiness sits on the next side of the next set of goals, given that right now you are on the other side of your last set of goals?
No matter how much emotion and feeling you may have or how much hurt you may have, life has to go on. Life doesn't stop for anybody. So if you don't process that and understand that, you're stuck in whatever time period you got hurt forever. Forever.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. So grudges and anger and negativity, I don't have time for it because I'm living to do so much positive things.
Right.
I got so much such a positive outlook on everything else that's coming in the future. I can't stand in the past and bathe in what was wrong.
You have to become obsessed. You have to become obsessed. This has to become an obsession of yours. You know, our obsessions become our possessions. And the truth of the matter is that most of you don't understand the effort, the time, the focus, the obsessiveness that's required to do something great with your life. Right. You want to do something great, you better be great at it. Greatness rises. But you have to get great, and you have to be intentional. You have to be obsessed.
Find the things that you can enjoy. Be curious. You don't have to have all the answers. I'm a hardcore believer that everybody has something that they're really, really, really good at. That could be world-class great, every single human being on this planet. And the hard part is just finding what that is. And in some places having resources to enable it. But be curious so you can find out what it is.
If you can get a mental image of the person you would most like to become, begin now to act as that person would act in everything you do. Gradually, imperceptibly, you will actually become that person. It goes back to what the great German poet and philosopher Goethe once said. Before you can do something, you must first be something. Before you can do what you would most like to do, you must first become the person who can do it.
You are one decision away from changing your life. And you have to accept that. You're one new meeting, one new relationship, one new contact, one new action, one new decision away from shifting your life from where it is right now to a totally different place. So what's the decision? You already know. I could go backstage now. There's something you've been hesitating on. There's a contact you need to make, isn't there? There's a job you need to quit. There's a relationship you need to engage in. Maybe there's a relationship you need to leave. I don't know what it is, but I know there's a decision that you need to make to take you to the next level, just like I know that's true for me. Because decisions shape our destiny when they're backed up by some massive action.
One of my most powerful motivational frames is thinking about the person that I want to become as the destination. And thinking like, I want to be bulletproof. I want to be bulletproof in these ways. I want to be bulletproof in my marriage. I want to be bulletproof in my business, etc. And I think about that man, whoever I want him to be. Like we said, hell is when you look at who you could have been and realize that you're not that person. And then I think, if I were to make that man, what would I put that man through to make him who he is? Like, it wouldn't be easy times. It wouldn't be quick wins. It wouldn't even be easy wins. It would be the toil and the struggle of achieving and reaching for things that are right out of grasp, that are right above my threshold, and continuing to do that to like lift the weight, to build the muscle, to break it down and do it over and over again, because like that's what creates the character traits that are the man that I want to be. And so when I'm going through those like really harder times, I like to think of like looking in my mental mirror of like, I'm making you. I'm not there yet, but I'm making you.
And say, where are you going to go to college? What are you going to do for the rest of your life? Get used to having the need to self-govern yourself, you know, to be able to employ self-discipline or not, or you realize, oh my God, are you that type of person? Or are you a type of person that wants more freedom in your life?
The man's greatest burden is unfulfilled potential, okay? I mean, we have so much more within us. Listen, get off your dead ass, you know. Most people are living quiet lives of desperation. I hate to tell you, or as the Brits say, I don't like to tell you, but that's the truth. And if you think any different, you're fooling yourself.
Basically, you gotta trust the process. Trusting the process meaning you have to trust that whatever you're trying to overcome or get through, or the person you're trying to become or be, you have to trust the process of you getting there. Trust that you're gonna get through it and you're gonna become that person that you need or wanting to become.
He was pretty much telling me, you ain't got what it takes. Versus taking what he said, all the negativity he's putting on me, because he can't imagine himself doing what I'm about to do. So most people who can't imagine it, they reflect. It's like a mirror. They put that right on you. If they can't see themselves doing it, I can't see you doing it. I take that mirror and I totally discard it. And I say, what if?
Denzel said to me a few minutes ago, he said, at your highest moment, be careful, that's when the devil comes for you.
The greatest version of you is not the I can do anything version of you. The greatest version of you is the disciplined version of you. The greatest version of you is the version that has parameters. No, I don't do that. I don't drink that. I don't go there with these people. I'm focused. I have a prize that's in front of me. I know what I'm supposed to do, and that ain't it. I have to stay right here. It's the version of you that has parameters.
Eventually, you are going to have to jump. You cannot just exist in this life. You have got to try to live. If you are waking up thinking that there's got to be more to your life than it is, man, believe that it is. Believe in your heart of hearts that it is. But to get to that life, you're going to have to jump.
You've got the brains, you can make decisions, you can study the plan, you can change your life, you can grow immensely in the next few years, you can make your dreams come true, you can build a financial wall around your family nothing can get through, you can become healthy, you can become powerful. Why not you?
Why not you be the one to make it, to start that business, to do the impossible, to do what people don't even think that anybody could do? Why can't it be you?
How do you connect these? If you can see it here, and you have the courage enough to speak it, it will happen. So
intentionally act like the person you want to become. Because when you intentionally act like the person you want to become, your brain sees you taking those actions, so your brain starts to change the way it relates to you. When your brain sees you high-fiving yourself in the mirror, it starts to go, oh, wait a minute. Stephen loves himself. Stephen's cheering for himself. We don't beat Stephen up.
You need to just keep living. Listen to the pain. It's both history teacher and fortune teller. Pain teaches us who we are, Wade. Sometimes it's so bad we feel like we're dying. But we can't really live till we die a little, can we?
There's no worldly possessions that should come between you and your expression. Human beings, we're a blip in existence. Death is promised.
There's a quote that I've fallen in love with. The magic you are looking for is in the work you're avoiding. Dude, the magic you are looking for is in the work you're avoiding.
a lot of times people believe in certain things, but they keep to themselves. They don't put it out there. If you truly believe in it, if you become vocal with it, you are creating that law of attraction and it will become reality.
The more I listen to this, the better my life gets. If they don't have what you want, don't listen to what they say. There's no greater waste of time than justifying your actions to people who have a life you don't want.
It's the what if I can pull off a miracle. What if I can become someone that no one thinks I can be? And just me talking about that, I have the hair going up on my arms because it makes me just like, what if I can be that guy that people who call this and that, and now I'm speaking at Tom Ferry's event.
Why not you? Why not you? with good self-esteem? Why not you starting to change and setting goals? Why not you starting to make progress toward financial independence? If I can do it, you can do it.
If there is something that you feel is good, something you want to do, something that means something to you, try to do it. Because I think you can only do your best work if you're doing what you want to do, and if you're doing it the way you think it should be done. And if you can take pride in it after you've done it, no matter what it is.
In life, folks, you cannot change your life unless you change something. If you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got. No matter what it is. Many times you say to yourself, I gotta lose weight, I'm too fat. And then you know what? During the day you eat at night, and the next day you get mad at yourself. Well, what do you want? What do you want? You gotta change something.
I truly believe we are all equal as human beings. If we are obsessed with something and we truly pursue our passion with everything we have, regardless of anything else, if you are obsessed, work hard, put in the time, you will succeed. And
don't be afraid to fail big, to dream big. But remember, dreams without goals are just dreams.
The real pain in life is getting to the end of it and realizing that you left something on the table. I think that I had unfulfilled potential. I could have done more, and I didn't.
Right. If you want to be great, you want to be best ever at what you do, you're gonna be misunderstood by everybody because you're gonna be so obsessed and so driven to get there. That's what it takes.
That's the truth.
It takes every second of your life. Anybody says balance? Yeah, balance is important for a lot of people. It is. But if you want to go to that edge where people do not like you, don't understand you, question everything you do, you've arrived. When you are misunderstood to the point where people think you're psycho and you're nuts and you're this and that, why are you in the gym at 1 o'clock in the morning? You just got through doing an op for 13, 14 hours at the Ranger School, man, at the gym. What's wrong? You will never understand what is wrong with me.
Do you actually want to do this or not? Do you actually want to do this or not? Because if you actually want to do it, what's going to stop you? Nothing. And if you don't really want to do it, what's going to stop you? Just about anything that comes up.
If you have an idea that you genuinely think is good, don't let some idiot talk you out of it.
It's time to stay focused. It's time to decide clubs, partying, trying to fit in and socialize, rub elbows with everybody so people can stop calling you weird. Why are you so antisocial? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you staying on the basketball court so much? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you out there practicing in the hot sun when ain't nobody else out there? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you not clubbing? Like every time I text you and invite you to go do something fun and cool, you always studying. Because I'm trying to get it.
It's more socially acceptable to be our own biggest critic than it is to be our own biggest cheerleader.
Why? We all ask why we should work this hard. Why take that many classes? Why go to school that many years? You know, why take the notes? Why read the books? Why work that hard? Why put yourself through the push-ups and the disciplines? Why? Good question, why? Best answer to why, I think, is the second question. Why not? Why not see how many books you can read, how many classes you can take, how many skills you can develop? Why not see how valuable you can become to the marketplace, to your friends, and to your family? Why not see what you can make of yourself? Why not see how far you can go, how much you can see, how much you can earn, how much you can share? Why not? That's the heritage all of us have, in America especially, is to see what we can make out of our lives now that we've been given this extraordinary opportunity.
Let me tell you something, homie. These women ain't going nowhere. These clubs, these parties, all this going nowhere. The more weird you are is a reflection of how committed you are to focusing on your molding and shaping and developing your ideas and your craft so that when it's time for you to make your rounds, you're gonna fly.
If you want to become successful in life, young man, he said, number one, you got to change your mindset. He said, you don't get in life what you want, you get in life what you are.
You're not afraid of failing. You're afraid of what other people will think of you if you fail. But if you're afraid of that, imagine what they think of you when you aren't even trying. Oh yeah, they aren't.
The quote goes like this: one day or day one.
Greatness is something that truly exists in all of us. It's very simple. This is what I believe, and I'm willing to die for it. Period.
Then I'll tell you what changed my whole life when I finally discovered it's all risky. The minute you were born, it got risky. If you think trying is risky, wait till they hand you the bill for not trying. If you think investing is risky, wait till you get the tab for not investing. See, it's all risky. Getting married is risky. Having children is risky. Going into business is risky. Investing your money is risky. It's all risky. I'll tell you how risky life is. You're not going to get out alive.
The first step before anybody else in the world believes it is you have to believe it. There's no reason to have a plan B because it distracts from plan A.
Starting tomorrow, what are you going to do that'll make a change in your life's direction? Good question. What are you going to do starting tomorrow that'll make a difference? Now see, if you don't do something starting tomorrow that'll make a difference, guess what? It's gonna be the same. And see, that way you can guess what the next 5 years are gonna be like. Look at the last 5. Because the next 5 are going to be like the last 5 unless you, major key, tomorrow, change it all. Or change a little, or change something, or don't change. It's choice time. You can do whatever you want. But it's nice to know any day you wish you can change your whole life.
Stop complaining about the results you didn't get from the work you didn't put in. The only way to become more successful than most people is to be willing to do something most people aren't willing to do.
So I want to ask you a question. What are you afraid of? What are you scared of? Because we all have fears, don't we? We all have something that's blocking us, that's holding us back. And as we begin to look at life, what we realize is that the reason that most people are not living out their true potential, are not doing all of the things that they would really like to do, is because of fear.
The big question is, what am I becoming here? Because true happiness is not contained in what you get. Happiness is contained in what you become. Here's the big challenge of life. You can have more than you've got because you can become more than you are. That's the challenge. And of course, the other side of the coin reads, unless you change how you are, you'll always have what you got.
Now don't you ever tell me it's something that you can't do.
The heaviest things in life aren't iron and gold, but unmade decisions. The reason you are stressed is that you have decisions to make, and you're not making them.
I think that there's a certain delusional quality that all successful people have to have. You have to believe that something different can happen.
Confucius said, he who says he can and he who says he can't are both usually right.
If you fake bravery when you're terrified, that is bravery. And I kind of feel like motivation is the same thing. If you do the thing when you're feeling unmotivated, that is motivation.
That's it. Being realistic is the most commonly traveled road to mediocrity. Why would you be realistic?
Sometimes life can really hijack your mind. When that happens to you, you're all up. Your goals, your ambitions, everything is out the window. In life, we all go through different things. Sometimes your girlfriend or boyfriend breaks up with you. Guess what? Get the over it. They no longer want you. Maybe you failed a test in school. You worked your off. Guess what? You failed the test. Get over it. Move past it. Learn to not let life hijack your brain. At work, you've been working off that new promotion. You don't get it. Someone else does. Maybe they kiss better than you do. Guess what? Get over it. Life will hijack your mind if you let it. Don't allow all these things to make you a lesser person. You must own your mind. Don't let life own yours.
Do you love this game? I mean, love it with your whole heart. Because if you don't, let's not even bother. Let's not open that door. They're just going to slam it right in our face. I love this game. I live this game. There's 1,000 other guys waiting in the wings who are obsessed with this game. Obsession's going to be talent every time. You got all the talent in the world, but are you obsessed? Is it all you ever think about? Let's face it, it's you against you out there. When you walk on that court, you have to think, I am the best guy out there.
You're always afraid to take the first step because all you see is every negative thing 10 miles down the road. But you can do anything you want. You are bound by nothing.
You know, when you're on the way up, everyone roots for you because you remind them of their dreams. And when you're at the top, everyone tries to tear you down because you remind them of what they gave up on.
The unfulfilled potential is the story of most people's lives.
It is. It is. And it could have been the story of mine. And I tell a lot of people go, what's your biggest fear in life? And my biggest fear, honestly, was, let's say this. Let's say, I don't care if you believe in God or not. I don't care. So let's just play a game with me. Let's say you're God. And we have a big, long line of people. And I made it to heaven. I'm 75 years old. I'm 300 pounds. I made it to heaven. I worked for Ecolab my entire life, spraying for cockroaches. That's what I did. But I'm dead. I'm in heaven now. And you're judging us all now. So we're in line. We're all sitting there in line. And you have Adam Brown. He has a big board up, and you're talking to Adam Brown about his life. And you rip it down, and I'm next in line. David Goggins. I see my name. I see all this. God goes, hey, you say, read this, man. And I'm reading this list, and I'm seeing 182 pounds, Navy SEAL, Ranger School, motivational speaker, changing lives. Okay, man, pull-up record, all this. And I'm like, that's not me, man. And God looks at me and says, that's who you were supposed to be.
Let me tell you about a voice. Not this voice, but the one inside. The one that whispers. It tells me what's right and what's not. When to leave and where to go. It's not Shakespeare. It does not speak in memorable lines. My inner voice always gives it to me straight. Tells me who my real friends are. When to say yes, when to say no. Whether the person sitting next to me is the one I'll be spending the rest of my life with. Or not. Sometimes that voice is crystal clear. Go, stay, right, wrong. Sometimes it merely whispers. Don't let it drown in a noisy world, because in the end, no man, woman, or algorithm knows what's right for you. Always trust your inner voice. Everybody has one. Few listen to it.
You know, when you're on the way up, everyone roots for you because you remind them of their dreams. And when you're at the top, everyone tries to tear you down because you remind them of what they gave up on.
So then my question was, if it isn't going to change, how will my life ever change? When you change, everything will change for you. When you get better, everything will get better for you.
You have to run a 120-mile week, 2,000 pull-ups, 4,000 push-ups, and hundreds of reps at the gym. You're not afraid of having a body. You're afraid of the effort. When I was in the military, we go on these instructor-led runs. Most of the time, we knew the start and end point. So on the way back, I started seeing people getting happy and because the end was near. But there were some instructors that would hear the happiness and go right on past the end point. When that happened, everybody stopped talking. Heads would start dropping. And I started taking souls. At that time, I knew what happened in their minds. They were living off the hope factor. They hoped the instructors would stop running. They hoped the water was never cold. They hoped the weather was good. I don't live off that hope. I wish the water was cold. I wish the fucking instructors keep on running. I wish the rain. When the end is unknown and the distance is unknown, that's when you know who the you are. So through all these things in life, man, to be your best person, you have to find your best self. And to do that, you can't stay in a comfortable world.
Like when you're running, I know you hate running, but you do it and you do it very well.
Right.
Is it something you tell yourself in your head, and it's kind of like a mantra that you keep telling yourself in your head to keep doing it?
Well, it's something I tell myself daily. So I make sure I do at least one thing every day that sucks. It could be for an hour, it could be for 2 hours, sometimes it's for 10 hours. But every day I do something to strengthen the mind. We're all looking for this great mythical mental toughness. Mental toughness doesn't come from sitting on the couch.
I failed. Why do we fall, sir? So that we can learn to pick ourselves up.
What will you do?
Rebuild it. Just the way it was, brick for brick.
If you play it safe, you're gonna exist. You only get to live when you take risk. Ain't no living in safety.
People either survive in the jungle or exist in the zoo. Few recognize the significance.
You can't be the man if you don't jump. You can't be top dog unless you fight the other dog. Ain't nobody finna give you the championship. You don't win the title without coming to the fight. You don't win the fight without training. The jump is necessary. Why would you not jump? Why would you not take a chance?
And that's scary. And it's scary. You gotta be willing to face it.
Yeah, it's scary. And that's why most people won't jump.
When it feels scary to jump, Ian, that is exactly when you jump. Otherwise, you end up staying in the same place your whole life. And that I can't do.
Look at all those people down there. Do they follow the rules for what? They're letting fear lead them.
What happens if I don't?
Life's simple. You make choices and you don't look back.
You need to put yourself in uncomfortable situations, in uncomfortable scenarios, okay? If you do easy things, you will have a hard life. If you do hard things, you will have an easy life. Let me say it again. If you do easy things, you will have a hard life. If you do hard things, you will have an easy life. As a man, you have to understand that we as men, we do better in environments where we are uncomfortable, okay? You put pressure on a rock, it turns into a diamond. You being in uncomfortable situations will bring the best out of you.
Yeah, I like it, man. What I like about it is I'm doing something I don't want to do. Every time I start doing things I don't want to do, I grow.
Yes, that's a lesson that people need to hear and learn.
You gotta go for it, guys. You gotta say, you know what? This comfort zone I'm in is a danger zone. It's a danger zone because what is it doing? It's stopping you from your true potential. It's comfortable. I don't want to step out here because I don't know that area. Well, that area is going to give you gotta risk it, right? And the reward is huge. You guys gotta risk it, man. Don't let anyone say you can't do something. Don't let your mind say, oh, I can't do it anymore. Your body. You can. You just gotta push past it. We listen to society and what the normality, the average people are saying, oh, that's too much. It's too much. Too much for them, man. Not too much for you. So go for it, man. At the end of my life, my tombstone, one thing it'll have on it, no regrets. And that's a good life, man. You ain't got one life, why not go for it, right?
I found that nothing in life is worthwhile unless you take risks. Nothing. There is no passion to be found playing small and settling for a life that's less than the one you're capable of living.
It wouldn't kill you to try. You know, spending a long time getting a life you would actually want is about 1,000,000 times better than getting a quick turnaround time on a life that you'll forever be disappointed with. You know, playing it safe seems just fine until you get to the last moments of your life and realize all the potential that you threw away. You can never get back. And I will never know from experience what that feels like, but the thought of that realization is haunting.
Everyone keeps telling me how my story is supposed to go. Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing.
That's all it is, Miles. A leap of faith.
I'll tell you one thing. If you want to be great, you want to be baddest mother ever at what you do, you can be misunderstood by everybody. because you're going to be so obsessed and so driven to get there. That's what it takes.
That's the truth.
It takes every second of your life. Anybody says balance? Yeah, balance is important for a lot of people. It is. But if you want to go to that edge where people do not like you, don't understand you, question everything you do, you've arrived. When you are misunderstood to the point where why are you in the gym at 1 o'clock in the morning, what's wrong? You will never understand what is wrong with me. And that's why I'm so glad you don't, because I'm in the right spot. When people don't understand you anymore, you're in that spot of obsession and drive. When people are like, what the is wrong with this guy? I don't want to talk to you, man, because you're not going to get it.
Nobody knows but you. You can't get advice on what you should do with your life, right? Nobody knows what you are. Like even sometimes you don't really even know what you are. You got to take your shot. And it's like, as much as you want people to agree and you want the people around you to be supporting your dreams and all, it's not going to be like that all the time. You got to do it alone. And people will help you, and when you get the ball rolling, people will jump on. But if you don't believe, nobody else is going to believe. People come along because your belief is so insane, that your belief is so strong, that makes people be like, yo, this crazy.
The biggest risk to your future isn't your competition. It's the distractions you insist on keeping in your life, rather than doing the things you know you should be doing but aren't. People delay doing things they don't like for longer than it takes to do them.
Repeat after me, please. Make your move before you're ready.
And my caution was always the risk. Risk used to drive me right up the wall. I used to say, what if this happens? It's called the language of the poor. What if this happens? And on top of that, if this was to happen, look at the fix I'd be in. I better not try. Then I'll tell you what changed my whole life when I finally discovered it's all risky. The minute you were born, it got risky. If you think trying is risky, wait till they hand you the bill for not trying. If you think investing is risky, wait till you get the tab for not investing. See, it's all risky. Getting married is risky. Having children is risky. Going into business is risky. Investing your money is risky. It's all risky. I'll tell you how risky life is. You're not going to get out alive.
You want to begin to take some chances. You want to begin to challenge yourself and make it okay to fail and learn from your failures. Don't allow fear of failure and the allure, the attractiveness of playing it safe in life to draw you in. You can't get out of life alive. You got to die to leave here. You got to become a risk taker. Write that down. Most people won't do that. See, most people engage in low-life living, low-risk living. This God said, if you're not willing to risk, you cannot grow. And if you cannot grow, you cannot become your best.
Success isn't a straight line. It's a maze. And when you think you figure that maze out, you hit a wall. And you got to turn around and start again.
If you don't fail, you're not even trying. I'll say it again. If you don't fail, you're not even trying. My wife told me this great expression. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did.
There's a million excuses I could make to rationalize not getting up early, doing the ice bath, and going for a run. But there comes a time when all these potential excuses turn into fuel that motivates you to keep going.
My biggest fear, honestly, was, let's say this. Let's say I don't care if you believe in God or not. I don't care. So let's just play a game with me. Let's say you're God, and we have a big, long line of people. And I made it to heaven. 75 years old. I'm 300 pounds. I made it to heaven. I worked for Ecolab my entire life, spraying for cockroaches. That's what I did. But I'm dead. I'm in heaven now. And you're judging us all now. So we're in line. We're all sitting there in line. You have Adam Brown. He has a big board up, and you're talking to Adam Brown about his life. And you rip it down, and I'm next in line. David Goggins. I see my name. I see all this shit. God goes, hey, you say, read this, man. And I'm reading this list, and I'm seeing 182 pounds, Navy SEAL, Ranger School, motivational speaker, changing lives. Okay, man, pull-up record, all this. And I'm like, that's not me, man. And God looks at me and says, that's who you were supposed to be.
And here's an important statement to remember. It's not what you get that makes you valuable. It's what you become. So part of the key here is to set the kind of goals that will make something of you. Don't set them too low so that you don't have to grow and you don't have to read and you don't have to try and you don't have to stretch. Don't set them too low. And then don't sell out. Don't go for something that's going to cost you your virtue or cost you your values or sell out your principles. There's a good middle road here to follow. Goals that will inspire, goals that will help you grow, change, develop, and become better than you are. Okay.
Okay, y'all ready for a lecture? Talk about the importance of nothing. You get up every day, you're entitled to nothing. Nobody owes you nothing. You could have talent, but if you don't have discipline and you don't execute, you don't focus, what do you get? Nothing. If you're complacent and not paying attention to detail, what does that get you? Nothing. So nothing is acceptable but your best. Everything is determined by what you do and you trying to be your best so that you can build on positive performance so that, and that's the only thing, there should be nothing else.
Develop a sense of urgency. A sense of urgency is a quality that is possessed by only 2% of the population. 2% of the population do things fast. 2% of the population have a bias for action. So develop a sense of urgency. Get the reputation as the person who does things fast. Develop a reputation for speed and dependability, and your future will just open up in front of you. And if you'll develop that habit of working fast, that sense of urgency, act now, do it now, do it now, do it now. If you develop that reputation for speed, it will be worth a fortune to you. Takes a little while, but it's a habit. Most people just sort of shuffle through life. You know, they get to it when they feel like it. But all the excellent people, all the high performers have a sense of urgency. And finally, complete each job that you start. Get on with the job and stay with it till it's 100% finished.
And when you get to the point where all you want to do is be successful as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. Most of you say you want to be successful, but you don't want it bad. You just kind of want it. Most of you don't want success as much as you want to sleep. Some of you love sleep more than you love success. And I'm here to tell you today, if you're going to be successful, you've got to be willing to give up sleep. You got to be willing to work off for 3 hours of sleep, 2 hours. If you really want to be successful, some days you're going to have to stay up 3 days in a row. Because if you go to sleep, you might miss the opportunity to be successful. That's how bad you got to want it.
What if it's a mistake? It's a mistake. Rest assured. What do you know? You're going to stumble around, right? And what's going to happen is this. You're going to move, you're going to not stay in stasis. You're not going to wander around in circles. And I see people like that. They said, well, I never knew what to do, and now I'm 40. It's like, that's not so good. That's not so good. And you might say, well, and there is a literature, too, that suggests that people are a lot more unhappy when they look back on their lives about the things they didn't do than they are about the mistakes they made while they were doing things.
I always ask myself, even I would always ask myself, is your purpose. What's your purpose for living? Do you know your purpose? What you're created to do? Do you know what that is? A lot of people live their entire lives not knowing, an entire lifetime not being happy because they feel as though they're not fulfilling their purpose.
If you stay in control yourself, that's the key to everything in this world. If you listen to anything else on the outside and you start to adapt to other things, you're never going to live the way you want to live. And to be a fighter, you have to be in control of yourself all the time. I always say the best fighter is the best championship. And you have to assess never being broken. And even if you break, accept it and then on to the next.
And that's what's painful, is that it takes more effort to start in the beginning, and more people are right about the fact, they're like, hey, you're not going to hit it big. And guess what? A month in, you're not. But they're only measuring on months. And at 6 months, you're also not going to hit it big yet. And they're going to be like, I'm still right. And at a year, you're still not going to hit it big. And they'll still be right. And every day that you haven't hit it, they're going to feel like they were right. But they're wrong, because they're measuring in days and you're measuring in decades.
So many of us come from these small places in our mind that we're not willing to think outside of only what we've seen. Our mind works in such a small compartment And one thing I was able to do was to dream. Many people that don't make dreams your master. Until you're able to really put yourself into that dream, but don't make dreams your master, that's where you truly become what you're destined to become.
What do you mean, don't make dreams your master?
A lot of people sit back and they dream. They don't put the work behind the dream. That dream has become their master.
Without pain, without sacrifice, we would have nothing.
The fact that it is painful is the reason that it's working. Like, if it wasn't you stepping out, everybody else that has to try and step out into this new life faces this same thing too. Every single person does. That's why most people don't do it.
Yeah.
Like, this is what hard feels like, and this is why most people don't win. So continuing to push through and almost seeing that level of discomfort as a signal, it's like a way marker that's been planted in the ground. Yes, more this way. Because if it was all just super easy, well, how are you going to get anything different to what everybody else has got if you do the same thing that everybody else does? And one of the best selectors for people not doing a thing is discomfort. So the route that has a lot of discomfort down it, usually on the other side of that, ends up with something which is valuable.
I think a hopeful message that anyone can think about who's in that hard period or in that start period is that it won't get harder. Like, this is the hardest part. And so if you can just make it through this, everything else is downhill. It's not that the things that the dragons are going to slay aren't going to get bigger. They are. But you become so much more equipped to slay them back.
Most people are just trying to get through the day. Here's what I want you to do. Learn to get from the day. Don't just get through it, get from it. Learn from it. Let the day teach you. Join the University of Life. What a difference that'll make in your future. Commit yourself to learning. Commit yourself to absorbing. Be like a sponge. Get it. Don't miss it.
You have to work every single day. I think that's where your confidence comes from. Because when nobody's looking, that's the time that really counts. That's the time that really matters. I know how much I train. I know how tired I've already made my body. This is nothing. The finished product is the easy part. The game, I can literally play in the games in my sleep. It's like the working out at 5, 6 a.m. and then all the practices and all the extra conditioning. Like, that's the hard part. And so I can get through it. That work that you do every single day is key, because that's what you're going to be able to fall back on.
If you laugh, you risk appearing to be a fool. If you weep, you risk appearing to be sentimental. If you reach out for another, you risk rejection. If you love, you risk not being loved in return. If you place your dreams in front of the crowd, you risk ridicule. If you go forward in the face of overwhelming odds, you risk failure. But risk must be taken, for the greatest hazard in life is to risk nothing. The person who risks nothing has nothing, does nothing is nothing. Well, in the world of ego is nothing. That person may avoid suffering, pain, and embarrassment, but that individual will not learn, love, change, feel, or grow. Only the person who takes risks is truly free.
We all live inside a bubble, right? This is our world. We go to this park over here. We usually go over here to, hang out with friends. This is our favorite club. This is our world. We all live in this bubble. What you gotta do, you gotta put more air in your bubble. Expand yourself. Take yourself out your comfort zone. Do not live in your bubble. Put some more air in your bubble. If you stay in your comfort zone, that's where you will fail. You will fail in your comfort zone. Success is not a comfortable procedure. It is a very uncomfortable thing to attempt. So you got to get comfortable being uncomfortable if you ever want to be successful. Start putting some pressure on. Put some pressure on yourself.
But you got to get out there. You got to give it everything you got, whether it's your time, your talent, your prayers, or your treasures. Because remember this, you will never see a U-Haul behind a hearse.
I said to myself, if ever I want anything to change, it's up to me. That's the time where I really got scared. It suddenly hit me right between the eyes that if I wanted my life to be different, It was up to me to make my life different. Starting point of flying to the stars, the starting point of taking complete charge of your life, the starting point of great success and great achievement is to accept complete, unconditional responsibility. If it's to be, it's up to me. If it's to be, it's up to you. Never complain, never explain. What that means is if you don't like the way things are, then it's up to you to change them. And if you're not willing to take steps to change them, then don't complain about them. So if it's to be, it's up to me. If it's to be, it's up to you.
I failed, I'll go back to scratch. I use some positive motivation. I have like one day where I'm like, I'm defeated. But I started realizing this is part of the process. This is part of the journey. I had to realize this is part of my process versus just saying, like I used to, I'm just not good enough. If I'm not good enough, we always say that shit. I'm just not good enough, let me try something else. I'm gonna make myself good enough. And that became my mentality. I'm gonna make myself good enough.
My first 9 businesses didn't really amount to 9. As in the first one, spent time, failed. Second one, this one will be different, failed. Third one, this is the one. And then 6 more after that, right? I'm just painting this picture because like, it's painful as because the whole time everyone is telling you, I told you so, and they're right. Today, but not forever.
Now is the time to take risks. You don't have kids. As you get older, your obligations increase. And once you have a family, you start taking risks not just for yourself, but for your family as well. It gets much harder to do things that might not work out. Take risks now. Do something bold. You won't regret it.
The next year is going to go by whether you're doing something about your life or not. Look, did you do what you said you were going to do by this time? And if you don't, hold your feet to the fire, because I mean, just sitting around dreaming someday, someday I'm going to get a different job. Someday I'm going to change this. Well, someday ain't a day of the week. You know, there's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Look on your calendar. Some days not on there. So you got to say, okay, I'm going to take this small step by here, this small step by there, this small step by there. And then pretty soon, you know, we don't leap tall buildings in a single bound. We take it a floor at a time.
My 3 questions are, what do you want? How badly do you want it? And how much are you willing to suffer? And very often, everything revolves around the first question, what do you want? Because a lot of people are unclear what they want from life. They don't sit down and think through. We are writing our own life story every day, and yet we don't think about it. Who do we want to be? Where do we want to live? What life do we want to lead? When we've finished our life, come to the end of our life and look back, what do we want to say that we've done? So, what do you want is a very powerful question. If an athlete says, I want to be the best, Bill, fine. How badly do you want it? Because you've got to pay a price to be the best. The best pay a big price. You've got to work harder, you've got to commit more. You've got to take more responsibility. You've got to deal with more ups and downs. And if we can deal with that question, how much are you willing to suffer? Because I work with gold medal champions, and they suffer every day. They work enormously hard. They sacrifice enormous things in order to get that success.
Real motherfuckers are obsessed with what they do. The people who win the biggest are f***ing obsessed. You cannot argue that. It might not be healthy, it might not be what most people want, it certainly isn't balanced, but it's the real story. Because I can tell you that anybody that wins at the highest level, that's how they operate. Thousands and thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs, and the best ones, the ones that win at the highest level, they are f***ing obsessed.
That pain you feel, that's the payment of success. You must be willing to shoulder that pain to get the success. Success is something that's a very lonely path in this world, because few are willing to make that down payment of pain for that futurement of success, the better life. Very few are. And when you get the success, what comes with that is many that love you, but the majority will hate you for it, because your success is a spotlight shining down on their missed opportunities, where they came up short, where they didn't quite have it inside, and never went back to revisit it, where failure is what stood, instead of improving failure for success. Failure is part of the recipe for success. You fail 1,000 times before you succeed. Every single person has. It's the losers that fail once and quit.
Every winner has done failed. The loser and the winner both fail. It's just that the winner gets back up and does it again. Very lonely road success is. Know that going into it. But it's the only road that will lead to a life of remembrance.
Most people just they're not willing to get up that early or to make those sacrifices required. So it's a function of how badly do you want to change your life, and what are you willing to endure to craft that life that you aspire to have, or do you just want to talk about it?
Everywhere I look, I see fake work, pretend work, or pose work. I put in real work, hard work, and that's it. People pull out all the time, and people make excuses all the time, but I just get on with it, put in the work and reap the rewards, and that's it. That's why you're seeing me with everything and with complete control of this whole game.
Why? We all ask why we should work this hard. Why take that many classes? Why go to school that many years? Why take the notes? Why read the books? Why work that hard? Why put yourself through the push-ups and the disciplines? Why? Good question, why? Best answer to why, I think, is the second question. Why not? Why not see how many books you can read, how many classes you can take, how many skills you can develop? Why not see how valuable you can become to the marketplace and to your friends and to your family? Why not see what you can make of yourself? Why not see how far you can go, how much you can see, how much you can earn, how much you can share? Why not? That's the heritage all of us have, especially is to see what we can make out of our lives now that we've been given this extraordinary opportunity.
I'm sure people have told you to make sure you have something to fall back on, but I never understood that concept, having something to fall back on. If I'm going to fall, I don't want to fall back on anything except my faith. I want to fall forward. Fall forward. This is what I mean.
You have to understand, this next 5-year window is when you don't go practical and safe. This is not the time to get the job mom wanted you to. This is the time to realize that you have a 5-year window, and it's 3 for some, it's 8 for others, but this is a 5-year window for you to attack the life that you want to win.
Here's how to really cash in on this year. Number 1, get serious. Life is serious. We call it life or death. Somebody asked me one time if I had a good description of life. I said, yes, I think I've got a good one. Life is the struggle to keep death at a respectable distance. Serious. Life is serious. The future's serious. It's serious whether you win or lose. It's serious whether you succeed or fail. It's serious whether you've got a good future carved out for yourself or you do not have.
You learn nothing from success. You learn nothing from success. You learn everything from failure. And fear of failing is what holds you. And when you don't try, and you wake up at 65 years old, you're a lot angrier than if you'd failed. You're a lot of, it's really easy to be 65 years old and go, I tried to do that, I just couldn't do it. You'll really be mad if you go, I think I could have done it, but I didn't try.
It's not on everybody else. It's on you. You have to make things happen. Nothing is going to be given to you. You cannot have any part of your mind that thinks, oh, someone will just do this for me. You cannot have that in your mind. You have to do things yourself. You have to create things. You have to make things happen. You have to do it yourself. No one's going to give it to you. And this doesn't mean you have to take from someone else. You have to build for yourself.
It's easy to do.
Hell yeah.
It's the easiest thing in the world to do. All right, man, I'm done. I ain't going. I ain't gonna keep going.
Yeah,
I don't feel like going to work.
The one,
done.
yeah, man.
It's easy. It's very easy. But what's hard is going, yo, yesterday I got nothing from working as hard as I could. Nothing happened from that. I'm gonna do the same thing again today, but I'm gonna try to go harder. That's the hardest thing in the world. To get up every day and give 100% and be in the same position that you were each day, but mentally know that you're trying and trying and trying. That's a real grind.
So my first wish is for you to find joy in work. Find work that gives you great joy, or just fall in love with whatever work you do. That's the only way you're going to do your best work. That's the only way you're going to do exquisite work. Instead of working for a living, think of it as your life's work. I wish for you to love your work as much as I've loved my work. My second wish for you is to learn to embrace failure. I've just said two contrarian words, work and failure. We've been taught all of our lives to not be a failure. So why am I standing here wishing you embrace failing? Avoiding failure is not the same as achieving success. In fact, finding failure is a discovery of sorts. It's a discovery of yet another way how not to do something. Failure is often on the path to success.
That's risky. The Englishman says, well, if that's the way it's going to work out, let's give it a go. Right, that's what it's for. Give it a go. Somebody says, yeah, but I'm looking for safety and security. Fine, then huddle in a corner. We'll cover you with a sheet, bring you 3 meals a day. And we'll protect you, feed you, look after you, care for you. We won't let anything happen to you. And you'll probably live to be 100. The guy said, well, yeah, I'd live to be 100. But what a way to live. Right. What a way to live, safe and secure. Don't ask for security. Ask for adventure. Better to live 30 years full of adventure than 100 years safe in the corner. And see, it's not important how long you live. What's important is how you live.
This killer, you would become such a G that nobody would say, nah, this person ain't doing it. You'd be undeniable. 365 days, if you committed to that, you would win.
But where do you go to? You wake up on a morning, it's cold, it's wet, it's dark, you've got no cartilage in your knee, it's warm on the couch, your missus says stay in bed, it's comfy, it's cozy, you've got work later on, you had an argument last night, you're slightly hungover.
I know every month I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. So this is how you level up. That's how you level up. I know there's a whole bunch of people with that right there. That fires me up. That makes me happy what you just said. That brings joy to my life right there. Because I know there's so many people that have the ability and just refuse to get off that couch. Refuse to study a few more hours. Refuse to go deeper, to go further. And that's where I gain the advantage. It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak. Most people don't want to go to that extra mile. Most people don't want to find that extra because it sucks. It's miserable. It's lonely. You talked about that you were kind of, lonely by yourself. I was the same way. And that used to hurt me growing up. Now I thrive in that. That's the only place to be.
And that's why when you think about the mentality of greatness, there are no breaks. I hate to tell people that, because everybody wants it fast. To be great, Monday on top of Tuesday, Tuesday on top of Wednesday, Wednesday on top of Thursday, Thursday on top of Friday, Friday on top of Saturday, Saturday on Sunday. And start over, and start over. And true greatness is always evolving. It never stays the same. Your comfort zone will stay the same, unless sometimes you're forced to come out of it. You will never touch a level of greatness until your comfort zone is disturbed.
The mentality is what's going to make things happen. Is having that mentality to never give up, keep pushing forward. People don't like to think, they like to ask. And they don't have enough confidence in their decisions that they make on their own. The truth of the matter is, you really have to believe what you're doing is working.
There was a kid who everyone underestimated. Too small, too quiet, too ordinary. But every day while they laughed, he worked. In the gym, in the books, in the shadows. He knew one truth. Effort beats talent when talent doesn't try. Years later, they asked him how he did it, and he just smiled, because they never saw the grind. It's the quiet hustle that makes the loudest impact. How loud do you want your success to be?
My biggest fear in life is not reaching my full potential and not being the greatest I can be. Because everyone has a choice in life. Everyone has a choice of either this person up here or this person down here.
Hey, look, let me guess. New year, new you, right? New year, new you. You've been saying that every year, but it's always new year, same you. I just don't understand why you go every year remaining the same when the person that you are today has just been destroying your life. You're mentally killing yourself every year, and you don't even realize it. I mean, it's time for you to look yourself in the mirror and make some change before it's too late.
One day in the gym is basically imperceivable. 2 days in the gym, you don't recognize any change whatsoever. 100 days in the gym, and you're almost a new person. Right? You've seen those before and after pictures. One day of playing guitar. One day of playing guitar, you can barely play one chord. 100 days of practicing guitar, and you can play literally almost any song.
People only root for people who don't need it. Like, the amount of times when I was...
So, you didn't come here just to show off this Filolial queen, I assume.
We came to buy some clothing.
Clothing?
If she shreds them each time she transforms, I'll go broke in no time.
Please tell us that there's some kind of outfit made for transforming species.
Nah, those are special order items. I haven't got any of them.
Now or never, just fight it out. Just fight it out. Just fight it out. Just fight it out.
確か隣にいるうちに愛をもっと私に That I'm okay.
That's great. Is there something I could do to help? Huh.
Hey! Do you live around here?
Nah. I'm on...
I'm a little surprised. I was sure you'd think that somebody like Lark was too hard to deal with.
I wouldn't say that. It's just that he throws me off a little bit. It's already afternoon. We don't have much time, but let's go grind some levels.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to apply for a job.
Even one-shotting trash mobs will give you that much experience? And even better, there's an infinite respawn.
They're so weak, it's hard not to get bored fighting them. Is everything all right?
We stopped gaining experience points.
So you're responsible.
Itsuki.
What happened to my EXP? Hey, what are you guys doing here? I can't farm any EXP like this. Go somewhere else. Oh no. Why don't you go?
You're gonna have to leave too, Motoyasu. You know that I was the first one to find this spot.
No, I was!
So me.
I found it first! I found it!
Well, this is a waste of time. We're out of here.
I don't care.
You're going down!
That's a lot. Even for a boss fight like that.
I like this island a lot better because fighting stuff here is so much more fun! Master Naofumi, I don't know how much longer this sword will last.
When did that happen?
Maybe our power levels have outgrown our weapon's durability.
Yeah, look at Philo's. We'll just have to make sure to buy you two some new weapons before the next wave hits. Come on, we've still got plenty of time. Alright, let's see if we got any good drops. There we are. Those should keep you going for a little longer.
This is perfect, thank you. Yeah, Master. Thanks.
Calmira Archipelago, a group of small islands bunched together. It's a popular tourist spot, and the legend that the heroes of the past trained here probably has something to do with that. It smells like a bunch of crap to me. The activation seems to have brought a lot of adventurers here all at once, so they've given us some ground rules. You can only travel between islands by boat. Try to kill as many monsters as possible, without barging into any other adventurers' battles or stealing the prey from any of them. Is this a guide to MMO etiquette?
MMO?
Don't worry about it. So, this statue apparently represents the original inhabitants who developed these islands.
And there's supposed to be an epigraph left by a cardinal hero. Is it this thing?
Magical writing. As source of thy power, the shield hero orders thee. Decipher the meaning of this message and energize the target of my choice. Casting Zvite Aura.
Oh, I feel powerful. Nailed it!
So a hero of the past left this here, huh? Well, I guess that means the legend is true.
Hey! Shield Kiddo! Philo sure did get some good height on that one. It helped us figure out where you were. You know, you kinda hurt my feelings getting off the boat without saying goodbye.
I didn't realize I needed to.
Company can make or break a trip. Besides, you never answered us when we asked if you wanted to team up.
Obviously, we've only just arrived. So first of all, we'll need to get our bearings here. But we could help each other out.
Seems like they know their way around a fight. I guess it can't hurt. We'll give it a shot, but I'll drop you in a heartbeat if you hold us back.
Right back at you, kiddo. We'll catch up with you later. Take it easy till then.
I'm a little surprised. I was sure you'd think that somebody like Lark was too hard to deal with.
I wouldn't say that. It's just that he throws me off a little bit. It's already afternoon. We don't have much time, but let's go grind some levels.
Okay.
Even one-shotting trash mobs will give you that much experience? And even better, there's an infinite respawn.
They're so weak, it's hard not to get bored fighting them. Is everything all right?
We stopped gaining experience points.
So you're responsible.
Itsuki.
What happened to my EXP? Hey, what are you guys doing here? I can't farm any EXP like this. Go somewhere else. Oh no. Why don't you go?
You're gonna have to leave too, Motoyasu. You know that I was the first one to find this spot.
No, I was!
No, me.
I found it first! I found it!
Well, this is a waste of time. We're out of here.
I don't care.
You're going down!
That's a lot. Even for a boss fight like that.
I like this island a lot better because fighting stuff here is so much more fun! Master Naofumi, I don't know how much longer this sword will last.
When did that happen?
Maybe our power levels have outgrown our weapon's durability.
Yeah, look at Philo's. We'll just have to make sure to buy you two some new weapons before the next wave hits. Come on, we've still got plenty of time. Alright, let's see if we got any good drops. There we are. Those should keep you going for a little longer.
This is perfect, thank you. Yeah, Master. Thanks a lot. It's starting to get dark. Do you want to head back?
Nah, not just yet. I had a feeling we'd get some better drops after nightfall. Enemies are a lot stronger, though.
But we're used to fighting in the dark, so we can handle whatever we come up against. But what really worries me... Master Naofumi, you still look awfully tired, are you?
So it's obvious. Since using blood sacrifice, my body's still feeling the curse. Just a little. It's nothing to worry about. I'm not gonna push it, and I can handle the enemies on this island.
Oh, thank goodness we found you, kiddo.
Why are you out here in the middle of the night?
The ferryman was starting to panic since you were staying out so late.
So you two decided to come look for us? Come on, it's not like adventurers dying on a quest is anything new.
That doesn't mean we're gonna ignore you, because I'd never be able to sleep at night if my associates were to turn up dead or missing.
Associates?
Well, yeah. What would you call us? You wouldn't say we're not, would you?
Well...
We haven't even been here a full day. I understand wanting to grind as fast as possible, but let's call it a night.
She's right, Master Naofumi. It is getting late.
Raftalia? All right then, let's head back.
Very well. In that case, you care to join me for a drink? To our safe return! Cheers! Hey, barkeeper, give me another! Coming!
They made wine out of these.
They're so strong that you have to dilute just one of them in a cask of water to get something drinkable.
Pretty tasty just the way they are.
Saying you can hold your liquor's an understatement.
I never thought there'd be a day when I could just relax and have fun like this.
I'm looking forward to this.
I am too.
Oh, and Therese? The accessory you asked for? It's ready.
Thank you so much.
I can't believe you had a starfire. Those things are rare. It helped that I already had an oracle crystal on hand that I used as the base of the whole thing.
It's beautiful. This jewel's filled with so much joy. I didn't know you were such a master craftsman.
Do you have to cry about it?
Don't you understand, Lark? Looking at this masterpiece is opening up a whole new world to me.
Okay.
All right. I'm really glad to hear that you're happy with it. Oh, and I hate to mention the money, but, whoa. This is a lot.
Not enough, though, right? I know this is worth so much more than that. Hey, Lark, give him all the money that you have, too.
Wait, what?
Just do it already, okay?
Why?
You can just pay me in installments. Now let's go grind some levels.
Your party is pretty high level. Not bad, kiddo. Therese has reached level 52 herself, and I'm up to 56.
Already got their class upgrades. Not your everyday adventures, then. How about we discuss our strategy?
We can do that! And fight! The shield's your weapon? Committed to that Sir Hero act, huh?
Keep talking. Raftalia! Philo!
Oh, Lark, he's certainly having fun. Power of jewels far and wide, I beseech thee to heed my call and come to me. My name is Therese Alexanderite. I ask my friends to be the force that destroys my targets. Bejeweled. Ruby Blaze!
I've never heard a chant like that.
Raftalia!
On it!
I never dreamed it would be so powerful.
The EXP curve slowed down a lot as soon as we hit level 70.
Okay, let's go after the big fella then. The boss by itself wouldn't be a big deal, but all these tiny guys will be a pain.
Just leave the little ones to me. I'll gather them all up.
And then?
I'll take them out once he's got their attention. Lark, Philo, and Raftalia can attack the boss.
Sounds good to me.
Everyone ready?
Let's go! Reaction!
Power of jewels far and wide, I beseech thee to heed my call and come to me. Bejeweled, Ruby Blaze!
Master, no!
Just relax.
The flames are all around me, but I don't feel hot. Not only am I not taking damage, it feels like the weight of the curse has been lifted.
Just the big one left!
All right!
We got this!
Are you sure you're okay, Master?
Yeah, what a strange magic spell. My clothes aren't even singed.
Very strange. I've never even heard that chant before.
Guess there's more than one kind of magic in this world, huh? Hey! You wanna divvy up the drops?
Sure. We get anything good?
Well, there's some kind of weird item.
Weird?
See for yourself.
The heck is that?
With your help, we gained a lot of levels in just one day. And it was fun!
I couldn't agree with you more, Philo.
You wanna team up again tomorrow? Okay.
We'll see you around though, Shield Kiddo.
Thanks for a great day.
Thank you too. We worked really well together. See you later! You asked them to stick around. That's not like you.
I got rejected, though. Maybe I should ask them to join my party after we finish leveling up. Since we worked so hard, let's take the day off tomorrow.
Yeah! Personally, I don't mind one way or the other. But you could probably use a break, Master Naofumi. Hey, Master! I found another island!
Big deal, there's a whole bunch of them.
No, listen! I found a special island underwater, and it looks like it's glowing red.
A special island? Underwater?
That's not all! And there was a big brick building down there, too!
We have kinda hit a wall with our leveling grind. This could be a nice change of pace for us.
Excuse me, Master Naofumi? So, what do you think?
Dressed like that, it won't matter much if a little water leaks into the suit. I think it's great. All right, let's go.
Okay.
This is crazy. 10 minutes underwater and I can still breathe. Building's in perfect condition. There's gotta be a way inside somewhere. It'll be impossible to open this door underwater. There's air inside?
It's too dark to see anything.
Okay, Raftalia?
Sure. Give me first light.
No way. That's a dragon hourglass.
It looks exactly like the one they've got inside the cathedral back at the capital. Is that bad?
Anywhere there's an hourglass can be hit by a wave.
If a wave attacks this place, the islanders will all die!
Stay calm. We don't know that's gonna happen for sure.
Okay.
This says the next wave is coming. In just 2 days.
night sky reflecting my eyes 光る星でを伸ばし迫る時間で滲んでくミラバラ Want to be honest with myself Come clean cause I'm a kid 書いて作るシーン Keep it real 生きた歌詞残すマスターピース Everybody picture me 溢れてくれた君の指 Everything picture me 何痩せても揺るがない何百回だって何百万回だって気づかされても忘れない My face 存在の証明 It's not my sense I gotta make a change 歪んだ世界で足跡たどって声にならない叫びを咲いて何百回だって何百万回だって I find it with myself Now or never Just fight it out Just fight it out Just fight it out Just fight it out
Off the coast of Calmyra in an underwater temple, we found another dragon hourglass, alerting us to prepare for the incoming wave. Okay, Raftalia?
Sure. Give me first light.
No way. That's a dragon hourglass.
If a wave attacks this place, the islanders will all die.
This says the next wave is coming. In just 2 days. I used my teleport skill and returned to the capital. I explained things to the Queen and she immediately gathered her army to prepare for the battle. It was clear that this wave would most likely occur at sea. So now we've boarded our ships and we're just waiting to be teleported to the wave. Actually, the Queen was the one who arranged for these ships. And unlike that trash king, she's a shrewd and effective leader.
I don't know how, but we made it.
Honestly, I'm impressed you managed to put together an army on such short notice.
Oh, it really wasn't a big deal. Preparing for the waves is the royal family's responsibility.
What are you doing here?
What's that supposed to mean? I'm here because I'm part of your party. I'm happy you're here. I'm always happy when I get to see you. Oh, thanks, Philo. I feel the same.
Do you think that the people of Calmyra will be able to get off the island in time?
The Earl of Habenberg acted quickly. He's already finished evacuating all of the islanders. Besides, we have every reason to believe this wave will be happening out at sea. Right now, all you need to worry about is the battle.
You got a point, but we sure don't want to get complacent. And, no matter what, the other heroes still don't seem to want to work together.
They seem to think leveling up at Calmyra was enough.
Yeah, now it looks like things are about to get ugly again.
Master Naofumi! It's Lark and Therese!
They're fighting the wave too?
You know them?
Yeah. They helped us in Calmyra.
I'm glad they're on our side.
They're more reliable than the other heroes.
Wow! It's not often you put so much trust in other people.
It will begin when we teleport. Everyone, prepare for battle!
Great! Here we go! What are those?
Those are cast bombs. They're made out of kohol fruit.
Kohol fruit? I get it. Concentrated alcohol affects monsters as much as people. Lucky me.
Shield Hero, we're going to need you to keep the biggest monster in check.
You make it sound so easy, but don't forget, that thing's underwater.
That's why it has to be you.
Huh?
Hate reaction! It took the bait!
This is it! Time to attack!
Meteor shot! Meteor thrust! Meteor slash! All right!
Well, that's not good. It doesn't even look like they made a dent in that thing. Now that she's leveled up a little, Raftalia's dealing a hell of a lot more damage than those three are. But still, she can't finish that thing.
Don't worry about the big one. The heroes will have to take care of that. Focus on the little guys. Hurry up and kill these things!
No way! There's too many of them!
A source of thy power, I order thee. Decipher the laws of nature and thrash my targets with a flood of water. Zweit aqua shot! You're okay, right?
Yeah, we're fine.
No! Melty!
I've got you!
You saved me.
Just sit tight for me, will ya?
Skybound wheel swing!
Amazing.
All right, now's our chance!
I can't believe how powerful you are. Naofumi was right about you.
Lark! It's time to get in there and attack the big fella, Kay? Even if you fall into the water, Philo and I will be there to bail you out!
Well, I guess it does need to go down first.
All right, but get its big ass out where I can hit it!
Go, Philo!
Yeah!
Skybound wheel swing!
You can't show me up!
Go for it, Philo! Time to finish it!
Right! Spiral strike! Big Jewel thunderstorm!
Combo skill! Thunderbolt wheel swing!
I've never seen such a remarkable display of strength.
Nicely done. Thanks for the assist.
Well, you weren't gonna beat it along with that defense-focused shield.
Thanks anyway.
Hey! Now for me! You and your friend here did a really good job.
What are you guys doing here?
We came for the drops, obviously.
The items that the wave monsters drop after the battle belong to all the heroes.
That might make sense if you three did anything. Look, guys, the one who killed this thing was...
Heroes? That your idea of a joke? Because no one's laughing. You weaklings can't protect a thing.
Huh?
The Queen wants you to hurry up and get rid of the remaining monsters. Master Naofumi!
What do you think you're doing? I guess you really are the shield hero, huh? All right then. I guess it's come down to this.
What the hell are you talking about, Lark?
It's simple, really. For the sake of our world, you gotta die. For what it's worth, we've got nothing against you.
It's true. Please believe us. This is unfortunate, especially after you were so kind to us. But we really do not have a choice.
Without us, this world will be completely powerless against the waves!
We know. That's what we're going for.
What? Lark, he'll understand if you give him a proper explanation.
This is such a pain. Long story short, the two of us are heroes just like you are. From another world. Got it?
Another world?
And just like your world, ours is also teetering on the brink of destruction. There's only one way to stop it.
Do you mean...
Basically, we've also got something to fight for. That's why we can't afford to lose. You understand, right? But if we're gonna fight, let's keep it fair and square. So get ready, shield hero.
This whole time, he's only been after Naofumi?
I'm afraid we have no choice but to mark them as enemies of the heroes. Listen up! Those adventurers are hostiles! We will defend the heroes and bring those two down!
Okay, this isn't funny.
You guys should have just stayed down.
Attack!
Therese!
Of course. Power of jewels far and wide. I beseech thee, heed my call. Come to me! My name is Therese Alexanderite. My friends, be the force that destroys my targets for me. I cast Bejeweled Meteor Shower!
Natalia!
I'm fine!
Therese!
I know. I'm only making sure we aren't interrupted. Now, my friends, protect my targets from the destruction around them! Bejeweled Silver Lining!
First she attacks them, and now she's helping them? What are they thinking?
We're only here for now for me. This isn't about you, so you better just stay out of it.
That's right. We just have one target.
You just want me?
So be it.
But Master Naofumi... I understand.
If you're gonna be mean to my master, I'm gonna kick both of your butts!
Airside sweet! First stance, wind blowout!
Oh no!
I'm okay, he didn't hurt me at all. It does feel a little bit numb though. Oh man, you sure know how to keep things interesting.
Priority 1 is rescuing our men. Move them to the remaining ships.
What about the heroes? They're in the water.
Their party members have already taken rowboats to help them. They can handle it.
same move?
How'd that happen? I blocked his attack, but I still got hurt.
Bejeweled! Sin Flame!
I'm sorry.
What was that?
Of course. You don't want to fight him, do you?
Is it because I made that bracelet for her?
Therese!
It's fine. I'll use a different one.
Drink up, you two.
Okay!
What is it with Lark's attack? Does it ignore defense? No. I wouldn't have taken that much damage from just the tip of his weapon. I've got a hunch.
I gotta say, I wasn't expecting a defense-reversing attack. You got it. The higher that my target's defense is, the more damage that attack is gonna deal to them. In other words, it's the perfect counter against the shield hero. You were just guessing, huh? Luckily for you, my policy's to fight fair. I have no secrets.
He wants to fight fair? But we're trying to kill each other. He's done this before. Trying to throw me off my game.
Naofumi! It's Mel!
How'd you get here?
I commandeered a ride. You haven't finished this wave yet, so hurry up and beat these guys already. Then finish the wave so we can go home. What?
Nothing.
Lark, you got a sound strategy. Those defense-reversing attacks will totally mess me up. Unless I figure out how to dodge all of them. They'll be worthless against my airstrike shield and second shield. So, I will use them if I have to.
Naofumi! Why would you tell him how you're going to defeat him?
It's fair. Looks like we've both got our cards on the table. In that case, let's do it! Philo! He's using venom?
Mark! Slight Aqua Shell!
An illusion? Gotcha!
You fell for it!
Dogfight!
Create a storm to blow them away! Time down!
I knew you'd do that.
Protect him!
He's still standing even after our best combo?
Honestly, that really hurt. You know how to make perfect use of that shield, don't you, kiddo? You are good.
When you told us you'd be using airstrike shield for defense, we never imagined that you'd actually use it as a trap against us. And you're good at mind games, too.
Therese can switch between offense and defense at will. She deliberately used that AoE spell to make us stop our attacks against Lark. They're not lying. They really are heroes from another world. Their spirit, their strength. Honestly, they're more heroic than the heroes here. Stop it!
I was bored out of my mind fighting those monsters on Calmyra. But there's nothing better than a man-to-man battle with real strategy involved.
This isn't the time to be admiring how worthy they are. It's kill or be killed. I know that. And yet...
Isn't this fun now for me? We've got plenty left in the tank. How about you?
Will you please stop fooling around?
It's Glass.
Well, hello there, Glassy. What are you doing here?
I got tired of waiting.
Who is that woman? Just the sight of her makes me shiver.
That's Glass. She almost killed us during the last wave, and now... it appears that she's on their side.
So good to see you again, Naofumi.
Can't say the feeling is mutual.
Well... Zero Stance Rondo! Reverse 4 seasons! Rupture Stance Rondo! Tortoise Shell Cracker! From the looks of his shield, you haven't seen his best yet.
His best? What do you mean?
When he gets serious, he brings out something that's far more ominous.
Huh?
You did that much damage to Lark and blocked my attacks, all without using your trump card. You have grown stronger now for me.
Jeez, are you trying to flatter me now?
Don't get cocky. You can see now that I must do this with my own hands.
Your Majesty, everyone's accounted for.
I am thankful for all your hard work. The wave is showing no signs of stopping. Perhaps that means it won't end until those adventurers have finally been defeated. Either way, there's nothing we can do. We'll have to entrust our victory to the Shield Hero.
She thinks the Wrath Shield's my only defense against her.
Master, now for me!
The Soul Eater Shield did that? It drains the enemy's SP, but still, I've never seen glass hesitate like that.
I pray, may your sacrifice carve open a path to our future. Bejeweled?
Meteor Shield!
Compressor bomb!
What magic is this?
It looks like it's being powered by her jewels. That's the attack that beat the others last time.
Power of jewels far and wide. Heed my call and come here to me!
Crap.
Call upon you!
They can use combo skills too?
My friends, summon a freezing storm that destroys my targets!
Shield Prison!
Bejeweled Blizzard! Combo stance! Reverse Hail Season!
Master, now for me! Hey, are you holding up okay?
Yeah, I'm just peachy.
We can't even beat you with that combo skill? You have gotten better. Everything I thought I knew about you is completely useless now.
Guess it's a good thing we leveled up back on Calmira, huh?
Yeah.
But something's still bugging me. Glass's reaction to the Soul Eater shield wasn't normal. I wonder... Alright, new plan! It's clear to me now that I need to fight Glass alone.
No way! Are you out of your mind?
You three can handle Lark and Therese.
Please don't tell me that you're going to...
This way I won't have to use that shield.
Sounds good to me. If that's the case, then you can sign me up. Yeah, I'm on board too.
Let's go!
You can't get away!
The two of you are going to have to deal with us now.
Sounds like fun.
Oh, one-on-one fight? Well, that's exactly what I was thinking. Although, you're letting them fight a duo as strong as Lark and Therese. You're placing an awful lot of trust in your party.
Lark told me he's a hero. It's just that he's fighting on behalf of another world. I take it you have the same story, Glass?
That's correct. I am also what the people of my world call a vassal wielder. The fan hero.
Vassal wielder?
On guard!
My friends, bring forth a wall of fire to stop my targets in their tracks! Bejeweled Flame Bulwark!
White Aqua Slash! I don't think so!
Damn it! You guys are good. No wonder Nalfumi trusts you.
Hope he's all right.
She's quick, but she doesn't have the edge on me she used to. I can take her.
Rupture Stance Rondo! Tortoise Shell Cracker!
Dogfight! Chain Shield! Soul Eater Shield! My hunch was right! Glass is weakened by the Soul Eater.
Glassy's in trouble.
Now for me.
All this shield does to anyone else is drain SP. But with you, it seems to suck out your life force. This fight's over. The wave will die down if you retreat, won't it? So how about we both just call it a day?
Call it a day? Oh no. This battle's not over just yet. Not until one of us is dead. I will never surrender!
Hey! Stop it now! If you don't, you're gonna kill yourself!
As long as I still draw breath, I will do everything in my power to end your life. For the sake of the world I love, I have no choice! So the only way you'll ever be able to get rid of me is if you kill me! Otherwise, this world will end!
That's ridiculous. Master Naofumi.
You're just like me, aren't you, Naofumi? You want to protect this world, right? Then you should want me dead right here and now!
Protect it? Is that what I want? The world I was summoned to against my will? Where I've been put through hell? She wants to protect her world so badly. So why have I been fighting the waves? What is this?
They're all waiting for us. My people are fighting against their own wave, awaiting our triumphant return.
Am I seeing her world?
That's why I cannot lose! That's how this ends. It's do or die now, Fumi!
Am I willing to destroy all her hopes just to protect this world?
Heads up, Glassy!
Soul-soothing potion?
All it does for me is give me access to a few more skills. But for glassing, crap!
Natalia! What do you think you're doing?
You know what I'm doing here. I'm Master Naofumi's sword. Never again. I won't let it happen. No one else will ever go through what Rufana and I did. Stop that!
Natalia.
You see, we have our own reasons not to lose.
No, you don't! Airstrike shield!
You okay?
Dark gas burning!
Naofumi, Natalia!
Lassie, get out of there now!
This isn't good. I wish there was something we could do to help them win this fight.
Someone, please help me!
I've got it!
Still not giving up? Wait a sec.
Enough. Let's end this!
You can't! It's too risky!
You've done enough, Glass!
Blank stance rondo.
Don't do it, Master Naofumi! Don't use that shield!
I'm really just an outsider here. As soon as I finish fighting off the waves, I'm just gonna go back to my own world. But you three, Raftalia, Philo, Melty, this world has you. That's my reason for using this shield. And it's the only reason I need to take Glass down.
Don't do this!
Now, sinner, I sentence you to cast your screams unto the heavens above!
No, wait!
The jaws of
Stop
the
it,
dragon
please!
formed from my flesh shall swallow you, and you'll become an offering to the gods as you howl in pain! Blood sacrifice!
Shield hero!
As source of thy power, I order thee. Decipher the laws of nature and unleash a gust of wind. Fast wind blow! Here! You can use these!
Perfect! Meteor shield!
Wait, what did you do that for?
What the hell is this?
Oh no. Come on!
They were filled with kohol berries.
Aren't those what they used to make wine?
Yeah, but for some reason, they don't seem to have any effect on me. So, finished yet?
No way. I'll kill you!
Lark?
Therese!
This fight's over. We're out of time. So congrats. I guess you win this round.
But this won't be the last time we meet in battle.
What do you two think you're doing? If we don't kill Naofumi right now...
Yell at us when you're not about to throw up, huh? See you around now for me. Feels wrong to call you that. Think I'll stick with Kiddo.
Lark, wait!
The wave. Did we win? Looks like it's over anyway. Now Fumi soloed it again?
No. Every one of us played our part here. We share this victory!
Oh, Master Naofumi, an accessory shop. Let's take a look.
Once the wave was over, we decided that we were done leveling up. We were going to leave Kalmira's bonus field behind and head back to Melromark. Except...
See those dark clouds out there on the horizon? It won't be safe for us to sail back through those.
You know an awful lot about the sea, huh?
Wow! You keep catching so many!
I did grow up in a fishing village.
Yeah, almost forgot. Because of the offshore storm, we decided to extend our holiday for a few more days. And yet, I still couldn't relax. Lark and Glass said they were heroes from another world, who were trying to fight off their own waves. In order to defend their world, they have to defeat heroes from somewhere else. In other words, they have to defeat us.
So when we get back, what are we going to do?
Well, prepare for the next wave, of course.
Right.
But if we have to fight Glass's party again, will I be able to kill them?
I can't say how many waves will have passed when it happens, but a time is coming when the world will demand great sacrifices from all of us. There will be a battle in which the heroes will have to choose what they're fighting for.
So we'll have to choose which world to sacrifice? Is that what you meant, Vittoria?
Master Naofumi, is something on your mind?
Well, I was just thinking it might be time to start recruiting some new additions to the party.
That's a good idea. After all, Melty's busy with her royal duties now.
Let's gather as many weapons and party members as we can. Who knows how strong Glass's party will be next time.
Uh-huh.
If the 4 cardinal heroes end up dead, you guys will be this world's only hope.
Well,
Master, come quick!
You wanted to drown?
Yeah, but I saved her.
Wasn't she in Itsuki's party?
She told me her name was Rishia. I guess the bow hero kicked her out of his party. She said she's lost hope completely.
He kicked her out?
She was accused of something she didn't do.
I swear, it wasn't me! They said I broke one of Master Itsuki's favorite accessories, but I didn't do it!
That's awful.
But it gave them an excuse to get rid of her.
If I had to guess, I'd say the rest of his party was embarrassed by her stealing the spotlight in the wave. Knowing Itsuki, he just trusted their accusation blindly and threw her out.
Master Itsuki doesn't want anything to do with me! I don't deserve to live!
Rishia, right? Come on. Are you really gonna take this lying down?
Well, they're not wrong about everything they said. I really am weak and useless.
Don't you want to teach Itsuki and the rest of his party a lesson for what they've done to you? You helped me out a lot during that wave.
Really? I helped the shield hero?
You did. You saved everyone. And you have the courage to grow so much stronger.
Do you believe that? You really think I'm brave and strong?
Yes. Why don't you join our party? I'd be happy to help out however I can until you're able to clear your name.
Let's get stronger together.
And maybe I can teach you how to swim. Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to join with you.
Now you're training someone else's party member? You become a big softie now for me.
If their parties are as useless as they are, it'll cause real problems for everyone.
Hey, where's the food?
Right. How about we eat something?
Great. Yeah!
Before long, the storm died down, and we were on our way back to Melromark.
Thank you again, Shield Hero. Words cannot express my gratitude for everything you've done.
I couldn't have done any of these things by myself, without my friends. And many thanks to you too, Your Majesty.
You're giving me too much credit.
I don't know if we'll be so lucky next time. The other heroes are still completely useless.
I couldn't agree more.
Guess I need to try and talk to them again.
Yes, and sooner rather than later. By the way, Shield Hero, did you ever figure out the reward you wanted? I still have to find a way to repay you for the part you played in eliminating the Pope, remember?
Oh, yeah.
And now there's so much more that you've done here in Kalmyra. If I don't do something soon, I'll never be able to repay you.
Actually, I might have an idea.
Of course. I should have guessed you'd request something selfless like that.
Oh, welcome back, kid. Hey, where'd you pick up a cutie like this?
Give it a rest. I need you to put together some equipment for all of us, including her. I'll buy whatever I can as thanks for last time.
Now that's what I like to hear. You planning to stick around for a while?
Nah, just a pit stop. There's somewhere we need to be.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Where are we going? What are you guys talking about?
Oh, nowhere special. Isn't that right, kid?
Right.
What's with you two? Come on, just tell me.
You know, you sure are a lucky little lady.
Huh?
Come back if you need anything. My door's always open.
Master Naofumi?
Yeah?
Can't you at least tell me something about where we're going?
Oh, sorry, we're on our way to claim the Queen's reward.
The one you were talking about on the boat? You will stay with us, right, Master Naofumi? Is that salt I smell?
I should have known. You noticed that, huh?
Does that mean...
Yep, we're almost there.
Hey, it's Raftalia! Hi there, Keel. You look good. I'm glad you recovered.
Recovered so well, in fact, that Keel's working harder than everyone else.
Oh, hey, Van. What are you doing here?
I see. You still don't know why you're here?
What?
Yeah, Naofumi's still a really big jerk.
Hiya, Mel! Master Naofumi, will you please tell me what's going on?
You'll find out soon enough.
In the name of Queen Morelia Q. Melremark, I, Second Princess Melty Melremark, hereby bestow Sayet's demi-human regent to the Shield Hero.